Chapter 1 Shi Wan's death. In the outskirts of the imperial capital, dozens of mutilated molecularpses lay sprawled across the ground, their blood seeping into third-hand stain and a dark crimson fear within the vast, abandoned factory was thick with Thesenkov blood, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Mr. Fu, Yang Yi said cautiously, glancing at the man whose lips were stained with blood, Madam is dead, you. Upon seeing his wife's lifeless body, Fu Tingchen had already coughed up blood twice. If this continued, his old ailments would resurface, leading to catastrophic consequences. Silence, Fu Tingchen interrupted Yang Yi, his handsome, refined face contorted with a killing intensity, yet, when he turned to look at Shi Wan, his expression softened, radiating gentleness. She's not dead, she will not die. Ash spoke, he cradled Shi Wan in his arms and began to carry her out, his movements tender as if you were holding the most precious treasury in the world. Don't be afraid, Wan, into Kinjia home. Stepping over the body as oft scenes, Fu Tingchen's striking feature is where a shrouded Anezanistura, dismembered the corpses and feed them to the dogs. Yang Yi nodded in response. At few familiar state, chaos ensued. The young mistress was dead? As Fu Tingchen entered, holding Shi Wan's lifeless body every on Ephrazine place, their faces fell with her, they understood that the young mistress was the very lifeblood of the young master. With her demise, it seemed as thought his sky would collapse upon the few family. Realizing this, the onlookers dared not even breathe. The grand estate fell into an airy silence thick with tension. Yang Yi, not during ta delay, immediately dispatched Simiana to inform Fielder Fu. Inside the room, Shi Wan lay peacefully entheved, her white gown immaculate, her delicate features were serene, with cascading waves of hair lazily draped over the pillow. Aside from the horrific marks in her neck and the absence of breath, she appeared as if she were merely asleep. Fu Tingchen sat quietly beside her, gazing at Shi Wan, his dark eyes swirling with an intensity that seemed capable of consuming all light. The last remnants of daylight aside faded, plunging the world into darkness. Wan, he murmured, gently caressing her cheek, his voice a low, gravelly whisper, in your final moments, you must have hated, didn't you? His fingers tenderly stroked her hand, his crimsonias filled with self-Mikrian sorrow. You hated me for going to such lengths to keep you by my side, you hated me for restricting more freedom, you hated my pathological possessiveness, you hate everything about me. A self-deprecating smile played on his lips, tinged with coldness. But what canito? Fu Tingchen chuckled, Thuffus narrow, dark eyes resembled still waters, devoid of life. My world is dark on filthy warthy and lie like the face of her penetrated. Once touched, I cannot bear to let go. He gazed at Shi Wan for what felt like he eternity before lianing down to kiss her lips. Rest assured, I will ensure at the tal how have a harmy day you meet if it worseth in death. With that, Fu Tingchen stepped out, an array of ruthless intent surrounding him, the trend red tier almost palpable. Wait for mightn't belong. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Wan's spirit lingeredni, detached diet following him with a detached indifference, furious and sunk known. After her death, she found herself bound to Fu Tingchen, unable to escape 3 meter radius around him. She could not fly, she couldn't follow his movements. Shi Wan's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes filled with resignation. She had not to expect at the Tevan in death, Fu Tingchen would refuse to let her go. However, what she truly wished town cover was how had orchestrated her demise. Her thoughts drifted back to the moments leading up to the incident. She had Resiavita informing her that her uncle had suddenly fallen and was being taken to her hospital. Upon hearing this, she had rushed to her car. Yet, midway through her drive, a truck had suddenly veered toward Cher without warning. That stance was too close, and the truck's loss of control was too abrupt. Shi Wan had no time to evade it. After a violent spin-off, she was dragged from the wreckage and taken to an abandoned warehouse in the outskirts of the city. Then, she was brutally strangled to death. It was only when Fu Tingchen held her lifeless body tightly in his arms that she regained consciousness, albeit in a spectral form. Just then, a creaking sound interrupted Shi Wan's reverie. Fascina before her caused her pupils to constrict in shock. Chapter 2 The entire Chen family accompany Wan to the grave. In the dim lit basement, there was the damp, oppressive atmosphere mingled with the scent of blood. A dozen mutilated figures suspended, their hands bound, their toes lay grazing the ground. Many had already succumbed to death, while their remaining ganesk lung to lift, gasping for breath. Thegas listener resembled an underground hell, causing Shi Wan's pupils to constrict in horror. She was acutely aware of Fu Tingchen's ruthless cruelty, but knowing Jit was anything witness in Jit first-hand ways in Othermater entirely. Ugh. Ugh hug. As Fu Tingchen entered, the remaining captives trembled uncontrollably, emitting faint whimpers. Shi Wan could see the profound terror in their eyes, a fear that penetrated every marrow of their bones. Yang Yi stepped forward. Mr. Fu. Kill them all. Fu Tingchen's lips parted slightly, his narrow eyes resembling a bloodthirsty vortex, devoid of any humanity. Bring another batch. Understood. Yang Yi nodded, signaling to his subordinates. Immediately, several mercenaries approached, deftly plunging their daggers into the hearts of the suspended victims. The then dragged the bodies away. The brutality of Tazinosaking, yet those present maintained their composure, save for Shi Wan, she felt no sympathy for the men who had drunk in her rather, it was the first time she had whiteness said such savagery. Previously Fu Tingchen had never allowed her to see this bloodthirsty side of himself. Before long, another group of captives was brought in. Ask once and donchingly Fu Tingchen said, producing gasigaran light and jit, the greyish smoking volopethishan semi at cold visage. If they refuse to speak, cut off their tongue and limbs, and throw them into snake pit. His calm voice concealed a suffocating gouray of brutality. Upon hearing this, the newly arrived captive's pupils dilated, their body is trembling uncontrollably. Yang Yi understood the implication. Speak, wasn't you? Shi Wan stood beside Fu Tingchen, watching him dispatch a group after another until she heard a familiar name. Shen Guanghua. Having obtained the answer he sought, Fu Tingchen returned to the room. What of the Onoho hired assassins to kill here is my uncle? Shi Wan felt a wave of disbelief wash over her face reflecting gutter incredulity. Her uncle was sure and family in this world what would he do such a thing, had she no third thesis in such those words herself, she would never have a belly evidite. As Shi Wan pondered the shocking revelation, Fu Tingchen locked himself in the bathroom, washing himself repeatedly until he was certain that not a trace of blood remained. Only then did a don a nightgown in lie beside Shi Wan's lifeless body. Wan, do not be afraid, he murmured, wrapping his arms around their waist and burying a shade in her neck as she had done before. In 2 days, it must 2 days, wait for him. 2 days? Shi Wan's spirit furrowed her brow at his words, sensing an ominous premonition that Fu Tingchen's intentions extended beyond mere vengeance. The day after Shi Wan's death, Fu Tingchen gathered countless white roses, surrounding her with a profusion of blooms, a faint smiley of despair gracing his lips. The white rose was Shi Wan's favorite flower, the inla type of flourishing in the familiar state. The hundreds of blossoms before her were a hand picked by Fu Tingchen that very morning. Shi Wan gazed at Theskers crisscrossing Fu Tingchen's elegant fingers, and inexplicable and smura tightened in her chest, she sighed. What is the purpose of this? Before her words skull fade, Fu Tingchen's voice resonated. As long as Wan loves them, I am willing to do anything. Fu Tingchen cold hair, Shi Wan was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth. She waved her hand in front of him, confirming he could not see her before lowering it slowly. After kissing Shi Wan's no cold lips, Fu Tingchen exited the room. Naturally, Shi Wan's spirit followed him into the basement. Immediately Gedman was nailed to a post, his genteel face now unrecognizable. Ashab held Fu Tingchen's entrance. He peered as though he had encountered a dairy perfumel, his despair and panic reaching a fever pitch. Fu, Mr. Fu, why have you captured him? Thafis words were accusatory. The camotastisch preteplis. Shi Wan's spirit stood for Xingguang Haraeus, reflecting disappointment and derision at the panic and fear swirling within his gaze. Having regarded Xingguang was family, she understood him well. If you're innocent, he would not be in sarcastate. A sense of salation washed over Shi Wan. How absurd it was that the man she had held in esteem as a relative had conspired to have her killed. The very person she had assuredly sought to escape was now seeking vengeance in her behalf. She had been wrong, utterly wrong from the very beginning. What are you doing? Fu Tingchen tightened around Xingguang's throat, his expression transforming into naufragian madness. My Wan, e would nother mazingle hair in her head. Hishin semifeturous twisted with fury, his is a deep crimson, resembling old beast-driven to madness. Xingguang, how dare you, killer, how dare you? The pressure in Fu Tingchen's grip intensified, his murderous intent palpable, and Xingguang was in list consciousness. From this momentum, I will ensure that the entire Shen family accompanies Wan to the grave. Shi Wan gazed at the man before her, consumed by obsession and darkness, feeling no revulsion, only profound sorrow. She stepped forward, reaching out tajinly at the deep furrow in his brow. Fu Tingchen, I am sorry. Fu Tingchen's meant to sense something, his trembling hands pausing momentarily, his gaze locking onto his face where Shi Wan's spirit resided. Butin the next instant, held out a self-deprecating laugh. Shi Wan followed Fu Tingchen in a daze back to the study, where he toiled la tinta thin night, oblivious to her prince. It was not until fairly hoarse off him morning that Fu Tingchen returned to the bedroom, cradling Shi Wan's no rigid body and smart, seeking solacing sleep. Shi Wan sat quietly on the sofa, observing the scene unfold before her. An alternate passed. The room was now filled with an abundance of white roses resembling a garden in full bloom. Shi Wan spotted peacefully among them, devoid of any horror, instead exuding gasserony beauty. However, the difference was stark. The bedroom, once exclusively accessible to Fu Tingchen, now was stead a number of visitors. Judging by their attire, there were monks, Taoist priests, and even heavily tattooed Thaman among them. Chapter 3, Consumed by flames. Who are these people? In her soul state, Shi Wan felt a subconscious sense of unease. Could it be that Fu Tingchen had sensed her presence and summoned these individuals to take her away? Standing behind several others, Yang Yi shared the same trepidation. Ever since the lady's passing, Fu had behaved unusually in every regard. A foreboding feeling lingered within him. However, prior to the old man's arrival, he had no means to obstruct Fu. Nor did he dare to. The request remained unchanged. Fu Tingchen did not glance at the newcomers. Gently, he tucked a strand of hair that had fallen by Shi Wan's ear behind it, his eyes reflecting a fervent obsession. I shall bind her to my side for eternity, in this life and the next, never depart, regardless of life or death. To be bound to him for all eternity. A shiver coursed through Shi Wan as she observed the complexity etched upon Fu Tingchen's features. Could it be that her soul was trapped beside Fu Tingchen because of this? His affection for her had indeed spiraled into a maddening obsession. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, we will exert every effort. After a nod from the others, they began their respective tasks. This bizarre ritual lasted from dawn till dusk, extending for a full 7 or 8 hours. It was not until the late hours of the night that it finally concluded. Throughout this time, the various masters took turns resting, while Fu Tingchen remained steadfast by Shi Wan's side, holding her already stiffening body. He did not take a single step away, nor did his gaze waver. Rather, an air of solitude and heaviness enveloped him, as if he were the last person in the world. Witnessing Fu Tingchen in such a state stirred an inexplicable ache in Shi Wan's heart. Mr. Fu, the Taijian spoke first. The ritual has concluded. We, Yang Yi. Fu Tingchen interrupted him, pay each of them 10 million, and send them back to the hotel. Additionally, he glanced at Shi Wan, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Dismiss everyone from Fu Garden. Tonight, I wish to be alone with Wan. Dismiss everyone. Hearing this, an inexplicable unease flashed through Yang Yi once more. Mr. Fu. Yang Yi. Fu Tingchen's voice deepened, carrying an unyielding tone. I shall not repeat myself. Understood. Yang Yi could only nod and lead the masters out. Just as they were about to step out the door, an elderly man dressed as a Taoist turned to glance at Fu Tingchen. A hint of helplessness in his gaze. The fate of the Qilin is regrettably severed by love. As midnight approached, the moonlight waned. Wan. Fu Tingchen lay beside Shi Wan, cradling her in his arms as he had in the past. His voice laced with a tender yet hoarse timbre. If you knew I was doing all this, you would surely laugh at me, wouldn't you? A faint smile curved his pale, handsome face, yet his eyes were filled with profound sorrow. I have never believed in deities or spirits, but in my quest to find you again, I must try, even if it's merely a flicker of hope. His words pierced Shi Wan's heart like a needle. Causing her insides to ache, she pressed her hand to her heart, gazing at Fu Tingchen. Now, only one final matter remains. With a gentle smile, Fu Tingchen poured the liquid he had placed beneath the flowers over the white roses and the furnishings of the room. Shi Wan, roused from her reverie, felt her heart leap. What is Fu Tingchen doing? Having completed this act, Fu Tingchen reclined on the bed once more. Wan, you always loved these flowers, didn't you? Resting his face against her neck. He appeared utterly fatigued, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his lips. And now, I shall take them to accompany you forever. His low husky voice was filled with deep affection, but it was not difficult to discern the undertone of obsession and resolution. Shi Wan's heart felt as if it were being seared, an increasingly potent sense of unease enveloping her. This unease morphed into shock and despair as she witnessed Fu Tingchen produce a lighter. In that instant, she realized the liquid he had poured was gasoline. No, don't, Fu Tingchen. Shi Wan's spirit rushed to Fu Tingchen's side, reaching out in an attempt to snatch the lighter from him. Yet her hand passed through him. No, Fu Tingchen, I don't want you to accompany me. I want you to live well. I was wrong before. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, live well, Fu Tingchen. She stood beside him, wailing in anguish, yet Fu Tingchen was oblivious to any sound. Do not fear, Wan. Fu Tingchen produced handcuffs from within his pocket, fastening Shi Wan's wrist to his own. After kissing her lips, he leaned against her neck. The gaze that always held a fervent, possessive love gradually closed, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have come to accompany you. Without hesitation, he cast the lighter away. Shi Wan shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. No. Boom, the gasoline ignited in an instant, flames surging and engulfing the entire room. Yet Fu Tingchen felt no pain, for he had already died the moment he lost Wan. As the flames grew fiercer, Shi Wan's spirit began to dissipate. In that moment, she finally awakened to the truth. Seeing clearly, she loved Fu Tingchen deeply, profoundly. Fu Tingchen, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Her heart felt as if it were seared. An unbearable pain intertwined with regret. If there truly is a next life, I will make sure to be with you properly. Chapter 4, Rebirth. Pain. Excruciating pain caused Shi Wan to furrow her brows. Suddenly, her heart quivered. Hadn't she died? Why was there a sensation of pain? Shi Wan attempted to open her eyes to ascertain her situation, but found her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. Refusing to budge. At that moment, several sets of footsteps approached from afar. Royan, a deliberately subdued middle-aged male voice rang out, laced with urgency. What on earth is happening? Shan Guanghua? Shi Wan tightened her grip beneath the covers upon confirming her hearing was not deceiving her. Shen Guanghua had been killed by Fu Tingchen himself, hadn't he? As Shi Wan pondered this, another familiar female voice emerged. I accidentally pushed her. Shen Ruoyan's tone was nonchalant, clearly indifferent, who would have known she couldn't steady herself and tumbled down the stairs. She looked at the stunningly beautiful Shi Wan even in her unconscious state, her eyes filled with derision. I suspect she did it on purpose, wanting to evade the marriage with the Fu family. Pushed down the stairs by Shen Ruoyan, the Fu family's marriage, Shi Wan's brow arched. This was an incident from 3 years ago. Why was it being replayed? Could it be? An absurd thought struck Shi Wan's mind. The Fu family was to come to collect her tomorrow. Shen Guanghua's voice carried a hint of urgency. How are we to explain this situation with Shi Wan in this condition? His concern was not for Shi Wan's well-being but rather for the potential connection with the Fu family. Just say that Shi Wan accidentally fell down the stairs. Tomorrow, we'll have the Fu family come to take her away. Zhang Rong frowned, her gaze toward Shi Wan filled with discontent. I say, it's better for this dead girl to remain unconscious, otherwise if she learns we sold off that old thing hospital left for her and agreed to the Fu family marriage. Who knows what kind of commotion she might cause, but Shen Guanghua began to interject, only to be interrupted by Shen Ruoyan. Dad, Mom is right, Shen Ruoyan coldly asserted. By the time Shi Wan awakens, all matters will be settled. Shi Wan have the chance to backtrack, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. At that point, we can claim it was the Fu family exerting pressure, and we, the Shen family, had no choice but to comply. No matter how furious Shi Wan might be, her ire would be directed solely at the Fu family, not us. So the reality of my marriage into the Fu family was truly like this? As Shi Wan listened to their conversation, she felt as though she were plunging into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation radiating from her heart. It was precisely because of Shen Guanghua and their words that she had harbored such animosity toward the Fu family from the very beginning. It now appeared that she had been utterly mistaken from the outset. Nonetheless, Shen Ruoyan's voice brimmed with jealousy and dissatisfaction. This dead girl is quite fortunate, managing to marry into the Fu family. I wonder what means that old man from the Shi family employed back in the day. That family is the Fu family, resting atop the pyramid of elite society. By marrying into the Fu family through the marriage contract, Shi Wan instantly found herself at a height she could never hope to reach. Didn't Mom tell you? Zhang Rong, seeing her daughter's expression shift, immediately pulled her hand, speaking in a hushed tone of caution. While the Fu family possesses untold wealth, their internal affairs are as complex and treacherous as a dragon's lair. Fu Tingchen is both ruthless and unsightly, not a good match. As she spoke, her voice lowered further. Otherwise, I would have certainly devised a way for you to replace the dead girl, Shi Wan, and marry into the Fu family. Shen Ruoyan's discomfort dissipated once more as she looked at Shi Wan, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Indeed, moreover, by establishing a connection with the Fu family, she could aspire to marry into any family she desired. Shi Wan's sacrifice would only serve to pave the way for her. Very well, Shen Guanghua sighed as he regarded the still unconscious Shi Wan. Let us go down for a meal. Once they departed, Shi Wan slowly opened her eyes upon glancing at the electronic calendar. Her pupils constricted. She had indeed been reborn 3 years back, on the eve of her marriage into the Fu family. A crimson hue filled her eyes, her hands trembling slightly. Rebirth signifies that all things have the chance to start anew, including her in Fu Tingchen's demise. As Shi Wan reminisced about Fu Tingchen's desolate and lonely visage, her heart ached as if it were clutched tightly in a hand. Fu Tingchen, in this lifetime, we must cherish each other. I shall confront my feelings for you and no longer evade them. I vow to protect you, to safeguard you. As for Shen Guanghua and the entire Shen family. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes, imbued with an icy chill, gradually narrowed. She would ensure they paid a harrowing price. Chapter 5, The Exorbitant Betrothal Gift. Shen Family Villa. Mr. Yang, Shen Guanghua said, presenting tea to the middle-aged man seated before him. His demeanor warm and his face adorned with a smile. Please, have some tea. Beside him, Zhang Rong, dressed in a black, elegant ensemble, exuded a certain dignified grace. Shen Ruoyan, in a flowing blue gown, appeared refined and composed, her flawless makeup enhancing her poise. Both women wore smiles that were suitably decorous. Yang Shang had served as the steward of the Fu family for decades, and the Shen family dared not treat him lightly. Mr. Shen, you are too kind, Yang Shang replied, placing the cup aside with a gentle smile. The old master instructed me to fetch the young mistress. May I inquire as to her whereabouts? Shen Ruoyan and Zhang Rong exchanged glances, a flicker of unease passing between them. Mr. Yang, to speak candidly, Shen Guanghua's expression remained unchanged as he sighed. Shi Wan accidentally fell down the stairs yesterday and is still unconscious. His face bore the marks of worry. However, the doctor assured us that there is no serious concern. She should awaken in a couple of days. What do you think? Fell down the stairs? Yang Shang's brow furrowed, a hint of skepticism flashing in his lowered gaze. The young mistress's health is of utmost importance. When he raised his eyes again, the smile on his face had diminished slightly. Once she has recuperated, returning to the Fu family can wait. The sentiment was exactly what Shen Guanghua desired. Indeed, he noted, receiving Zhang Rong's subtle signal, and continued with a smile. Mr. Yang, shall we then discuss the other wedding details? As the maternal family of Shi Wan, the Shen family held a significant role in the wedding and would undoubtedly forge connections with many prominent families in the capital. My apologies, Mr. Shen, Yang Shang replied, his expression still amiable, yet his eyes bore an inscrutable glint. The young master has been rather occupied lately. the old master wishes for everything to be kept simple, without a wedding ceremony. No wedding ceremony? Shen Guanghwa's smile faltered for a moment, discontent flared in Zhang Rong's eyes. Only Shen Ruoyan, after her initial disappointment, felt a subtle relief. It seemed that Shi Wan was hardly valued in the Fu household. Although the wedding cannot be held, the Fu family will not skimp on the customary gifts. Yang Sheng observed their expressions keenly before turning to retrieve a box from the hands of a young man behind him. Placing it on the table, "This is the betrothal gift prepared for the young mistress. I kindly ask Mr. Shin to review it." As he spoke, he opened the box. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the eyes of Shen Guanghua and the others. Within lay a bank card and a contract. "This card is a special one prepared for the young mistress by the Fu family, with no limit on the amount," Yang Sheng explained with a smile. "The contract pertains to 2 estates in the Western District gifted to the young mistress by the old master. A card without a limit, 2 estates in the Western District." Even though Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong had anticipated generosity, they were still taken aback by the Fu family's lavishness. Shen Ruoyan's hands clenched tightly at her sides, her carefully crafted facade barely containing her excitement. The Fu family's card would not only help the Shen family's business navigate its current financial crisis but also propel it forward. Furthermore, the Western District was a treasure trove, with estates that held immeasurable value. Those who resided there were prominent figures in the capital, and should the Shen family relocate there, forging connections would soon follow. "Mr. Yang," Zhang Rong said, striving to contain her enthusiasm, "we shall accept this betrothal gift on behalf of Shi Wan. Once she awakens, we will." However, her words were interrupted by a gentle voice. "No need, Auntie, I have already awakened." All action ceased as they turned to the source of the voice. A graceful figure descended the staircase slowly. Chapter 6. The Shen family's accounts are yet to be settled. Shi Wan? Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong's expressions stiffened in unison. Why did this impudent girl choose to awaken at this moment? Shi Wan, clad in a loose white gown, with chestnut waves cascading lazily behind her, possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her skin is fair as snow, though her exquisite features lacked color. They lent her an air of fragility that was hauntingly beautiful. A jealousy flickered in Shen Ruoyan's eyes. Shi Wan's face was a sight that left her feeling inadequate each time she beheld it. "Young mistress." Yang Sheng rose from the sofa, his face radiating respect. "The young mistress is even more striking than her photographs. The old master will surely be pleased. Yet, as for the young master, enough, let us take our time," he thought. Observing this, Shen Guanghua and the others could only rise awkwardly to welcome Shi Wan. Shi Wan regarded Yang Sheng with a faint smile. "Mr. Yang, please have a seat." Her demeanor was poised and graceful, reminiscent of the true owner of the villa, yet only she understood that beneath her calm exterior, her heart was far from tranquil. Yang Shu, being the father of Yang Yi and the steward of the Fu family, signified that she would soon encounter Fu Tingchen, the man who had embraced her in desperation. A wave of bitterness washed over Shi Wan. Yang Sheng settled back into his seat, his smile growing more genuine in the presence of Shi Wan than in front of Shen Guanghua and his wife. "If the young mistress does not mind, you may call me Uncle Yang, just as the young master does." "Certainly," Shi Wan replied with a smile and a nod. With memories of her past life, it felt only natural to refer to him as Uncle Yang. "Uncle Yang." Shi Wan. Shen Guanghua observed her with a furrowed brow, concern etched across his face. "Does your head still ache?" Seeing the feigned concern on Shen Guanghua's face, Shi Wan's lips curled slightly as she replied nonchalantly, "Much better." "That's good to hear," Zhang Rong said, moving to sit beside her, one hand holding Shi Wan's while the other dabbed at the corners of her eyes, which bore no traces of tears. "Your uncle and I have been worried and haven't slept for 2 days of fearing." Before she could finish, Shi Wan withdrew her hand and turned to Uncle Yang with a gentle smile. "Uncle Yang, you mentioned that these are the betrothal gifts from the old master to me." Zhang Rong's words faltered, her face shifting between shades of pale and green. Typically, when she displayed a hint of warmth, this impudent girl would appear flustered. What was going on with her today? A flicker of displeasure crossed Shen Ruoyan's face as well, fearing that the wife and daughter might speak out of turn before the Fu family. Shen Guanghua subtly signaled to both women. Uncle Yang had been with the Fu family for decades, and his ability to read the room was unparalleled. He noted their expressions and formulated a plan. "Indeed," Uncle Yang said, his tone growing increasingly respectful. He detailed the card's limitless funds and the precise locations of the 2 estates. The Shen family's ambitions were indeed substantial. A hint of mockery flashed in Shi Wan's lowered gaze. In her previous life, she had been completely oblivious to the concept of betrothal gifts. This gift was excessively lavish. As she spoke, Shi Wan pushed the box towards Uncle Yang, the implications clear. Shen Guanghua and his wife exchanged anxious glances. What madness was this girl indulging in? The old master had specifically instructed that she was the future matriarch of the Fu family. The entire Fu estate would eventually belong to her. Uncle Yang once again presented the box with both hands, sincerity etched across his face. "These are merely a small token of the Fu family's esteem. I kindly request that the young mistress accept them." Upon hearing this, jealousy surged in Shen Ruoyan's eyes, barely concealed. Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong exchanged complex glances. "Indeed, Shi Wan," Shen Guanghua interjected, fearing that she might once again refuse out of impulse. "This betrothal gift signifies the Fu family's regard for you." Refusing it would imply our family's lack of decorum. Zhang Rong nodded in agreement, her previously sullen expression now adorned with a smile. Your uncle is correct. Please accept it. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. A smile that was neither warm nor cold gracing her lips, her gaze icy. The Fu family's offerings were never retracted. Her earlier actions had merely served to provoke the Chen family. How amusing. After a brief silence of over 10 seconds, Shi Wan accepted the gifts with an air of dignified composure. If that is the case, I shall accept them. Uncle Yang nodded in satisfaction, and the hearts of Xin Guanghua and the others eased. However, at that moment Shi Wan's sweet and gentle voice chimed once more. Since I have accepted the betrothal gifts, I should also prepare my dowry. Upon hearing the term dowry, Xin Guanghua and Zhang Rong's brows twitched. What was Shi Wan planning now? A look of uncertainty crossed Chen Ruoyan's exquisitely made-up face. But after Grandpa's incident, I have been residing at my uncle's home. It would be inappropriate to trouble him regarding the dowry. Shi Wan lowered her gaze, exuding an aura of vulnerability. Uncle Yang glanced at Xin Guanghua, whose expression momentarily stiffened before he quickly recovered. Shi Wan, do not speak like that. Your uncle and I have always considered you as our own daughter. It is only right that we assist you with the dowry. Zhang Rong nodded in agreement, secretly stepping on Xin Guanghua's foot. Xin Guanghua winced but concealed the pain. Redirecting the conversation, however, the Xin group has recently encountered some difficulties. We are willing but unable to assist. Fortunately, a family like the Fu would undoubtedly be accommodating. Uncle Yang remained silent, but his gaze toward Xin Guanghua dimmed slightly. I completely understand, uncle, thus I do not wish to impose on you. Shi Wan responded with an understanding nod. Fortunately, before my grandfather went missing, he transferred the ownership of the courtyard and a small hospital to my name. I shall use this as my dowry. She cast a sidelong glance at Xin Guanghua, her lips curving into a faint smile. Is that acceptable, uncle? The courtyard and the hospital. Xin Guanghua and his wife turned pale, while Shi Wan was in a stupor. They had already sold off these two assets, funneling the proceeds into the Xin group. How could they possibly retrieve them as a dowry for Shi Wan? Chen Ruoyan fixed her gaze on Shi Wan, her expression darkening visibly. Damn XJR. Since these were left to the young mistress by the old master, the Chen family naturally had no grounds for disagreement. Uncle Yang evidently sensed the tension, calmly looking towards Xin Guanghua. Mr. Chen, what do you think? This, with the attitude of the Fu family at play, Xin Guanghua found it impossible to utter a refusal. What Mr. Yang states holds merit. Uncle Yang nodded. Zhang Rong's face was filled with discontent. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words escaped. Instead, she shot a complex glare at Shi Wan. Shi Wan pretended not to notice, her smile only growing brighter, enhancing her beauty. Then, I kindly ask you, uncle, to expedite the transfer documents for the courtyard and hospital to the Fu family. Under Uncle Yang's watchful gaze, Xin Guanghua nodded heavily. Young mistress, the old master specifically instructed me to come and escort you. Uncle Yang gently remarked, turning toward Shi Wan. Since everything has already been settled, shall we, the Fu residents, are we to meet Fu Tingchen now? Shi Wan suppressed the bitterness rising within her and stood up. Let us proceed. Uncle Yang followed suit, trailing closely behind. The expressionless mercenaries picked up the box from the table and walked out as well. They are leaving just like that. The Chen family hasn't received a single penny from the exorbitant betrothal gifts. Zhang Rong was left dumbfounded, immediately tugging at Xin Guanghua's arm. Little Wan, Xin Guanghua hurriedly stood up to retain her. You've just awakened. It would be best to rest at home for a night and visit the Fu family when you're feeling better. No need. Shi Wan turned her head, her eyes icy. I believe the Fu family's recuperation conditions will not be inferior to those of the Chen family. Furthermore, she glanced at the sullen-faced Chen Ruoyan, smiling as she added, Sister Ruoyan truly did not mean to push me down the stairs. I am perfectly fine now. Please do not blame her or let your hearts be burdened with guilt. Before her words had fully settled, Shi Wan strode out without a backward glance. The young mistress was indeed pushed down the stairs by the Chen family. Uncle Yang's expression darkened entirely. It seems his suspicions were correct. The young mistress's life in the Chen family was, indeed, not as idyllic as it appeared. I shall take you to the hospital for a thorough examination immediately, if there are any underlying issues. Neither the old master nor the young master would forgive us. The unspoken meaning in his words was evident. A flicker of panic crossed the eyes of Xin Guanghua and his companions. They wished to say more, but Shi Wan and Uncle Yang were not inclined to grant them any opportunity to speak as they exited the hall. Inside the car, gazing at the diminishing Chen family villa in the rearview mirror, Shi Wan's eyes glimmered with a cold smile. The account with the Chen family has not yet been settled. She would wait for those who incited the Chen family to kill her to appear. She would ensure that the Chen family stood at the pinnacle before plummeting to the deepest abyss. Chapter 7. The mysterious proverb. Father Chen Ruoyan's face was a mix of green and white. Clearly enraged, are we truly allowing Shi Wan to leave just like that? Xin Guanghua lit a cigarette, his brow furrowed. With the Fu family present, what could we do to stop them? Creating a scene would only bring harm without benefit to the Chen family. However, the courtyard and hospital left by the Shi family have already been sold to replenish the group. How can we retrieve them for Shi Wan? Chen Ruoyan's expression was filled with indignation. Moreover, the betrothal gifts from the Fu family, after all we have provided for Shi Wan all these years, she dares to take all the gifts for herself without leaving a single penny for the Chen family? That amounts to 20 billion and 2 luxurious mansions. This ungrateful wretch is nothing but a heartless wolf. Zhang Rong's chubby face was suffused with rage, her bitterness more pronounced. Had we known, we should not have taken her in 7 years ago. Enough, let us refrain from further idle chatter. Shen Guanghua inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his gaze steely. Little Wan likely remains unaware that the hospital and courtyard have been sold, since she has already agreed before the Fu family. We must find a way to buy them back. His eyes darken ominously. As for that 20 billion, we shall visit the Fu family in a few days and discuss it properly with her. Kyoto, suburbs. Fu Manor, the entire estate spans a vast area, showcasing traditional Chinese architectural style. The tall main gate bore the characters Fu Manor, written in an impressive script emanating an ancient and austere mystique. As one approached, the surroundings became enveloped by trees, pavilions, and water features. However, the atmosphere in the rear courtyard was far from picturesque. Father, a middle-aged man with glasses and an upright appearance, wore an expression of displeasure. Are you truly insisting that Tingchen marry such an unrefined woman? A middle-aged woman, dressed in a dark blue traditional cheapo and well-maintained, kept her head bowed in silence. The girl from the Shi family is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine and someone I have taken a liking to. She is not some lowly woman. The old master of the Fu family glared at Fu Qiming, his face reflecting anger. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have you thrown out this instant. The stern words instantly froze the atmosphere. Father, the middle-aged woman subtly signaled to Fu Qiming, then turned to the old master with an apologetic smile. Qiming is merely concerned for Tingchen, he means no harm. I know my own son better than you do. The old master of the Fu family frowned, his tone revealing unmasked irritation. The middle-aged woman paused, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her well-made-up face. Yes, father, Xiaoyi did not mean it like that. Fu Qiming was about to interject for his wife when he was abruptly interrupted by the old master. Enough, I care not for your intentions. The old master of the Fu family fixed his gaze on Fu Qiming, his aged and serious face etched with finality. The marriage between Tingchen and the girl from the Shi family is already a done deal. No words from you can alter that of father. Fu Qiming, seated before the old master, frowned deeply. The Shi family's elder has been missing for many years. This girl from the Shi family is a veritable orphan. Marrying her would bring no advantage to Tingchen. Advantage? The old master raised an eyebrow, snorting coldly as he regarded Fu Qiming with disappointment. The Fu family has always been the one to benefit others. When did we become so impoverished as to seek gain through marriage? Hearing the old master's veiled implications, Wen Yi's expression remained unchanged, but her hands at her sides clenched tightly. This cantankerous old fool. Father, Fu Qiming attempted to voice further concerns, but there are matters with the Jiang family. Enough, spare me your idle chatter. The old master's voice rang out sharply as he slammed down the cup. Instead of fretting over matters that should not concern you, devote that time to caring for Tingchen's health. The old master's aged face bore a stern expression. Leave. Fu Qiming, seeing his father's expression, dared not utter another word, his refined features turning ashen. Qiming, let us depart. When he glanced at Qiming, then turned to the old master with a gentle smile. Father, Tingchuan has returned from studying abroad in F country. In a couple of days, we will bring him to see you. Upon hearing this, the old master, who had been fiddling with the tea leaves, responded with a faint acknowledgement, just as Fu Qiming and Wen Yi had driven away from Fu Manor. They spotted 4 consecutive Rolls-Royce vehicles approaching them. Such an extravagant display. Wen Yi's expression soured, yet her eyes sparkled with a faint smile. Clearly father places great importance on this. Miss Shi. Come to the Fu family to oppose Tingchen's marriage is merely a formality. Deep down, she would prefer Tingchen to marry a woman from a humble background, for she would be easier to manipulate and control. Places great importance. Fu Qiming, oblivious to the malicious glee in his wife's gaze, wore an expression of disdain. What father values are the Shi family's medical skills and the proverb from that Taoist elder over 20 years ago, not this woman. Upon hearing the word proverb, a glint of intrigue flashed in Wen Yi's eyes as she feigned nonchalance. Qiming, what exactly is that proverb? When she first married into the Fu family, she had overheard the old master mention the proverb to Fu Qiming, but when she inquired, Fu Qiming's face had changed dramatically, and he refused to divulge any information that pertains to Tingchen's life. The angered Fu Qiming blurted out before swiftly catching himself, Xiaoyi, have I not told you not to inquire about this matter again? I understand, I shall never ask again. When he lowered her head, feigning disappointment, Qiming, I have been part of the Fu family for over 20 years, yet you and father still do not regard me as one of your own. That is not the case, Fu Qiming sighed, beginning to soothe his wife with gentle words. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at the top floor office of a skyscraper situated in the city's prime location, President Fu Yang bowed his head. News has arrived from the old residence. Chapter 8. What Fu Qiming dislikes. I adore the gentleman and that individual. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. This afternoon, I visited the old master. The man reclined on a leather sofa. His prominent fingers grasping a cigar. Oh, the fragrant smoke curled upwards, obscuring his handsome features in a veil of mystery regarding the marriage. A voice, crisp yet tinged with a subtle huskiness, spoke enchanting words that were difficult to articulate. Indeed, Yang Yi nodded. He conveyed to Fu Tingchen that the gentleman disapproved of your engagement with Miss Shi. He relayed the conversation between the two and the old master Fu truthfully. A woman of no standing? Fu Tingchen curled the corners of his lips, his elongated, dark eyes brimming with mockery. Is this not a more fitting description for that woman? When Yang Yi lowered his head, hesitant to respond, after a few moments of silence. He shifted the subject. Miss Shi has already arrived at the old residence. The old master requests your return. Though stated as such, Yang Yi understood that given his employer's indifference towards marriage, he would likely disregard this message. Very well, Fu Tingchen extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, a cool smirk gracing his lips. Let us depart. As he spoke, he gradually rose, striding towards the exit with long strides. I understand, just say you are busy. The old master will not. Yang Yi had already prepared his excuse, but suddenly faltered mid-sentence, realizing the implication. What did you say? Returned Fu Tingchen, paid no heed to Yang Yi's astonishment and continued his walk. Everything Fu Qiming disdains, I rather enjoy. Although he wore a smile, there was not a trace of mirth in his narrow dark eyes, and an increasingly frigid aura surrounded him. Moreover, he was curious to see how the little crybaby, who once hid in the shadows to weep silently, had transformed over the years. At the Fu family's old residence, young Madam Uncle Yang greeted with a respectful smile. The old master awaits you in the living room. Allow me to escort you there. Shi Wan nodded. As she followed Uncle Yang, her beautiful eyes surveyed the familiar surroundings. In her previous life, whenever she felt suffocated by Fu Tingchen's almost obsessive love and possessiveness, she would come to the old residence to keep company with old Master Fu. After all, it was the only place Fu Tingchen could not prevent her from visiting. Furthermore, she held genuine respect and affection for old Master Fu, who had shown her such kindness. Thus, she was intimately familiar with every corner of the Fu family estate. In this rebirth, seeing these familiar sights stirred a multitude of emotions within her, unbeknownst to Shi Wan. As she observed the Fu family residence, many were also scrutinizing her. Is this woman truly the young madam? A gardener, trimming the branches, momentarily lost in Shi Wan's breathtaking beauty, thought to himself, she is indeed more stunning than several popular actresses. But what use is beauty? A maid watering nearby glanced around and quietly remarked, I heard this Miss Shi is an orphan, and her grandfather, who arranged her engagement with our old master, went missing 7 years ago. She is living with relatives. Such a background. She lowered her voice. The gentleman and his lady are entirely opposed, and the young master himself has yet to express his stance. Indeed, I heard the same. Another maid chimed in softly. To be honest, I would prefer Miss Jiang as our young madam. Who could disagree? Another maid added. Miss Jiang rushed over just now, likely concerning this matter. Before she could finish, a stern female voice interrupted. What is this? Aunt Zhou emerged from behind them, carrying tea, her expression grave and severe. Is the Fu family's rule to allow you to gossip about the master's affairs in the back? Aunt Zhou, the group, caught in their lively discussion, turned pale at her arrival. The Fu family does not tolerate loquacious servants. Return and pack your things. I shall have someone escort you out, without allowing them a chance to explain. Aunt Zhou proceeded to the living room. In the living room, old master Uncle Yang entered first, momentarily taken aback by the elegant figure beside him, but quickly regained his composure. Miss Jiang. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze back to old Master Fu. The young madam has arrived. Chapter 9, Childhood Sweethearts. Jiang Qingtong. Shi Wan entered and immediately spotted the young woman seated beside old Master Fu. Adorned in a deep purple haute couture dress, her beauty was striking and her demeanor exuded elegance. The details of Jiang Qingtong flooded Shi Wan's mind. The daughter of the Jiang family, a prominent household in Kyoto, and also Fu Tingchen's childhood sweetheart. Everyone knew that Miss Jiang harbored affections for Fu Tingchen. In her previous life, Jiang Qingtong had harbored deep animosity towards Shi Wan for Fu Tingchen's sake, even attempting to undermine her on several occasions. Though Fu Tingchen had always been one step ahead, eventually Jiang Qingtong vanished from Kyoto without a trace. These revelations had come to Shi Wan through Yang Yi's inadvertent disclosures. Now was Jiang Qingtong here to assert her dominance, or for another purpose? Shi Wan smirked subtly, pulling her thoughts back to the present. At that moment, Jiang Qingtong was also sizing up the stunning woman before her. She had anticipated that this sudden appearance would belong to an inconsequential rural girl, yet was met with such beauty. Yet, what of it? Tingchen would never be enamored with a mere ornament. Holding this thought, Jiang Qingtong maintained a facade of warmth and kindness on her face. Sure girl. Old Master Fu regarded Shi Wan, his typically stern countenance softened with a gentle smile. Come sit. Shi Wan nodded, offering a sweet smile to the sprightly old gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit. Yes, old Master Fu. Without his permission, she would not dare to address him otherwise. My dear girl. Upon hearing old Master Fu's smile brightened even further. Once you enter the Fu family, you are Tingchen's wife. Simply call me Grandpa. Shi Wan obediently nodded, her expression shy. Alright, Grandpa. In her previous life, having been sent to the Fu family while unconscious and incited by Shen Guanghua and others, she had harbored no goodwill towards anyone in the Fu family. Yet, even so, old Master Fu never held it against her, showing her constant concern. It took her a long time to come to terms with it and genuinely respect and cherish old Master Fu. Having been given a second chance at life, she would certainly not repeat those errors. How time flies. Old Master Fu's mood was exceedingly jovial, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. It feels like just yesterday when I last saw you. And you were but a little child crying for Grandpa. The mention of her grandfather, a fleeting shadow crossed Shi Wan's face, yet she nodded with a smile, despite her attempts to conceal her emotions. She could not escape the keen perception of old Master Fu, who had seen countless lives. Do not worry, my dear. Old Master Fu's expression turned serious, the warmth in his smile fading somewhat. The Fu family will utilize all its connections to search for news about your grandfather. Shi Wan expressed her gratitude with a smile, though a flicker of sorrow passed through her lowered eyes. In her previous life, the Fu family had indeed mobilized all resources across China, yet no news of her grandfather was ever found, at least not before her demise. Old Master Fu, sensing her despondency, sought to divert the conversation, drawing upon her previous life's experiences. Shi Wan was well versed in many of old Master Fu's preferences, making it easy for her to engage in conversation. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious. Noticing their lively exchange, Jiang Qingtong's expression soured slightly, her fingers gripping the teacup turning pale. Shi Wan, aware of this, chose to feign ignorance. Old Master Jiang Qingtong finally could not contain herself. Her voice laced with a gentle smile. You have yet to introduce me to this lady. In my delight, I indeed forgot to introduce her. Old Master Fu chuckled. This is Tingchen's wife, my granddaughter-in-law, Shi Wan. Tingchen's wife, old Master Fu's granddaughter-in-law. Those few short phrases pierced Jiang Qingtong's heart like sharp daggers, nearly extinguishing the smile on her face, yet old Master Fu appeared oblivious, turning to Shi Wan. Shi Wan, this is Qingtong. The Jiang family and the Fu family are old friends. In just 2 sentences, the familial ties were made abundantly clear. Shi Wan smiled at Jiang Qingtong. Hello, Miss Jiang. Jiang Qingtong suppressed her jealousy and forced a smile in response. Hello. Just as old Master Fu was about to speak, Uncle Yang's voice rang out from outside. The young master has returned. Chapter 10, Reunion with Fu Tingchen. Fu Tingchen, Shi Wan's heart seemed to be seized in an instant. Her hands clenched tightly at her side. She was about to meet the man who loved her to the depths of his soul and who had once sacrificed everything for her. The calm demeanor she had worn was wholly replaced by anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her delicate nose. Old Master Fu noticed her unease and sighed internally. Once Shi Wan sees Chen, many of the rumors will be dispelled. Jiang Qingtong, clearly noticing Shi Wan's reaction, felt a chill of disdain pass through her. Is Miss Shi afraid of Tingchen? She wondered how Tingchen would react to knowing his future bride was afraid of him, certainly not with affection. Old Master Fu's sharp gaze turned towards Jiang Qingtong. Startled, Jiang Qingtong immediately lowered her head, adopting an innocent demeanor. Not afraid, Shi Wan's soft voice rang out. I am simply excited. She turned her head, observing Jiang Qingtong's furrowed brow. The absence of any smile in her eyes, the excitement of meeting her future husband was something a single lady like Miss Jiang would never comprehend. Old Master Fu sipped his tea nonchalantly. But a hint of amusement flickered in his lowered gaze. Jiang Qingtong, detecting the mockery in Shi Wan's eyes, furrowed her brows, preparing to retort, yet, her attention was abruptly captured by the sight of a tall, graceful figure entering the room, the gaze of Shi Wan fixed upon the man who had just entered. Fu Tingchen was clad in a bespoke black suit, his handsome features exuding an air of aloofness and restraint. As he approached, an overwhelming aura of dominance accompanied him. Shi Wan looked at the familiar contours of his face, her heart ached with an unbearable pang, and her beautiful eyes began to brim with unshed tears. Had she cried? Was this what she had referred to as excitement just moments ago? Fu Tingchen halted, a glimmer of cold amusement flickering in the depths of his dark eyes. Grandfather, the elder Fu smiled and nodded. Please have a seat. The elder settled into the primary sofa facing south, with Shi Wan on his left and Jiang Qingtong on his right. Fu Tingchen, wishing to sit, had to make a choice. Jiang Qingtong, sipping her tea, felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Knowing Fu Tingchen's character, he would undoubtedly avoid choosing Shi Wan, the unexpected fiancée thrust upon him by the family. She anticipated the expression on Shi Wan's face when Fu Tingchen chose to sit beside her. Yet, to Jiang Qingtong's astonishment, Fu Tingchen walked directly to Shi Wan and seated himself beside her. The smile in the elder Fu's eyes deepened, pleased with his grandson's unexpected compliance. As Fu Tingchen settled next to her, Shi Wan immediately reacted, hastily dabbing at her tears. Jiang Qingtong froze momentarily, her expression darkening at a visible pace. Indeed, he always knew how to rebuff her, but what did it matter? She was resolute in her determination not to yield. Tingchen, Jiang Qingtong was the first to speak, her tone sweet and natural as she addressed Fu Tingchen. Have you given any thought to our discussion last night regarding the collaboration on the S-City project? She aimed to let Shi Wan know of her closeness to him, emphasizing that they belonged to the same world. Although Jiang Qingtong's tone remained casual, Shi Wan, with her womaness intuition, sensed the emphasis in the first half of her statement. She pulled at the corners of her mouth, a barely perceptible cold smile flashing in her eyes. Such matters are best discussed at the office. Fu Tingchen regarded Jiang Qingtong with a voice devoid of emotion. Was he completely disregarding her feelings in front of Shi Wan? Jiang Qingtong bit her lip, her face betraying her discomfort. Shi Wan's expression remained unchanged as she discreetly observed Fu Tingchen beside her. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thickening. Alright, it's about time, the elder Fu interjected at an opportune moment. Old Yang, please serve the dishes. Shi Wan stole a glance at Fu Tingchen before following the elder Fu towards the dining area. She had not consumed anything other than water during her 2-day unconsciousness, and the mention of food made her realize her hunger. As for Fu Tingchen, there would be other opportunities. The living room was soon left with only Fu Tingchen and Jiang Qingtong. Tingchen, you, Jiang Qingtong began, but her words were cut off by his rising from the table. She clutched her skirt tightly, her vibrant complexion turning pale. She wished to leave, but the thought of when she might see Fu Tingchen again made her suppress her discomfort and follow him. She had loved him for a decade and was unwilling to relinquish her feelings. Chapter 11. The incident in the dining room. Inside the dining room, a stunningly beautiful young woman quietly consumed her meal, occasionally smiling as she responded to the elder Fu's remarks. How could she accept this sudden engagement with such composure? Was it of her own volition, or was there an ulterior motive? Fu Tingchen scrutinized Shi Wan, his gaze inscrutable. Noticing that both the elder Fu and Fu Tingchen were captivated by Shi Wan, Jiang Qingtong tightened her grip on her chopsticks, her eyes filled with resentment. Grandfather, Jiang Qingtong said, using serving chopsticks to place a braised lion's head meatball onto the elder Fu's plate, her radiant face adorned with a smile. This is your favorite. Please have more. Her words dripped with familiarity and intimacy. Thanks to this child for remembering my preferences, unlike that rascal Tingchen, the elder Fu replied with a satisfied smile. Picking up a piece to savor his grandfather, Shi Wan suddenly looked up from her meal, addressing the elder Fu with a smile. Given your digestion issues, it's best to avoid heavy foods at dinner. Instead of being offended, the elder Fu's eyes lit up. Sure girl, you can discern my digestion troubles just by looking. Jiang Qingtong's expression darkened. If I recall correctly, Miss Shi specializes in Western medicine. It is well known that Western medicine does not allow one to ascertain ailments merely from a person's complexion. This woman was deliberately opposing her. Indeed, Shi Wan replied with a gentle smile. However, prior to this, I studied traditional Chinese medicine alongside my grandfather for 7 years, so I possess a basic understanding of health preservation and diagnostics. The elder Fu nodded, his satisfaction growing. No wonder you are the granddaughter of Shi Laoj. I wish for Tingchen to marry Shi girl, both as a promise to an old friend and for the Shi family's medical expertise. After all, only the unique acupuncture techniques of the Shi family can effectively manage Tingchen's health issues. After the meal, I hope you will take my pulse in detail. The elder Fu continued to eat with a gentle demeanor, though the plate of braised lion's head remained untouched thereafter. Old age brings its share of ailments, rest assured. Shi Wan smiled in response to the elder Fu's gesture. I will ensure to take good care of your health and guarantee you a long and prosperous life. Deep down, she genuinely wished for this kind elder who cared for her to enjoy longevity and good health. The elder Fu felt further gratified, and the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly harmonious. Damn XJR. Jiang Qingtong bit her lip and turned to serve Fu Tingchen a shrimp. Tingchen, you are busy with work, so eat more. The elder Fu's health was a concern. Surely Fu Tingchen could not afford to be unwell. The elder Fu's brows subtly furrowed, but out of respect for Jiang's family, he refrained from voicing any objections. Though he began to ponder, Shi Wan observed Jiang Qingtong's actions with an impassive expression. Yet only she knew the pang of bitterness that tightened around her heart. In her past life, Fu Tingchen had loved her, never allowing any woman to approach him, let alone to curry favor, including Jiang Qingtong, but now he did not love her. Shi Wan looked at Fu Tingchen, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety. Would he accept her? Fu Tingchen's gaze met that of his fiancée, her eyes glistening with anxiety. Slightly narrowed in contemplation, was she fearful of his acceptance of Jiang Qingtong's kindness? How intriguing! Fu Tingchen, having altered his original intention, chose not to speak, merely observing Jiang Qingtong as she served him food with a detached demeanor. The elder Fu's brow twitched. This rebellious grandson had always treated Qingtong with indifference, which was why he had felt secure allowing her presence around Shi Wan. What was this behavior now? Was he intentionally provoking him? Not refusing was tantamount to acquiescence. Shi Wan forced a smile, her fingers gripping the chopsticks turning pale. Noticing Fu Tingchen's lack of refusal, Jiang Qingtong's anxious heart instantly calmed. She continued to serve him with enthusiasm. Tingchen, this dish is delightful. Tingchen, do try some fish. In a matter of minutes, Fu Tingchen's plate was piled high with food, and only then did Jiang Qingtong set down her chopsticks. Finished? Fu Tingchen squinted slightly at Jiang Qingtong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yes, you go ahead, Jiang Qingtong replied with a cheerful nod. Once you finish, I will serve you again. Shi Wan gazed at Fu Tingchen, curious as to his next move. Aunt Zhou. Fu Tingchen's previously smiling demeanor abruptly turned cold. To feed this plate of food to Rote, one of the 3 Tibetan mastiffs raised by the Fu family. Chapter 12. Absolutely no opportunity for Fu Tingchen to improve. Feed it to a dog? Shi Wan's dimmed eyes suddenly brightened, suppressing a smile. Jiang Qingtong's smile froze, her vibrant complexion paling visibly, her entire being engulfed in humiliation. Even the usually composed elder Fu couldn't help but flinch. Seeing Jiang Qingtong on the verge of tears, he immediately spoke up. Tingchen, you are going too far, going too far. Fu Tingchen's pupils constricted slightly, his eyes swirling with inscrutable depths. If Miss Jiang dares to cling to me any longer, I could easily resort to actions 100 or 1,000 times worse than this. Shi Wan lowered her gaze and silenced. In both this life and the previous one, it was the first time she had witnessed Fu Tingchen's ruthless demeanor. It was indeed terrifying, but thankfully it was not directed at her. The overwhelming humiliation and distress nearly drowned Jiang Qingtong, her eyes reddening and her body trembling uncontrollably. She could no longer care about the elder Fu and Shi Wan still being present. Tingchen, I have loved you for so many years and waited for you for so long. Why must you be so heartless towards me, to utter such words in front of my wife? Fu Tingchen chuckled lightly, his strikingly handsome face laced with chilling mockery. Does the Jiang family have no sense of propriety? Just a few words struck Jiang Qingtong like a thunderclap, leaving her utterly devastated. Fu Tingchen. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she had her own pride, and she could no longer bear to listen. Trembling, she stood up. Grandfather, I shall take my leave, without waiting for the elder Fu's response. She turned and strode out. Only Shi Wan noticed the resentful glare Jiang Qingtong cast at her upon her exit, but she didn't take it to heart. Tingchen, the elder Fu looked at Fu Tingchen. His brow furrowed. You, grandfather. Fu Tingchen smiled as he stood up. I have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. The tall and slender silhouette exuded a chilling aura. That scoundrel. Old Master Fu's face was filled with rage. But upon recalling that Shi Wan was still by his side, he immediately tempered his emotions. Shi Wan, you must have been frightened, right? In truth, Tingchen is not usually like this. He intended to express that Tingchen did not typically behave in such a manner. But considering the temper of that rebellious grandson, the words simply would not leave his lips. Instead, Shi Wan seamlessly picked up the thread of his conversation. I know, Tingchen is not usually like this. Her voice was gentle and steady, revealing no trace of fear. Shi Wan, you are a good child. Old Master Fu felt slightly reassured inside. Inwardly, rest assured, as long as I am here, I will protect you from being bullied by Tingchen. These words he had uttered in his past life as well. Shi Wan once again felt the warmth of familial affection. Her heart moved. Thank you, Grandpa. After such a commotion, both of them had lost their appetite. After chatting for a while, Old Master Fu instructed Aunt Zhou to take Shi Wan back to her room to rest. Aunt Zhou contemplated for a moment but ultimately arranged for Shi Wan to stay in a room not far from Fu Tingchen's. Without the young master's permission, she dared not allow the young mistress to occupy his room. This was, after all, for the young mistress's own good. Shi Wan understood Aunt Zhou's intentions, smiled, and accepted graciously. At that moment, in S City, within a luxurious villa estate, sir, you were not mistaken in your predictions. A middle-aged man with a scar above his left eyebrow bowed his head and spoke in a low voice to the man seated on the sofa. This suddenly emerged young mistress of the Fu family is indeed the granddaughter of Shi Huchuan. He thoroughly reported the findings of his investigation to the man before him. To think they have concealed such a chess piece. The old man of the Fu family is truly cunning. The man toyed with the prayer beads in his hand, his eyes shadowed behind golden-rimmed glasses, brimming with malice. Let our people keep a close watch on that woman. Should we discover that she has indeed inherited the Shi family's needle techniques, we will act immediately. A cruel smile curled at his lips, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. We cannot allow Fu Tingchen to have any chance of recovery. Understood. The scarred middle-aged man nodded in response and withdrew. At that time, Shi Wan remained unaware that a conspiracy targeting her and the entire Fu family was unfolding. Chapter 13, Midnight Affliction Night. The previously clear skies suddenly darkened, accompanied by thunderous roars and torrential rain. The relentless downpour battered against the windows, shrouding the world in a hazy veil. Shi Wan had anticipated that her first night back at the Fu residence would be one of sleeplessness. Surprisingly, she soon succumbed to slumber, lulled by the sound of rain outside. After an indeterminate passage of time, Shi Wan was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony surrounding her. The sounds of screams and pleas for mercy surged and fell like waves. Bewildered, she opened her eyes. In the dim light, she beheld Fu Tingchen, his expression dark and his bloodshot eyes mercilessly torturing a man with a knife. Speak, who sent you to kill my wife? Speak, or I shall carve your flesh and feed it to the dogs. Countless scenes played out before her like fragments of a film. Suddenly, it dawned on her, she had returned to the state of her soul after death. Once more, she observed from the sidelines as Fu Tingchen methodically dealt with each of those involved in her murder. She watched as he plunged the knife into her own arm, witnessing his madness and obsession. Wan, I'm sorry. Wan, wait for me. Wan, I am coming. Shi Wan's heart shattered as she relived these heart-wrenching moments. She could not utter a sound, nor could she offer any warnings or make any changes. All she could do was succumb to the overwhelming despair that enveloped her, helplessly watching as flames consumed the entire villa. No, Fu Tingchen. With a deafening clap of thunder, Shi Wan bolted upright in bed, her beautiful eyes brimming with despair and heartache. Fu Tingchen, after catching her breath, she immediately dashed barefoot toward the door. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. she had to see Fu Tingchen. Only by seeing him could she confirm that this rebirth was not merely a fleeting dream of her dissipating soul. Shi Wan flung open the door and hurried toward the room not far down the hall. At the end of the corridor lay Fu Tingchen's room. As long as he was in the old mansion, he would undoubtedly be sleeping within. Shi Wan failed to notice that it was already late at night, yet the entire Fu residence was brightly lit just as she reached the corner of the hallway. She suddenly overheard two voices whispering, "The young master's episodes are becoming increasingly frequent. He has disturbed the old master awake in the dead of night again. I've heard that when the young master is afflicted, he resembles a bloodthirsty beast, truly terrifying. In truth, our young master is quite pitiable. His affliction is said to be related to a past experience from his childhood. Who knows? Let us keep our voices down. Uncle Young specifically instructed us not to wake the young mistress. What time is it? How could we possibly wake her by speaking so softly?" Before the maid could finish her sentence, she looked up and was met with the sight of Shi Wan's delicate and captivating face. "Madam!" The moment this was uttered, the other maids were equally startled, their faces paling. Instantly ignoring the others, Shi Wan cut straight to the point. "Did you just say that Fu Tingchen is having an episode?" The maids exchanged fearful glances, none daring to speak. "But if you do not respond," Shi Wan stepped forward, her expression grave, "I assure you that I will ensure you and your families cannot remain in Kyoto." Her aura was chilling and commanding, causing the maids to falter. With ashen faces, they finally divulged the details of Fu Tingchen's midnight affliction. Aunt Zhou, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, had no time to intervene. Upon seeing Shi Wan's pale complexion, Aunt Zhou's heart sank. This was bad. She had frightened the young mistress. Shi Wan did not give Aunt Zhou time to react. She swiftly turned and raced toward her own room. "Young mistress!" Aunt Zhou glared fiercely at the gossipy maids and quickly followed Shi Wan to her room. She hadn't even entered when she saw Shi Wan, casually clad in a loose white shirt dress, emerge briskly with a black medical kit in hand. Seeing this, Aunt Zhou's face was etched with anxiety. The young mistress isn't thinking of leaving the Fu family, is she? If that were the case, how would she explain it to the old master? "Aunt Zhou, arrange a car for me immediately," Shi Wan said as she hurried down the stairs. "I need to see Fu Tingchen." Aunt Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Unable to respond, seeing this, Shi Wan intensified her tone. "If you do not arrange a car for me, I will walk down the mountain and hail a taxi myself." As she spoke, she set her foot toward the exit. Clearly resolute in her decision, this place was situated halfway up the mountain. It would take at least 3 hours to walk down. Left with no choice, Aunt Zhou reluctantly acquiesced. "Young mistress, please wait a moment," she urged. "I will arrange a car for you right away." Shi Wan pressed her lips together, halting her steps, yet her brows were knit with worry and urgency. Soon, a black G-class vehicle departed from the Fu residence. As Aunt Zhou observed Shi Wan through the rearview mirror, she hesitated briefly before speaking. She succinctly described Fu Tingchen's condition to Shi Wan, urging her to prepare herself mentally and not to be too frightened. Shi Wan responded absently, her gaze fixed on the rapidly retreating scenery outside, her lovely eyes deep in thought. "Do not worry. I am not afraid." She had witnessed Fu Tingchen's episodes many times in her past life. Back then, she had felt terror and revulsion. Now, however, all she felt was heartache. Before long, the vehicle halted in front of an independent villa estate. This was Fu Tingchen's personal residence, the very place where she had perished in flames in her previous life. The scene before her overlapped with the nightmare she had just experienced, causing Shi Wan to grip the medical kit tightly. Suddenly, a convoy of jeeps sped into view. Yang Yi descended from one of them, his expression grave, and when he spotted Shi Wan and Aunt Zhou, he was momentarily taken aback. "Madam, Aunt Zhou, what brings you here? Did the old master not instruct that the news of President Fu's affliction should not be disclosed to the madam?" As he spoke, dozens of men clad in matching black athletic attire emerged from the vehicles behind him. Their expressions were solemn, their gazes sharp, as they stood quietly awaiting Yang Yi's orders. Aunt Zhou was about to say something when Shi Wan's gentle voice interrupted. "Grandpa sent me." Has the old master changed his mind? Yang Yi was astonished, but the situation was urgent, leaving no time for him to ponder. "In that case, young mistress, please accompany me inside." "All right." Shi Wan nodded and quickly followed. Aunt Zhou wished to join them, but recalling the old master's rules, she halted, anxiety etched across her face. Thud, upon entering the basement, Shi Wan was met with a thunderous sound and anguished cries. Yang Yi paused instinctively, glancing at Shi Wan. Noticing her composed demeanor, devoid of fear, he felt a slight relief wash over him. As they turned a corner at the end of the corridor, they spotted old Master Fu standing before a door, his face stricken with worry. The dreadful sounds emanated from the room before them, growing increasingly unsettling as they approached. Beside old Master Fu stood a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, his face contorted with fear and pain as he clutched his arm. "Old Master, President Fu's condition is worsening. The sedatives I administered are proving ineffective." He swallowed nervously, continuing, "I implore you to find a way to confine President Fu to the confinement room." Old Master Fu's gaze was sharp and unyielding. Just as he prepared to rebuke, a gentle voice drifted from behind them. "That is not acceptable." Chapter 14, The Bloodstained Basement Confinement Room. Wan had witnessed this more than once. The entire room was constructed from a peculiar material that allowed not a single ray of light to penetrate, nor was there any form of illumination installed. It was truly a place of darkness and chill, evoking a profound sense of despair, recalling how Tingchen had mocked his solitude when emerging from the dim chamber in his past life. Wan felt an overwhelming pang of sympathy, tightly clutching the medical kit. The acupuncture techniques of the Shi family were indeed effective against Tingchen's ailment. She absolutely could not allow him to be confined within those walls. "Grandfather, let me try." Shi Wan, Huifu's elder patriarch, usually as steady as a mountain, was filled with astonishment upon seeing her. "What brings you here?" Shi Wan has yet to cultivate any feelings for Tingchen, and to witness his most hidden and shameful side would surely frighten her. This was precisely why he had instructed the household to keep such matters from her. Unexpectedly, Shi Wan had arrived at the worst possible moment. The expression on Fu's elder patriarch's face grew somber, filled with helplessness. "Oh no, the young lady was not summoned by the elder patriarch, yet she has come of her own accord." Yang Yi, realizing the gravity of the situation, stared at Wan in shock. Observing his son's reaction, Uncle Yang immediately surmised the unfolding events. He stepped forward to obstruct Wan's view, speaking gently. "Young lady, the elder patriarch has pressing matters to attend to. Allow me to escort you upstairs." "I will not return," Wan said, her gaze unwavering as she looked past Uncle Yang at Fu's elder patriarch. "Grandfather, Tingchen is merely unwell. I am a doctor. Please let me take a look." Fu's elder patriarch furrowed his brow but had yet to respond when Dr. Zhao Ming interjected. "Young lady, the young master's condition is quite unique and perilous. It is not one that an ordinary physician can manage. As a top-tier neurosurgeon in Huaxia, even he could not contain Fu's condition." It was needless to say that a novice like Fu's wife would stand no chance. Her current demeanor was largely to curry favor with Fu's elder patriarch. "Indeed, however, as a physician, I am not an ordinary one." Zhao Ming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with reluctant defiance, yet he dared not further offend the lady of the Fu family. He secretly hoped that Fu's elder patriarch would permit Wan to enter, allowing her to experience the severity of the situation firsthand. Observing Wan's resolute demeanor, Fu's elder patriarch hesitated, his brow furrowing. He truly wished to let Shi Wan give it a try, yet he feared that the agitated Tingchen might inadvertently harm her. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed, accompanied by a roar akin to that of a wild beast, causing everyone to tense involuntarily. "Oh no, the person inside can no longer be contained." Wan's expression turned anxious as she approached the iron door, which seemed on the verge of being forcefully breached. "I cannot bear to see Tingchen confined in that so-called dark chamber, watching him struggle in rage and despair until he is utterly spent." Wan's words struck Fu's elder patriarch like a dagger to the heart, causing him immense pain. If given a choice, he would never resort to such measures. Seizing the moment while Fu's elder patriarch's gaze was lowered, Wan unlocked the door without hesitation and stepped inside. The others, realizing what was happening, turned pale. "Young lady, this is bad." Quickly, Fu's elder patriarch immediately turned to Yang Yi. "Bring people inside at once. Ensure that Tingchen is restrained and safeguard Shi Wan's safety." "Yes." Yang Yi did not dare to delay and hurried toward the room, closely followed by dozens of mercenaries. Zhao Ming's face bore a worried expression, laced with a hint of malicious glee. The vast chamber was suffused with a heavy scent of blood. As soon as Wan entered, her gaze locked onto a pair of sinister, blood-red eyes. Chapter 15. Life and death on the line. The room before her was in disarray, filled with shattered furniture and mercenaries bearing numerous injuries. The acrid scent of blood heightened the ominous atmosphere. Fu Tingchen, clad in a black shirt, stood at the center, his strikingly handsome features flickering in the shadows, pallid and ghostly, yet his narrow eyes that fixed on Wan were awash with a crimson hue. He exuded an aura of chilling malice, akin to a bloodthirsty beast fixated on its prey. Seeing Fu Tingchen in such a state once more, Wan's eyes stung, her heart feeling as if it were being squeezed. "Fu Tingchen, Tingchen," she softened her voice as she approached him. "I am Wan, your wife. I mean you no harm. I have come to take you home." Fu Tingchen heard none of it. Before him, his world was painted in a shade of crimson. As he beheld the frail figure approaching him, resembling a mere morsel that could be easily extinguished, a chilling, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Yang Yi and his men burst in, witnessing Wan deliberately advancing towards Fu Tingchen, their faces contorting in alarm. "Madam, you cannot come any closer." As he spoke, he signaled for the mercenaries to move in quickly, surrounding Wan protectively. Wan's beautiful eyes darkened. "This is bad." Fu Tingchen appeared to be agitated by the interruption, his brow furrowing as the crimson in his gaze deepened. He strode forward, raising his foot with overwhelming force and aimed a kick at a nearby mercenary. The mercenary reacted swiftly, raising his arm to defend himself. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the mercenary staggered back, collapsing to the ground. Before he could rise, Fu Tingchen struck again. The remaining mercenaries exchanged glances and charged in. But soon several were sent flying, their faces contorted in pain. As expected, the more severe Fu's illness became, the greater his strength grew. Yang Yi's expression turned grave, his body taut with tension. Just then, more mercenaries were sent sprawling. Fu Tingchen's smile deepened, his blood-red eyes brimming with excitement. Yang Yi, Time Wan's expression hardened. The more agitated Fu Tingchen becomes, the worse his condition will be. And now, have your men fall back behind me. Yang Yi frowned. Madam, these men cannot hold out for long. Time Wan's demeanor was steely, exuding an undeniable authority. Yet if you recognize me as your madam, then heed my words. Seeing the mercenaries continually falling, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and deciding to comply with Time Wan's instructions. Everyone, retreat. Yes, the mercenaries responded promptly, laboriously, and swiftly withdrawing from the fray, moving behind Time Wan. And now Time Wan and Fu Tingchen faced each other once more. As the prey retreated, Fu Tingchen narrowed his eyes, the veins on his forehead and neck throbbed ominously. Clearly displeased, remember, do not engage unless absolutely necessary, Time Wan instructed Yang Yi before donning a sweet smile and walking toward the bloodied Fu Tingchen. Tingchen, do not fear, her gentle voice bore no trace of trepidation. I cannot harm you, nor would I ever wish to. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Tingchen suddenly moved, gripping her slender neck with a vice-like force. The overwhelming pressure and terrifying sensation of suffocation enveloped her. Chapter 16, A Grand Taming Scene. Oh no! Yang Yi, who remained on high alert, felt his pupils constrict in fear. Quickly save them, madam. Despite the suffocating grip, Time Wan waved her hand toward Yang Yi, signaling them to remain still. She sensed that although Fu Tingchen had her neck in his grasp, he was not exerting his full strength. Clearly, he was toying with his prey. Time Wan's intuition was correct. Fu Tingchen, gazing at the motionless prey before him, toyed with her fragile neck, his blood-red eyes glinting with amusement. He relished the sight of his prey on the brink of death, struggling in vain. The pressure of his grip began to tighten. Time was running out. After struggling to adjust her breathing, Time Wan suddenly looped her hands around Fu Tingchen's neck, pulling him closer. His face was already near hers. And in an unforeseen moment, their lips met. Yang Yi. The mercenaries. Everyone present was left speechless in astonishment. Had the circumstances been different, they might have thought Fu Tingchen and his wife were indulging in a romantic interlude. The softness of her lips and the sweetness of her scent startled Fu Tingchen. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of clarity flashed in his blood-red eyes, and the grip around Time Wan's neck involuntarily loosened. Noticing this, Time Wan's eyes sparkled with determination. Now was her chance. Suddenly, a silver needle appeared in her hand, which she swiftly drove into a pressure point on Fu Tingchen's neck before retracting just as quickly. The rush of fresh air made Time Wan cough uncontrollably. Fu Tingchen, oblivious to the minor pain from the needle, was instead stirred by the absence of the soft touch and sweet scent. Igniting a sense of irritation within him, "Come here," his voice was hoarse, laced with displeasure. Time Wan remained still, mentally counting point 3. Seeing the prey remain unmoving, Fu Tingchen, in a fit of rage, advanced toward her. Yang Yi and the others remained on high alert. Unwilling to endure such a scenario again. Wait, just a moment, Time Wan instructed without turning her head. Point 2. This pressure point was one she had discerned from her past life while treating Fu Tingchen. It would allow him to regain some lucidity in the shortest time possible. As for further treatment, that would have to wait until Fu Tingchen was fully conscious. Shi Wan was about to count to 3. Fu Tingchen had already arrived before her. She gazed at Fu Tingchen, her hands discreetly clenched at her sides, accompanied by her voice. Fu Tingchen paused, his brow furrowing in concentration. In his elongated, narrow eyes, a look of intensity formed. And then, at an observable pace, the crimson hue in his gaze significantly faded. A long sigh of relief escaped from Shi Wan's heart, and a smile blossomed on her face. The moment when the sanguine world before Fu Tingchen dissipated entirely. He beheld the delicate visage adorned with a sweet smile. Her clear eyes seemed to radiate like a beam of sunlight, illuminating the dark, oppressive chamber. In an instant, a complex emotion stirred within Fu Tingchen's heart. But he promptly dismissed it. Was the medical expertise of the Shi family truly so effective on him? Due to the angle, Yang Yi and the others had not witnessed Shi Wan's needlework. Upon seeing Shi Wan kiss Fu's own, they were astonished to find that he had indeed regained consciousness. Left utterly dumbfounded, what was happening? A grand spectacle of taming beasts? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Fu Tingchen shifted his gaze toward Yang Yi. Take care of this. As he spoke, he strode toward the exit with long strides. However, at that moment a delicate, slender hand grasped his clothing. Wait, Shi Wan said, holding on to Fu Tingchen's attire. Your condition has not been completely stabilized. I still need to use acupuncture to help you. The previous acupoint could only temporarily restore Fu Tingchen's rationality. The subsequent acupuncture would be the true remedy. No need, Fu Tingchen replied, his brow slightly furrowed, his demeanor and tone as frigid as ice. I can control it myself. He detested the smell of blood that clung to him, and loathed the monstrous form he took during episodes of his ailment. Moreover, this woman had witnessed his affliction. He did not wish to see any trace of fear or pity in her eyes. Fu Tingchen lifted his foot to leave, his exquisitely handsome yet sickly face radiating coldness. Yet, Shi Wan not only refused to release his garment but also followed him with her medical kit in hand. Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, she said, suppressing the bitterness within her heart. Continuing softly, since I have already initiated treatment for you, I must see it through to the end. Upon hearing this, Fu Tingchen abruptly halted, slowly turning around. He had never believed in concern given without reason. What exactly did this woman intend? A thin, cold smirk curved at the corners of his lips, his dark, piercing gaze fixed sharply on Shi Wan, evidently seeking to discern her true intentions. As Shi Wan's figure fell into the depths of those familiar black eyes, her heart quivered, yet she did not shy away. The two maintained their gaze. Observing this, Yang Yi immediately exchanged a glance with the individual behind him. The mercenary nodded and stepped back. To Fu Tingchen's surprise, he saw within those shimmering eyes a wellspring of worry, and even a hint of heartache. Beyond that, there was nothing. Fu Tingchen's brow knitted in confusion, yet the tumultuous rage within him gradually subsided. Just then Tingchen, young master, the old master Fu and Uncle Yang hurriedly entered, their faces alight with astonishment upon seeing Fu Tingchen's return to rationality. Zhao Ming, who followed behind, was wide-eyed with disbelief. How is this possible? He had been hired by old master Fu for 5 or 6 years to treat Fu Zong's condition. Over the past year, the frequency of Fu Zong's episodes had increased, and their duration extended. The dosages of sedatives he prescribed had grown larger, yet their efficacy dwindled. This time, they had utterly failed. How had the young mistress of the Fu family managed to stabilize Fu Zong's condition in such a brief span? Fu Tingchen withdrew his gaze from assessing Shi Wan and turned to old master Fu. Grandfather, why are you meddling with my illness again? His voice was hoarse and indifferent, yet those familiar with him could detect the undertones of guilt and concern. I was just waiting outside. What am I meddling with? Old master Fu disregarded his grandson's words and looked at Shi Wan, his eyes brimming with hope. Shi Wan, has Tingchen's condition been controlled? Not entirely. It has only been temporarily subdued, Shi Wan replied, casting a glance at Fu Tingchen, her delicate features etched with helplessness. Grandfather, Tingchen refuses to allow me to proceed with further treatment. Old master Fu was the only one in the Fu family who truly cared for Fu Tingchen. And he was also the only one Fu Tingchen respected. Once he gave his consent, Fu Tingchen would have no choice but to comply, although he knew he shouldn't. Yang Yi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is the young mistress reporting to the old master? Upon receiving a warning glare from his father, Yang Yi immediately suppressed his smile, adopting a serious demeanor. What? Old master Fu's brow furrowed deeply, his expression filled with ire as he glared at Fu Tingchen. You little rascal, do you wish for me to live longer? Are you trying to make me die of anger? Fu Tingchen pressed his lips together, remaining silent. He merely cast a faint glance at Shi Wan with his elongated dark eyes. Shi Wan, avoiding his gaze, pretended not to notice. Unfilial grandson, old master Fu pronounced with emphasis, if you do not allow the girl Shi to treat you today, I shall sever our grandfather-grandson relationship. Uncle Yang and Yang Yi synchronously lowered their heads. The old master was clearly prepared to unleash his trump card. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. It can't be that severe, right? Just as she was about to speak, Fu Tingchen's cold, hoarse voice interrupted. Understood. He looked at Shi Wan. Come with me. In the spacious room, only the monotonous shades of black, white, and gray prevailed. Besides the basic furniture, there were no decorations. The simplicity was stark and cold, devoid of any warmth. However, in Shi Wan's eyes, it painted a different picture. A carpet of white roses, a raging fire, and 2 figures lying on the bed. The pain in her heart was unbearable, and her vision began to blur. Fu Tingchen emerged from the bathroom, greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman weeping, as if witnessing something horrifying. It seemed that this woman was not unafraid in the basement, rather, she had only been slow to react. And now the realization hit her. Fu Tingchen contemplated throwing Shi Wan out but restrained himself, thinking of old master Fu waiting outside. He approached the bed with a demeanor that was both indifferent and frigid. The sound of his footsteps pulled Shi Wan back from the harrowing memories of her past. As she lifted her head, her pupils constricted slightly. To facilitate acupuncture, Fu Tingchen wore only black trousers. His damp, black hair was casually swept back, droplets of water cascading down. They glided over his broad shoulders, solid chest, and defined abdominal muscles, ultimately disappearing into the enticing line of his physique, unlike his usual handsome and ethereal appearance. He exuded an undeniable, lethal allure. Though they had shared intimate moments in their past life, the sight of this simultaneously familiar and strange body caused Shi Wan's throat to involuntarily constrict. Fu Tingchen observed Shi Wan, who was blatantly staring at him, and a glimmer of amusement flickered in his dark eyes, carrying an enigmatic chill. Have you seen enough? Not yet. Shi Wan instinctively shook her head, only to realize her gaffe in the next moment. Quickly nodding in affirmation, I've seen enough. Her face flushed slightly as she awkwardly explained, I was merely studying the acupoints I need to needle later. Please don't misunderstand. Fu Tingchen neither affirmed nor denied her words. He simply maintained his cold demeanor, picking up a gray handkerchief from the bedside and tossing it to Shi Wan. Wipe it. She looked at Fu Tingchen's body. Is he bleeding? Shi Wan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and immediately pressed the handkerchief to her nose. It's not what you think. The weather is just too dry, causing my nosebleed. Please don't misunderstand. Fu Tingchen, tears. He smirked, his expression inscrutable. What I meant for you to wipe is the tears. Shi Wan. Her movements froze, her face reddening once more. I got sand in my eyes. I'll wash my face first and then immediately give you acupuncture. As she spoke, Shi Wan hurriedly dashed toward the bathroom. Fu Tingchen watched her panicked, slender figure retreat, a fleeting smile crossing his deep-set eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared when Shi Wan emerged from the bathroom after washing her face with cold water. The redness had faded to the point of being unnoticeable. Take off your shirt, she instructed, opening her medical kit to retrieve the silver needles left to her by her grandfather. Lie down. Fu Tingchen's eyes shifted slightly. Watching Shi Wan with a faint gaze, there are several acupoints on your legs as well, Shi Wan spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, yet her beautiful eyes betrayed an undeniable tension. You understand the principle of not avoiding medical treatment, don't you? Fu Tingchen suddenly felt inclined to tease her. Rest assured, he rose, placing his hand on his belt. You are my wife, regardless of avoiding treatment. I shall never avoid you. You are my wife. Shi Wan's heart skipped a beat. The sensation of hearing those words now felt entirely different from before. This was the distinction between love and indifference. Was it not? Meanwhile, in the living room, Xiaoyi old Master Fu addressed Yang Yi. How did Shi Wan manage to restore Tingchen's rationality in such a short time? Uncle Yang and Zhao Ming also looked at Yang Yi with curiosity. How did the mistress bring Fu Zong back to his senses? Yang Yi's handsome face was etched with hesitation. What do you mean by this? Observing his son's reluctance to speak, Uncle Yang's brow furrowed. The old master is asking you, answer truthfully. Zhao Ming watched with a cold gaze. Yes, Yang Yi sighed inwardly and recounted what he had witnessed. As his words fell, the living room descended into profound silence. The faces of old Master Fu and the others were filled with astonishment. So just a kiss, and Tingchen regained his senses. Indeed, Yang Yi nodded affirmatively. A mere kiss, yet all those present bore witness to it. The elderly Master Fu remained silent, his wise, aged eyes narrowing slightly as if deep in contemplation. Uncle Yang also kept his gaze lowered, choosing not to speak. Only Zhao Ming appeared utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. As if they might pop from their sockets. Could it be that he was outdone by Madame Fu, not in medical skill, but in beauty? The thought made him feel as though he might vomit blood. Meanwhile, Shi Wan's delicate fingers were exploring the contours of Fu Tingchen's back, skillfully inserting the silver needles once she located the acupoints. This technique had been imparted to her shortly after she began her medical studies under her grandfather's guidance, who often supervised her practice. It was only after marrying Fu Tingchen in her past life that she understood her grandfather's intentions. Shi Wan knew that her grandfather, whose heart was solely devoted to medicine, would never have her perform these tasks merely to curry favor with the Fu family. So, what could be the reason? In this lifetime, she must unravel this mystery. Her fragile, boneless hands elicited a tingling sensation as a faint, sweet fragrance wafted into Fu Tingchen's nostrils. He squinted slightly, his muscles involuntarily tensing. Noticing this, Shi Wan furrowed her brow. Relax. You're too stiff. She paused her needlework, gently massaging the taut muscles, otherwise, the needles could easily become misaligned, rendering them ineffective and potentially worsening his condition. Fu Tingchen pressed his lips together, momentarily adjusting his breathing to forcibly relax his muscles. That's better. Shi Wan resumed her focused work, her hands gliding down to his well-defined legs. Just endure a little longer, it will soon be over. Fu Tingchen realized he needed to distract himself. Is this how you treat all your patients? His voice, deep and husky, held an indescribable allure. In what sense? She inquired nonchalantly while continuing her needlework. You mean with responsibility? That is our duty as doctors, Shi Wan replied, her tone casual. Fu Tingchen pursed his lips, seemingly at a loss for words in response to her. The room fell silent once more. A few minutes later, Shi Wan spoke up with a smile. All done. Fu Tingchen remained unresponsive, his dark, deep-set eyes narrowing slightly. As Shi Wan finished placing the last needle, he felt a cool sensation spreading within him, gradually dispelling the turbulent energy that had consumed him. This feeling was entirely new. You should feel quite comfortable now. Try to get some restful sleep, Shi Wan suggested. A fine sheen of sweat adorned her exquisite features, creating an alluring glow under the light. I'll step out to let Grandpa Fu rest. I'll come back to keep you company shortly. Before Fu Tingchen could respond, she rose and walked towards the door. Come back to keep me company? Oh, Fu Tingchen mused, a fleeting yet complex emotion flashing in his unfathomable gaze. In S City, within a dimly lit room, a man paused momentarily while toying with prayer beads. Are you saying that the woman with the surname Shi has indeed managed to stabilize Fu Tingchen's condition? Yes, replied the middle-aged man with a scar above his left eyebrow, nodding. Our people witnessed it firsthand. There can be no mistake, the Fu family is indeed fortunate. Noticing the increasingly oppressive atmosphere, the middle-aged man lowered his head further. Pass down the orders, he commanded. His dark eyes, obscured by gold-rimmed glasses, glimmered with a chilling frost as he resumed his manipulation of the prayer beads. Designate Shi Wan as our primary target. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded before exiting. At Fu Manor, Shi Wan sat at the edge of the bed, her fingers tracing the outline of Fu Tingchen's features. Despite the brevity of time since their last life, and having seen him just that day, it felt as if ages had passed since she truly observed him. His features, crafted with such care by the Creator, bore an air of aloof elegance when awake, yet softened considerably in slumber. Fu Tingchen, in my past life, I failed to cherish your love, as well as my OWNI in this lifetime. I shall endeavor to make amends. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face, the warm liquid dripping onto Fu Tingchen's hand. Startled, she was relieved to find he remained undisturbed. Wary of waking him, she composed herself and retreated to the sofa to rest. Although administering acupuncture seemed straightforward, it demanded considerable mental energy. Shi Wan had barely lain down on the sofa when she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Fu Tingchen, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, clarity returning to his gaze. What could have caused her tears? Was it for him? He gazed at the spot where her tears had evaporated from his hand. Then turned to the small figure curled up on the sofa, his expression inscrutable. The next day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow in the otherwise chilly room. Shi Wan's long, thick eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes and sat up, only to realize she was lying in bed. When had Fu Tingchen carried her here? She hadn't felt a thing. Had they shared the same bed last night? At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Young madam, are you awake? Checking the time, Shi Wan noted it was already past noon. Yes, I'm awake. The person outside visibly relaxed. The old master, sir, madam, and the second young master are all downstairs waiting for you to join them for lunch. Please hurry. The sir, madam, and second young master. Understanding dawned upon Shi Wan. Fu Qiming and Wen Yi. Along with Fu Tingchen, Fu Tingchen's biased father, hypocritical stepmother, and scheming younger brother. In her past life, they had never treated her kindly. Fortunately, Fu Tingchen had never allowed her to be alone with them. I understand. You may go ahead. Shi Wan collected a set of obviously new toiletries from the bedside and retrieved a white shirt from Fu Tingchen's bathroom before heading to the bathroom, in the living room. The elderly Master Fu was seated on the sofa, reading the newspaper with a stern expression. When he glanced at the time and then at Fu Qiming. We've been waiting for her all morning. Fu Qiming set his teacup down, visibly displeased. She is still not awake. How utterly lacking in decorum. After all, she is merely a country girl with no standing. Shi Wan stayed up all night to care for Tingchen. Master Fu interjected, lowering his newspaper to cast a disapproving look at Fu Qiming. You didn't even come by last night. What right do you have to speak so derisively? His disappointment in his son was growing. As Master Fu's rebuke resonated, Fu Qiming's countenance darkened. Grandfather, Fu Tingchuan rose to sit beside Master Fu, his demeanor bright and charming. Dad picked me up last night. He wasn't aware of my elder brother's condition. You may blame me if you wish. Although Master Fu felt a surge of irritation, he couldn't bring himself to unleash it while Fu Tingchuan had just returned. Just then, a soft, melodious voice broke the tension. Grandfather, in Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Fu Corporation, Mr. Fu, Yang Yi nodded. As you predicted, after the news was released, several forces have gathered around the manor. Do you require our assistance? He left the latter part unsaid. But the murderous intent in his eyes spoke volumes. No rush, Fu Tingchen replied, his fingers halting their rhythmic tapping on the desk. A half smile played on his lips, his inky eyes flickering with a shadowy hue. Let's wait a little longer. Understood. Yang Yi promptly grasped the implication. Fu Tingchen intended to play the long game to catch a bigger fish. By the way, Mr. Fu, Yang Yi suddenly recalled something and halted his departure. After you left, the sir and the others accompanied the old master to the manor to visit him. Fu Tingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, a sardonic expression gracing his handsome features. At Fu Manor. The moment Shi Wan's gentle, sweet voice echoed in the living room, everyone turned to look with a light smile. She walked toward them. Due to the height difference, Fu Tingchen's shirt appeared almost like a short dress on her. Revealing her slender, straight legs, her waist-length, chestnut curls cascaded lazily down her back. With a fresh face free of makeup, she remained astonishingly beautiful. Fu Tingchuan's grip on his cup faltered slightly as he gazed at Shi Wan. Though he concealed it well, and no one noticed. Fu Qiming's expression remained sour. What use is beauty? She is just a country girl with nothing to offer except a bit of medical skill. Wen Yi's smile did not reach her eyes. Beauty can be a double-edged sword. Perhaps I could leverage her appearance to deal with Fu Tingchen. With that thought, her smile grew even more congenial. As they scrutinized Shi Wan, she too assessed them. Fu Qiming, dressed in a suit, exuded an air of refinement. Despite being in his 50s, he still appeared quite handsome. He bore a slight resemblance to Fu Tingchen, though not as finely featured. On the other hand, Wen Yi, clad in a dark, fitted cheapo, looked impeccably maintained. To an unknowing observer, she might seem gentle and approachable. Seated beside Master Fu was the strikingly handsome Fu Tingchuan. While he bore some resemblance to Fu Qiming, he more closely resembled Wen Yi. With the memories of her past life, Shi Wan could clearly discern the true emotions lurking behind their facades. Little Wan, Master Fu's demeanor softened as he smiled warmly. You toiled all night for Tingchen. I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. No need for thanks, Grandpa, Shi Wan replied, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she settled onto the sofa beside him. Tingchen is my husband, and it is my duty as his wife to care for him during his time of illness. A woman's beauty is captivating, and her smile adds an extra touch of sweetness and charm, making her all the more radiant. Upon witnessing this, a fleeting shadow of a dark emotion flashed across Fu Tingchuan's eyes, yet his handsome visage betrayed no hint of it. When he gazed at Shi Wan and gently remarked, Little Wan has developed such a close bond with Tingchen since she stepped through the door. It is indeed a blessing for our Fu family. It seemed as though Shi Wan had only just noticed when her fair and delicate face displaying a hint of confusion. Grandfather, who is this? The elder Fu had never held a fondness for when his smile faded slightly, and he hesitated to introduce her. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat tense, when Yi's hands, hidden in the shadows, clenched tightly, struggling to maintain her smile. Fu Tingchen, noticing this, allowed a flicker of displeasure to cross his downcast eyes. After all these years, Grandfather had yet to accept Mother. Fu Qiming's expression grew increasingly tense as he prepared to speak. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted Fu Qiming's words. Who she is of no consequence. Chapter 22. Everyone in the Fu family must regard you with the utmost respect. The man's crisp voice struck like a sharp slap against Wen Yi's face. Tingchen, the smile on Wen Yi's face faltered irretrievably. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes reddening, appearing utterly fragile, as if on the verge of collapsing. Mother. Fu Tingchen immediately rose to sit beside Wen Yi, supporting her. Fu Tingchen entered slowly from outside. His handsome face devoid of emotion, his deep-set eyes radiating a sharp chill. The sight of this man, who always overshadowed him and his mother, caused Fu Tingchen's expression to darken considerably, his concealed gaze brimming with malice. Fu Tingchen. Fu Qiming stood from the sofa, his face contorted with anger as he addressed Fu Tingchen. Wen Yi is your mother, who has come to visit you. How dare you speak to her like that? Mother. Fu Tingchen's lips curled into a mocking smile. My mother was forced to her death 20 years ago. Within the depths of his dark eyes lay a suppressed, bloodthirsty beast. Fu Qiming, you can find any substitute for her. I cannot. The revelation that Fu Tingchen's mother had been driven to her death sent a tremor through Shi Wan's heart. In her previous life, she had been far too indifferent towards him. You. Fu Qiming pointed an accusing finger at Fu Tingchen, his body quaking with rage. You, enough. The elder Fu interjected, his expression grave. Little Wan is still here. All of you, cease this quarrel at once. Fu Tingchen calmly averted his gaze and approached Shi Wan. Remember, you are my wife, the sole matriarch of the Fu family, he stated, his lips parting slightly. Everyone in the Fu family must regard you with the utmost respect. You need not concern yourself with anyone else's identity. His tone was detached and solemn, as if declaring an irrefutable truth. Understanding Fu Tingchen's intent, Shi Wan disregarded the displeased expressions of Wen Yi and the others. Obediently nodding at her husband, all right, I will remember. Grandfather. Fu Tingchen moved to stand beside the elder Fu, his voice softened considerably. Allow me to assist you to dinner. The relationship between father and son was a knot of animosity. Though Fu Tingchen felt helpless, he was determined. The elder Fu sighed internally but relented to Fu Tingchen's support and rose from the sofa. Little Wan, accompany grandfather to dinner. Of course. Shi Wan replied, supporting the elder Fu's arm as they made their way to the dining hall. Uncle Yang, see them off. Fu Tingchen lifted his gaze, his expression icy as he regarded Fu Qiming and the others. From now on, without my permission, no outsiders are allowed entry. The identity of this outsider was all too clear. Uncle Yang turned to Fu Qiming and the others, his face wearing a warm and respectful smile. You. Fu Qiming's face darkened, and as he prepared to speak, when he tugged on his sleeve, let it go. Qiming, she said, her eyes reddening, appearing quite aggrieved, since Tingchen is now well, we should take our leave. In the eyes of the onlookers, Wen Yi's demeanor seemed flawless. Fu Tingchen paid them no mind, removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie as he made his way to the dining hall. Leaving the three of them with a cold and indifferent silhouette. Fu Qiming, his face grim, led Wen Yi out, while Fu Tingchen cast a deep glance at Fu Tingchen's departing figure, clenching his fist in silence. Fu Tingchen, just wait, before long, I will make you pay a heavy price. Chapter 23, those who owe me will be made to repay willingly. In the dining hall, the elder Fu occupied the main seat. With Fu Tingchen and Shi Wan seated on either side, little Wan, the elder Fu regarded Shi Wan, his eyes filled with inquiry. You've seen Tingchen's condition, tell me honestly, will he recover? The events of the previous night had reignited hope within him. Shi Wan lowered her gaze, hesitating briefly before choosing to speak the truth. Some ailments run deep into the marrow, recovery is quite challenging. The elder Fu nodded silently, his aging face betraying a flicker of disappointment. Fu Tingchen remained impassive, as though the conversation between the elder Fu and Shi Wan held no relevance for him. But rest assured, Shi Wan continued, her eyes fixed intently on Fu Tingchen. Though the likelihood of full recovery is slim, the frequency of future episodes will diminish, and their duration will shorten, eventually leading to infrequent occurrences. She emphasized her words, sounding quite resolute. Grandfather, I can guarantee this. Fu Tingchen lifted his gaze to meet Shi Wan's. He noticed a hint of unmasked concern lingering in her eyes, another pang of sympathy. Fu Tingchen narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, the thick lashes casting shadows upon his eyelids. This woman seemed to harbor a peculiar attitude towards him. What exactly did she wish to obtain from him? Very well, the elder Fu responded to Shi Wan's words, a smile returning to his face. Grandfather believes in you. If Tingchen refuses to cooperate, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall deal with him. All right, grandfather, Shi Wan replied, placing a plate of fresh vegetables before the elder Fu with a smile. Please eat more vegetables, they are beneficial for your health. The elder Fu nodded in appreciation. Tingchen, look how thoughtful little Wan is. Fu Tingchen's lips curled slightly in response, but he refrained from retorting, merely glancing again at Shi Wan. Little Wan, the elder Fu suddenly recalled something. I heard that the Chen family sold the hospital and the estate your grandfather left you without permission. How do you intend to handle this? Do you require the Fu family's assistance? No need. Shi Wan shook her head, her eyes sparkling with determination. I will ensure they return what they owe me willingly. It would be best if they do so willingly, the elder Fu nodded, but should they fail to do so, do not forget your status as the matriarch of the Fu family. You have the entire Fu family backing you. This was a clear indication of support for Shi Wan. She felt a surge of emotion at the elder Fu's kindness, reminiscent of his benevolence in her previous life. Grandfather, I have plans to go shopping with a friend this afternoon. Very well, the elder Fu nodded, glancing at the taciturn Fu Tingchen. Let Tingchen escort you. Fu Tingchen, still not in love with her, would undoubtedly be reluctant to accompany her. No need. Shi Wan instinctively began to refuse. But her words were interrupted by the man's low voice. Fu Tingchen regarded Shi Wan, his intentions ambiguous. Fine, the elder Fu observed the two with satisfaction in his eyes. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred to fulfill the marriage contract sooner. At the Chen family villa, what is going on? Oh, Zhang Rong looked at Shen Guanghua, her brow furrowed. Has that wretched girl Shi Wan not answered her phone again? Shen Guanghua nodded solemnly. What did I tell you? Zhang Rong's plump face was filled with disdain and fury. That little ungrateful wretch is just like your sister, a wolf in sheep's clothing, now that she has become Mrs. Fu. She looks down upon our Chen family. She paused, her expression darkening. But what should we do since Shi Wan is completely ignoring our calls? Chapter 24. The lady is truly admirable. What else can we do? Shen Guanghua's expression was grim. The dowry was promised in front of the Fu family. If we delay any longer, we may incur their displeasure. His eyes narrowed. We need to grit our teeth and buy back that decrepit estate and hospital. Then deliver them to the Fu family. Zhang Rong's expression darkened further as she gritted her teeth. So we have to just swallow this bitter loss? Of course not, Shen Guanghua scoffed. We can seize this opportunity to visit Shi Wan at the Fu family home and use the difficulties facing the Shen group as leverage to negotiate with her. He lowered his gaze and continued, I believe she won't refuse when it's in front of the Fu family. Well, it seems that's the only option. Zhang Rong's expression softened a bit, but have you noticed? Since Shi Wan woke up, she seems entirely different. Suddenly she seemed to recall something and spoke in a low voice. Could it be that all those years of her seeming weakness were merely an act? He too found it hard to decipher if Shi Wan had been pretending all those years. If so, it would be truly frightening. After all, she had only been 13 when they brought her back. Setting that aside for now, Shen Guanghua pursed his lips, his expression cold. What about Ruoyan? Upon mentioning their daughter, Zhang Rong's face brightened considerably. Yan went out on a date with the youngest son of the Meng family. Meng Yu, although the Meng family may not rival the Fu family in stature, they are nonetheless one of the most prominent clans in the capital. She harbored a sincere hope that her daughter would secure Meng Yu's affection and marry into the Meng family. Upon hearing Meng Yu's name, Shen Guanghua nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Inside the sleek black Rolls-Royce, it was astonishing that President Fu had actually cancelled an important international meeting to take his wife shopping. Yang Yi, behind the wheel, wore a grin. Could it be that his boss, after last night's events, was finally softening? While he pondered this, his gaze suddenly met a pair of frosty, piercing eyes reflected in the rearview mirror. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly assumed a serious demeanor. In the back seat, a deep gray laptop rested before Fu Tingchen, whose sharply defined fingers occasionally danced across the keyboard. No wonder it is said that a serious man can be the most handsome. Shi Wan observed Fu Tingchen's stern, chiseled profile, contemplating. This woman seemed to have an unusual penchant for staring at him in a daze. Suddenly Fu Tingchen halted his typing and turned his gaze toward Shi Wan, his deep-set eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Do you find it appealing? Shi Wan hesitated for a moment before earnestly nodding. Yes, it is appealing. This was a truth she could not deny. Regardless of her feelings for Fu Tingchen in either this life or the last, Yang Yi, who had been suppressing a smile, could no longer contain himself. Fu Tingchen had intended to tease Shi Wan, hoping to see her flustered like the previous night, yet she had responded with utmost sincerity. With a slight smirk, he redirected his attention back to the computer, then continue. All right. Shi Wan propped her hands up and resumed her admiration. Her thoughts drifting, this man, who was evidently not frightening, why had her past self been so terrified of him? Their interaction nearly elicited a laugh from Yang Yi. Madam, you are remarkable. However, his amusement was short-lived. A white limited edition Ferrari suddenly barreled through a red light from the side. President Fu, madam, brace yourselves. Yang Yi's expression turned serious as he reacted swiftly, turning the steering wheel and slamming on the brakes in one fluid motion. As the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, the white Ferrari sped past, showing no signs of slowing down. Yang Yi immediately glanced anxiously at the back seat. President Fu, madam, are you both all right? Before he could finish, He fell silent, turning to see Madame sitting in President Fu's embrace, her expression fraught with panic. Chapter 25, Live broadcast. What happened? Shi Wan nestled in Fu Tingchen's arms, gripping him tightly, her delicate face pale. Her parents had perished in a car accident, so she instinctively feared such situations. Fu Tingchen's gaze darkened. He wrapped one arm protectively around Shi Wan's waist while shielding her head from the car frame with the other. Adopting a thoroughly protective stance, the softness of her body and the sweet scent she emanated caused his eyes to darken further. This sensation was not unwelcome. Do not fear. Everything will be fine. Fu Tingchen cast a glance toward the direction in which the white Ferrari had vanished, speaking calmly. Yang Yi, drive. Understood. Yang Yi, maintaining an impassive expression, started the vehicle, continuing toward their destination, though a glimmer of satisfaction danced in his eyes. If the old master witnessed the scene, he would surely be pleased. Once the car was in motion again, Shi Wan realized she was still tightly clinging to Fu Tingchen, her cheeks flushing slightly. Why did she always find herself embarrassing herself in front of him in this life? I'm sorry, I was a bit startled, Shi Wan said softly, attempting to downplay the situation as she looked up at Fu Tingchen. Could you let me down? The distance between them was already minimal, and as she raised her head, their noses nearly brushed against one another, their breaths intertwined, creating an intimate atmosphere that seemed to suspend time. The kiss from the previous night had been unavoidable, but now Fu Tingchen was entirely alert. With the proximity, Shi Wan's heartbeat quickened. Yang Yi. As a competent assistant, he discreetly raised the divider between the back and front seats. Observing the deepening blush on Shi Wan's cheeks, Fu Tingchen's eyes sparkled with amusement, and his thoughts shifted. The car had already restarted, and Fu Tingchen's lips curved slightly as he glanced down at Shi Wan's shirt, which had written up considerably. Just stay here. As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around her waist, returning to his work on the laptop. Shi Wan sensed an element of teasing in his words. However, gazing at Fu Tingchen's indifferent yet handsome face, she dismissed the notion as mere imagination. The fresh scent of pine enveloped her, and the points of contact between them quickly warmed. To distract herself, she turned her attention to the computer screen. To her astonishment, Shi Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. There was a video conference taking place on the laptop. The faces of the attendees were ablaze with curiosity. Am I seeing things? Is this truly our reclusive chairman? Who is the woman seated in his lap? The aloof chairman, when did he become so tender? Shi Wan. It was only then that she noticed Fu Tingchen's right ear adorned with a wireless earpiece. Clearly, the meeting had commenced long ago. Every one of her actions, including falling into Fu Tingchen's embrace and clinging to him, had been live-streamed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Shi Wan instinctively turned her head, burying her burning face into Fu Tingchen's neck. He stiffened slightly but relaxed almost immediately, his deep-set eyes growing darker. As Shi Wan silently prayed, the car came to a steady halt at the roadside. Madam, we have arrived. All right. Shi Wan deliberately avoided looking in the direction of the computer as she clumsily opened the car door and stepped out. My friends are waiting for me inside. I will go ahead. Please take your time on the road. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Witnessing her eagerness, Fu Tingchen's lips curled into a slow smile. Just as Shi Wan had taken a few steps, Yang Yi's voice called from behind. Madam, please wait a moment. Shi Wan turned around. Puzzled, Yang Yi inclined his head and extended an item toward her. This is from President Fu. Chapter 26. Even if you are wealthy, can you rival President Fu's fortune? Shi Wan gazed at the familiar black card before her. Is this a supplementary card from Tingchen? In her past life, Fu Tingchen had given her one long ago, but she had never used it. Yes, Yang Yi replied with a smile. There is no password, no limit. Feel free to use it. No, thank you. Shi Wan declined with a smile. I have money. Even if you have wealth, can it compare to President Fu's? Yang Yi glanced toward the back seat, lowering his voice as he chuckled. Even if you bought this entire shopping mall, it would be but a trifling sum for President Fu. There is no need to feel guilty. Before Shi Wan could refuse again, Yang Yi continued, moreover, this is President Fu's goodwill. If you do not accept it, both he and the old master may be displeased. It must be said that Yang Yi was a very persuasive advocate. If she refused to accept it, it would appear somewhat petulant on her part. Shi Wan glanced at Fu Tingchen in the back seat and smiled as she accepted the card. Only then did Yang Yi breathe a sigh of relief. What he had said was indeed true. President Fu never expected to retract his gifts. If the madam refused, while he would not be angry, he would certainly wear a cold expression. In the distance, someone was closely observing their every move. Inside the car, Fu Tingchen watched Shi Wan enter the shopping mall's entrance, his gaze returning to a neutral demeanor. In the meantime, ensure her safety without drawing attention. Understood. Yang Yi nodded in comprehension. Inside the mall, Shi Wan still wore Fu Tingchen's white shirt, her chestnut-long curls cascaded loosely behind her, and her fair skin appeared even more porcelain-like under the glow of the lights. Her exquisite features and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye lent her an air of cold allure. Many would-be suitors were deterred by her aloof demeanor. Her friend, dressed in a lovely lavender mini-skirt and sporting a sweet smile on her fair, delicate face, stood out in stark contrast to Shi Wan. The two women's striking looks and poise drew significant attention. What? Xiaoan was too astonished to appreciate her friend's beauty, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You agreed? Rest assured, Shi Wan replied, her crimson lips curving into a smile that only enhanced her beauty. You did not mishear, Wan, weren't you quite averse to this sudden marriage arrangement? What changed your mind? Chen sipped her latte as her mind raced. Could it be that they used the Fu family's influence to coerce you, or perhaps they threatened those close to you, leaving you no choice but to comply? As a web novelist, she had often penned stories where her protagonists endured such tribulations. Shi Wan's eyes brimmed with exasperation as she interrupted her friend's imagination. The Fu family has not pressured me at all. I chose to agree on my own. Although my grandfather did not disclose it, he prepared for this many years ago, and I cannot let him down. What she said was the truth. Her grandfather had taught her the intricate needlework of the Shi family and urged her to practice daily for Fu Tingchen's sake, though she had never quite understood his intentions. I see. Chen furrowed her brow, but I have heard that Fu Tingchen is a bloodthirsty, violent, and dark creature. Do not worry, it is all mere rumor. Shi Wan chuckled at the thought of Fu Tingchen's remarkably handsome face. You will understand once you see him in person. That is reassuring. Seeing her friend so steadfast, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seems my friend's overnight fortune and dreams of being pampered are about to come true. It has been realized. Shi Wan casually waved the card in her hand and led Chen into a nearby high-end luxury women's clothing store. I will cover all expenses today, with no limit, she said, a smile gracing her lips, though her gaze towards Chen betrayed an underlying sorrow. In her previous life, about half a year after Chen married into the Fu family, misfortune struck. Several of her novels were unjustly accused of plagiarism. No one believed her explanations or the evidence she provided. The online discourse seemed manipulated, overwhelmingly condemning and berating her. During that time, Chen was too afraid to look at any electronic communication tools and refrained from contacting anyone. Nearly on the verge of collapse, yet, despite her silence, those people persisted in tormenting her. Someone had even tracked down Xiaowen's address through doxing and stood guard outside her door to berate her. There were even those who disguised themselves as delivery personnel, vandalizing her home. Xiaowen never shared any of this with Shi Wan, and it was only when she received a call from the police that she learned her best friend had committed suicide by jumping off a building. Heartbroken, she urged Fu Tingchen to investigate, only to discover that the mastermind behind it all was Xiaowen's ex-boyfriend. Suji, of course, would not survive, but Xiaowen could never return. This incident left Shi Wan ill, confining her to the hospital for over a month. Now, having been reborn, she was determined to protect Xiaowen at all costs. Wan, this dress suits you perfectly. Xiaowen's voice pulled Shi Wan back to the present. Shall I try it on? She replied. All right, Shi Wan said, admiring the light blue, figure-hugging spaghetti strap gown before her. She turned to the sales associate nearby. Could you please help me take it down for a fitting? The sales associate scrutinized Shi Wan, who wore only a white shirt and no accessories, then glanced at the simply dressed Xiaowen, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes, though her smile remained intact. I am sorry, miss, but this dress is priced in the six-figure range. If you can't afford it, I'm afraid you can't try it on. If you want let us try it. Then why display it here? Chen retorted, visibly displeased. Just as the sales associate was about to respond, a familiar female voice chimed in from behind. The clothes are displayed here for those who can afford them. For those who cannot, it's merely for viewing. Chapter 27. A chairman and a mature womanly showman. Chen and Shi Wan turned to look. Standing behind them was a woman clad in a black thigh-length skirt, her figure accentuated to perfection. Her face was adorned with exquisite makeup, making her appear far more mature and alluring than her actual age. The man accompanying Li Xiaoman, seemingly in his 40s or 50s, was balding and overweight. Their expressions toward Shi Wan were starkly different, one filled with jealousy, the other with astonishment. Observing their intimate demeanor, Xiaowen's eyes flickered with disdain. Clearly one was a chairman, and the other was a woman of early maturity. This Li Xiaoman was a classmate of Shi Wan's. She was known for her alluring charm and was quite popular among the boys, even being crowned the most beautiful girl of their cohort. However, when Shi Wan arrived a few days late for registration, the admiration of the boys quickly shifted away from Li Xiaoman. The title of the most beautiful girl was swiftly usurped. Because of this, Li Xiaoman had always been at odds with Shi Wan, consistently losing in their rivalry until graduation. Who would have thought they would encounter each other while shopping now? Truly unfortunate. Xiaoman, Shi Wan maintained her composure, smiling. Is this your father? The expressions on both their faces stiffened visibly. Shi Wan, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Xiaoman furrowed her brows, her meticulously crafted appearance betraying her displeasure. This is my. She hesitated, a flicker of unwillingness crossing her eyes. Boyfriend. Shi Wan feigned surprise. Your boyfriend seems rather mature. Clearly she was on the verge of implying he was an old man. Li Xiaoman's expression changed, and she pointed at Shi Wan, about to speak. However, the middle-aged man interrupted her with a congenial smile. Xiaoman, let it go. He scrutinized Shi Wan, a fleeting shadow crossing his gaze. Didn't you just say you wanted this dress? Go ahead and try it on. Upon hearing this, the anger on Li Xiaoman's face instantly morphed into a smile. Thank you, darling. As she spoke, she pointed at the light blue gown in front of Shi Wan, her demeanor haughty. Take down that dress. I will try it on. Of course, the previously aloof sales associate suddenly adopted a subservient tone. Miss, please wait a moment, everything has its order. Shi Wan stood her ground in front of the gown. Glaring displeasedly at the sales associate, this dress was our first choice. The sales associate smirked slightly. What use is looking? You have to be able to afford it. Shi Wan smirked, unabashedly mocking. Take my advice, next time. Don't even bother entering places like this, to spare yourselves the humiliation. Shi Wan frowned, about to retort when Shi Wan interrupted. Let it go, and let her try it. Although reluctant, Shi Wan, receiving Shi Wan's silent signal, chose not to argue further. The sales associate retrieved the gown. Miss, this way please, I'll assist you with the fitting. After throwing a provocative glance at Shi Wan, Shi Wan followed the sales associate to the fitting room. After all these years, she finally felt she could hold her head high in front of Shi Wan. Shi Wan curled her lips slightly, her eyes devoid of warmth. And let us continue looking. As they moved to another section, Shi Wan's older boyfriend suddenly approached Shi Wan. His round, affluent face wore a faint smile. Miss, may I make your acquaintance? Make my acquaintance? Shi Wan raised an eyebrow. Her gaze frosty, Shi Wan positioned herself protectively behind her stunning friend, coldly interjecting, your girlfriend is still inside trying on clothes. You're Shi Wan's friends, which makes you my friends as well. The middle-aged man seemed unfazed by the impending appearance of Shi Wan. Let us get acquainted. Shi Wan mind. If she dared to say anything, he would seize the opportunity to kick her out. This woman was truly beautiful, more so than any he had ever encountered. With that thought, the man produced a business card from his pocket and presented it to Shi Wan. Once we're acquainted, we're all friends. I'll take care of whatever you fancy today. This tactic had never failed him when dealing with young girls, especially those with beauty but lacking assets. Yes, that's so. Shi Wan, lost in thought, smiled as she accepted the card. Huasheng Group, General Manager. Zhang Yuan. At that moment, not far away, a man asked, is that woman Shi Wan? Chapter 28. Teaching Shi Wan a lesson. It is her, the man said, lowering the brim of his cap, his hidden eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Keep an eye on her, she is our golden goose, rest assured, replied the man beside him, his expression growing more serious. 80 million ISNT, just a golden goose. Meanwhile, as Shi Wan emerged from the fitting room, a triumphant expression plastered across her face. Shi Wan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Everything I fancy, you're buying, under the gaze of those starry eyes. Zhang Yuan felt an insatiable itch within him. Of course, everything. He had always believed that no woman was out of reach with sufficient funds. Hearing this, Shi Wan, who had been trailing behind Zhang Yuan with a smile, suddenly turned pale. No. She rushed to Zhang Yuan's side, her face twisted with displeasure. Zhang Gu, you mustn't buy for her. Zhang Yuan's generosity had been the result of her long-planned strategy to win him over. Now, after merely trying on a dress, he was ready to spend money on Shi Wan? It must be that Shi Wan, this scheming woman, was trying to seduce him in her absence. With that thought, Shi Wan's gaze toward Shi Wan grew increasingly hostile. Shi Wan met her gaze with calm indifference, her clear, beautiful eyes openly mocking. Shi Wan also observed Shi Wan, dressed in a seductive style. With skin tinted a honeyed hue, she now wore a simple, elegant light blue dress that seemed at odds with her usual aesthetic. Her originally decent looks plummeted to mediocrity. Shi Wan smirked slightly. Clearly seizing something ill-suited for oneself was futile, since Shi Wan isn't keen. Let us forget it, Shi Wan remarked lightly, casting a glance at Zhang Yuan, her smile unchanged. And let us go. Wait, as Shi Wan turned to leave, Zhang Yuan grew anxious, pulling his hand free from Shi Wan's grasp. My affairs aren't for her to dictate. When he glanced back at Shi Wan, his smile morphed into a warning. You'd better behave, otherwise, I'll make it unpleasant for you. Under normal circumstances, Shi Wan would never dare to contest her benefactor. However, in front of Shi Wan today, she could not swallow her pride. Zhang Gu, I don't care if you pay for other women, but you absolutely must not pay for her. Shi Wan reattached herself to Zhang Yuan's arm, pointing at Shi Wan with an expression filled with disdain and fury. I am looking out for you, don't be fooled by her cold, pure exterior. As she gazed at the growing crowd around them, she raised her voice, she is just a woman who relied on her looks to flirt around in school. Probably toyed with by countless men, who knows what kind of diseases she might be carrying. Upon hearing this, several sales associates in the store couldn't help but scrutinize Shi Wan. What? That can't be true. I don't think this young lady fits that description at all. It's the woman speaking who seems more likely to know a person's face but not their heart, who truly knows? We merely revel in the spectacle. Shi Wan, what nonsense are you spouting? As Shi Wan spoke, she moved to confront her. However, Shi Wan's movements were even swifter. Slap. Shi Wan clasped her suddenly swollen and reddened cheek. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she glared at Shi Wan, screaming, you dare to hit me, slap. Before she could finish her words, another slap followed. You slap. She barely opened her mouth when yet another slap landed. 3 consecutive slaps left Shi Wan frozen in shock. Blood flowed from her nostrils, trickling down her chin onto her expensive gown, blooming like crimson flowers. It was not only she who was frightened. Several sales assistants in the store, especially the one who had been assisting Li Xiaoman with her fittings, instinctively took 2 steps back. Xiaoan was also somewhat taken aback, due to her circumstances. Wan had always been gentle and accommodating, often enduring in silence, making this display a first. Only Zhang Yuan, whose surprise swiftly transformed into amusement, was intrigued. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate beauty harbored such a fiery spirit. He found himself even more captivated. Li Xiaoman, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Shi Wan regarded Li Xiaoman with a playful smile. Since your parents failed to instill this lesson in you, allow me to do so. The sweet, soft tone of her voice rang in Li Xiaoman's ears, yet it carried a glaring threat. Shi Wan, you little brat. Regaining her senses, Li Xiaoman gritted her teeth and advanced to strike Shi Wan. Chapter 29. Pretending to be rich before the young mistress of the Wanchi group, Xiaoan promptly positioned herself in front of Shi Wan, yet Shi Wan grasped her hand, her exquisite face wearing an air of calm. Zhang Yuan was about to intervene, not wishing for the beauty he was on the verge of acquiring to be harmed. However, before he could act, Li Xiaoman, wincing in pain, crouched down, letting out a scream. Ah, it hurts, my face hurts so much. The onlookers were startled, but upon closer inspection they found that apart from being slightly more swollen than before, Li Xiaoman's face showed no other signs of distress. They exchanged glances, realizing she was merely putting on a performance. Only Shi Wan understood that Li Xiaoman truly felt pain, for her hand harbored a concoction she had devised, capable of amplifying the discomfort at the site of injury several-fold for a full 24 hours. The smile at the corner of Shi Wan's mouth deepened. For the next 24 hours Li Xiaoman would endure torment. Zhang Gu, is my face ruined? Look at my face. Li Xiaoman gazed at Zhang Yuan. Her once enchanting features twisted in agony. No, Zhang Yuan remarked, finding her theatrics utterly embarrassing, his brows knitting in annoyance. Stop this nonsense and go home. I'm not going home. Li Xiaoman glared at Shi Wan. Her expression contorted. She feared that if she returned, the benefactor she had so painstakingly secured would slip into Shi Wan's grasp. Li Xiaoman, Zhang Yuan's countenance darkened further. If you continue this charade, I shall make you regret it. Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry, Emma interjected, observing the blood-stained haute couture gown adorning Li Xiaoman. Fearing a fallout between Zhang Yuan and Li Xiaoman might lead to non-payment, she stepped in to support Li Xiaoman. Sister, let me help you to the lounge to rest. Li Xiaoman was reluctant to leave, but upon meeting Zhang Yuan's warning gaze, she had no choice but to endure the excruciating pain as she made her way to the back lounge. Deep down, she dreaded the prospect of Zhang Yuan not settling the bill. As she reached Shi Wan, her expression turned malevolent. Shi Wan, you wait. Shi Wan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. Very well. Witnessing this, Li Xiaoman became increasingly frantic. The sales assistant, not daring to delay, half-supported, half-dragged Li Xiaoman to the lounge, her cries of pain still echoing from within. What a farce that was. Please do not take offense, Miss Shi. Zhang Yuan approached Shi Wan, a grin on his face. That if you wish to continue shopping elsewhere, we may do so. No need, let us remain here, Shi Wan replied nonchalantly. Zhang Yuan nodded repeatedly. Very well, here it is, purchase whatever you desire. Though he spoke thus, he understood that women just out of school often lacked the courage to select extravagant items. Xiaoan observed Zhang Yuan's smug expression with a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Pretending to be affluent before the young mistress of the Wanchi group, truly he was unaware of the absurdity. Shi Wan did not glance at Zhang Yuan but continued to hold Xiaoan's hand as they strolled. Another sales assistant stepped forward, smiling. Allow me to assist you. Shi Wan did not lift her gaze, responding coolly, I prefer the previous sales assistant. Understood, the customer is king, especially the esteemed ones. Emma's demeanor shifted from condescension to exuberance. Clearly perceiving that Shi Wan intended to use her as a tool to outshine Miss Chen, this arrangement suited her just fine, as she could reap benefits from both sides. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fu Group, Mr. Fu, Yang Yi strode into the office. I found it. Fu Tingchen exhaled a puff of smoke, lifting his gaze. Chapter 30. She enjoys her games. Let her continue. The reckless white Ferrari, it was driven by the youngest son of the Meng family. Meng family. Fu Tingchen's thoughts drifted to the pale-faced woman he encountered that afternoon, his eyes darkening. Break his legs. Also, the partnership with the Meng family is nullified. His tone was casual, yet it bore a chilling severity. Understood, Yang Yi nodded. If Meng Shanghui were to learn that the business he had toiled to secure was so easily squandered by his son, he would likely be infuriated, just as he was about to leave. Fu Tingchen's deep, magnetic voice resonated once more. As she returned to the estate, Yang Yi paused momentarily before quickly realizing no, the madam encountered some minor setbacks in the market. He spoke softly, relaying the situation to his employer. After finishing, Yang Yi glanced at Fu Tingchen. Mr. Fu, do you need me to intervene? No. Fu Tingchen extinguished his cigar in the ashtray, his lowered, narrow eyes concealing his emotions. She enjoys her games. Let her continue. As for other matters, we shall address them once she has had her fill. Understood. Yang Yi's face flickered with shock. Although Mr. Fu's tone remained unchanged, he detected a hint of indulgence within. Could it be that this iron tree was finally about to blossom? Inside the mall, this one, this pair, this bag. Shi Wan casually pointed at the garments, shoes, and bags arrayed before her. Wrap them all up. Yes, sister. Emma's hands were already laden with items, and upon hearing this, her smile widened. The total was anticipated to exceed 3 million. It seemed she would undoubtedly claim the sales crown for the month, with commissions sufficient to afford her a 6-month respite. However, the smile faded from Zhang Yuan's face as the total of Shi Wan's selected items far surpassed his estimates. Miss Shi, perhaps we should limit our purchases for now and save the rest for another time, but I wish to buy now. Shi Wan did not look at him, her slender, fair fingers gesturing toward a diamond necklace. And this necklace suits you, wrap it up. The latter part was, of course, directed at the sales assistant. Emma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Shi Wan as if she were a deity of wealth. Yes, reflecting on the balance in his card, Zhang Yuan felt a twinge of unease, beginning to calculate. This woman, while undeniably beautiful, had an insatiable appetite that he simply could not satisfy. However, with matters having progressed to this point, he could not afford to lose face. He needed to devise a plan. Not far off. Why is this still not over? The man's eyes bore traces of impatience. Shopping was indeed a hassle for women. What's the rush? The man wearing a baseball cap appeared grim. The longer she shops, the more time we prepare for the older brother. Patience is key. The man dared not utter further protests. Continuing to watch Shi Wan's direction, these two are quite nice, Shi Wan remarked, admiring a pair of handcrafted bags, smiling. Wrap them both. Emma, flustered and hurriedly managing the bags, chimed in. Sister's taste is impeccable. These two bags are our latest arrivals. Super high-end, with fewer than 5 in the entire capital. Hearing the phrase super high-end, Zhang Yuan's eyes twitched. Shi Wan paid him no mind, continuing to inquire, is there anything else you fancy? No. Chen shook her head, amusement glimmering in her eyes. It wasn't politeness, rather, with most of the store now claimed by Wan, she genuinely had no idea what else to desire. Alright. Shi Wan turned to Zhang Yuan, expectantly stating, Mr. Zhang, it's time for you to settle the bill. Oh, Zhang Yuan nodded, a hint of unease creeping into his expression. Emma's eyes lit up as she promptly took the items to the counter for pricing. Due to the substantial order, the other staff members joined in to assist. Mr. Zhang, the total comes to 8,600,000. Emma's face beamed with delight, including Miss Chen's gown. The overall sum is 8,800,000, an auspicious figure. How would you like to proceed with the payment? All eyes turned to Zhang Yuan. I'll pay by card, he said, striving to maintain his composure. However, my card is in the car. I'll retrieve it and return promptly. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Shi Wan before swiftly exiting, his large frame moving with a sense of urgency, almost as if fleeing. Shi Wan's lips curled into a subtle smile. The atmosphere in the store seemed to have frozen in a profound silence. The saleswomen, clearly accustomed to such occurrences, exhibited a variety of expressions. Some were entertained, others derisive, while a few whispered amongst themselves. Emma's smile gradually faded as she fixated intently on Shi Wan. Miss Shi Zhang always wouldn't he just run away, would he? He would, and indeed he is, Shi Wan replied with an expression of nonchalance. The other saleswomen exchanged glances. Observing Shi Wan's unwavering certainty, their gazes towards Emma filled with varying degrees of incredulity. What shall we do with these items then? Emma's face darkened palpably as the reality of losing a massive order set in. Her tone laced with ire as she directed it towards Shi Wan. Are you telling me that all my efforts were in vain, if you cannot secure a wealthy patron next time? Kindly refrain from directing others. Her frustration was palpable, her words barely leaving her lips when something was flung at her face, an exquisite credit card. The sight of a diamond card landing before Emma rendered everyone speechless. Emma's eyes widened, clearly unperturbed by Shi Wan's audacious act. Charge it, Shi Wan mused, her laughter light and melodious yet astonishingly beautiful. Oh, I forgot to mention, she continued, narrowing her eyes slightly, I don't need to rely on a rich benefactor. For I am one myself. I apologize, Miss, Emma stammered, quickly regaining composure and forcing a smile. Allow me to process your payment. Swiftly, she punched in the staggering sum of 8.6 million on the card reader, with a beeping confirmation. The transaction was successful, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. I sincerely apologize, Mississippi. I was utterly blind and spoke without thought. Emma's heart lifted as she looked at Shi Wan, her face now a picture of earnest contrition. Bowing deeply. I was just flustered by that Zhang's arrogance. Please do not take offense, it was all my fault. No harm done. Thank you, Miss, Shi Wan replied, causing Emma to exhale with relief. This woman was surprisingly easy to placate. Shall I wrap your purchases? However, just then, Shi Wan interjected. Wait, I suddenly remembered, her gaze meeting Emma's, a smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes were as cold as ice. You mentioned earlier that some items are not meant for just anyone to handle. She observed, glancing at the luxurious goods before her with a frown. While these items are indeed exquisite, they have been touched by you, and I no longer desire them. Please return them all. Emma's complexion drained of color in an instant. What, all returned? Shi Wan raised an eyebrow, her handsome features adorned with a smile devoid of warmth. Is there an issue? Emma bit her lip tightly, internally resisting but too intimidated to refuse. Someone capable of effortlessly dispersing over 8 million was certainly not someone she could afford to offend. Observing Emma's pallor, Shi Wan revealed a mischievous smile. Serves her right. The envy in the eyes of the other saleswomen had morphed into schadenfreude. Emma, process the returns for these two ladies. A man dressed in managerial attire hurriedly entered the scene. Upon seeing him, Emma's expression darkened further. Yes, manager, she replied, lowering her head as she silently began processing Shi Wan's returns one by one. The enormous commission slipped away from her grasp, and regret washed over her as tears welled in her eyes. Be careful, Shi Wan said with a grin, relaying her words back to Emma. If you dirty the items, they won T-cell of the manager, recognizing Emma had severely offended these two customers, shot her a furious glare before turning to Shi Wan and Shi Wan. Apologetically bowing his head. I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience you've endured. To make amends, I would like to upgrade you both to our store's premier membership. What do you think? These clients were worth millions, and losing them would be a grave mistake. Little did he know, a mere brief absence had led to such an incident. No need, Shi Wan said, casting a glance at the manager. Her lips parting slightly. The service at your establishment leaves much to be desired. Yes, I am terribly sorry, the manager replied, though reluctantly aware that the fault lay with his staff, and dared not utter another word. As for Emma, he would not permit her to continue working there. Once the returns were completed, the manager, with a visibly pale Emma in tow, escorted Shi Wan and Shi Wan to the door. At that moment, Li Xiaoman, dressed in a blood-blue gown and bearing a look of anguish, rushed out from the back room, calling after Shi Wan, "Stop right there, where have you taken my boyfriend Zhang?" The manager's brows furrowed in concern. What was happening now? Yet Emma felt a glimmer of hope at the sight of the gown. Oh, are you referring to that old portly man? Shi Wan remained silent, while Shi Wan shrugged, chuckling softly. He skipped out on the bill. You'll have to pay for that dress yourself. What? Skipped out? It's impossible. Li Xiaoman's face twisted in disbelief and pain. It must be you schemer. You caused this. As she approached Shi Wan once more, Shi Wan merely regarded her coolly. Still not feeling enough pain, confronted by Shi Wan's gaze, which seemed to carry an ominous intent, Li Xiaoman felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her steps involuntarily halting. Annen. Let us continue shopping, Shi Wan said with a gentle smile, linking her arm with Shi Wan's as they strolled towards the luxury store across the way. The shop across had long since noticed the commotion and welcomed Shi Wan and Shi Wan with enthusiasm. The manager, his temples throbbing in distress, cast a furious glare at Emma. Pack your things and leave. After Shi Wan and Shi Wan indulged in their shopping spree, they happened upon the scene of Li Xiaoman being escorted away by the police. Her struggle evident, the two exchanged amused glances before exiting the store. Boss, a man wearing a cap observed Shi Wan and Shi Wan's retreating figures, pressing a button on his earpiece. They're about to leave. President Fu, the madam is being followed. A luxurious Maybach pulled up before Shi Wan and Shi Wan. President Fu instructed me to wait for you here. The driver, gloved and respectful, descended from the driver's seat to open the door for them. Please step inside. Wow, Shi Wan remarked, her eyes glinting with mischief as she nudged her friend. What a scene. Truly befitting the granddaughter-in-law of a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Enough of that, Shi Wan replied, confirming the driver was indeed from the Fu family. Before gently pinching Shi Wan's cheek, let us get you home. All right, Shi Wan acquiesced, ceasing her teasing. I shall comply. As the vehicle made its way towards Shi Wan's residence, a few cars in the distance also started their engines. Following at a discreet distance, boss, the plan has changed, the man in the cap spoke, watching the Maybach ahead. They are not headed back to the Fu residence. Continue to follow them, came the irritated voice on the other end of the line. Adapt as needed, understood. The man in the cap narrowed his eyes, slightly accelerating. The other vehicles followed suit. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Fu Group, President Fu, after ending a call with Yang Yi, wore a grave expression. Our informant has reported that 4 vehicles are tailing the madam. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Fu Tingchen gazed down at the bustling streets, a cryptic smirk playing on his handsome face. Are they that impatient? Yang Yi remained non-committal. He too had not anticipated the lack of patience among these followers. Fu Tingchen's inscrutable gaze narrowed slightly. They must remain alive. Yes, Yang Yi quickly grasped the implication. President Fu, should we keep this from the madam? After all, those individuals could act at any moment, and to conceal it from her, they had to strike before their adversaries did. Fu Tingchen's lips curled into a subtle smile. No need, the look of fear in her eyes holds a fragile beauty. As if it might shatter with the slightest touch, Yang Yi was left pondering. Was President Fu aiming to frighten the madam or to instill a sense of vigilance for the future? It was certainly the latter. After mentally preparing himself, Yang Yi took his leave. Inside the Maybach, the driver, upon receiving a message through his earpiece, spoke with solemnity. Madam, we are being followed. Followed? Shi Wan exclaimed, her surprise palpable. This was a scenario she had penned countless times in novels, yet this was her first encounter in reality. Once she regained her composure, the astonishment in her eyes transformed into a subtle thrill. Originally intending to console her friend, Shi Wan's expression shifted as she focused on the rearview mirror. The streets of Kyoto remained as bustling as ever, making it difficult to discern which vehicle was suspicious. Do you know how many vehicles? She inquired calmly, her tone betraying no sign of alarm. 4 SUVs, the driver replied, adhering to the information relayed to him. 4 SUVs, Shi Wan echoed, her mind racing with the implications. It must be noted that there are at least a dozen individuals on the opposite side. Shi Wan's expression remained unchanged. How many people are secretly protecting us? Does the young mistress know this? For a flicker of astonishment crossed the driver's eyes, and fearing that the young mistress might be alarmed, he added, however, reinforcements have already set off and should arrive shortly. Shi Wan nodded. She was aware that the Fu family's support would be swift. Yet, no matter how quick, she was unwilling to take any risks. Rather, she dared not gamble. A plan must be devised. Shi Wan narrowed her beautiful eyes, surveying her surroundings as if calculating something. Chapter 33, Accelerate and Crash. Royan. Mengyu drove with one hand while the other rested on the fair thigh of Shi Royan. Did you have fun today? Mengyu was quite handsome, yet his frequent indulgence in nightlife and romantic escapades had rendered him somewhat wan and feeble in appearance. Shi Royan found Mengyu's frivolity somewhat unappealing. However, upon glancing at the $1,000,000 handbag beside her and contemplating his status, she managed to muster a sweet smile. Of course, I'm happy with you. Then, shall we return a little later? Mengyu's hand roamed a bit higher, his eyes gleaming with desire. Shall we do something even more enjoyable? Shi Royan understood Mengyu's intentions all too well, yet she was acutely aware that a man would never cherish what he obtained too easily. She needed to keep him on a string for a while longer. She pressed down on Mengyu's eager hand, smiling. Not today. As for the future, it depends on your performance. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mengyu's eyes. But he said nothing, pressing down on the accelerator and running a red light. He had always had great patience with attractive women. Uncle Chen leaned forward, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she regarded the driver. Do you often encounter situations like this? Taking this opportunity, she sought to gather some material. The thought process of the young mistress's friend was rather unconventional. Typically, wouldn't a girl in such a scenario be frightened? The driver met Xiaoan's excited gaze, then glanced at the young mistress's calm demeanor, as if realizing something. He carefully chose his words to respond. Not too frequently, after all, the vast majority of pursuers are dealt with upon discovery. Do you really chase each other down the road, like in Fast and Furious? Not at all. The driver felt a wave of helplessness. The other party wouldn't dare to be so brazen. Indeed, Xiaoan nodded. Then, the driver, fearing further questions from Xiaoan, promptly interrupted her. Madam, those vehicles are approaching. Shi Wan observed the few jeeps drawing nearer in the rearview mirror and then glanced at the tranquil road ahead. A trace of coldness flashing in her eyes, she pointed to a white Ferrari ahead. Accelerate and crash into that car. Xiaoan was taken aback. The driver was equally stunned. Crash into it? Yes. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Just hit the rear side. No fatalities. Quickly, her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. The driver hesitated. It wasn't that he was unwilling to heed the young mistress's commands, but to act in such a manner would jeopardize the original plan from above. Wouldn't it? Just then a deep magnetic voice came through his earpiece. Do as she says, President Fu? Upon hearing this voice, the driver no longer dared to hesitate. Yes, young mistress, Miss Xiao, please hold on. As he spoke, he pressed down on the accelerator. Hurtling towards the rear of the white Ferrari, Shi Wan frowned, feeling the driver's sudden change in attitude was a bit abrupt, but there was no time to dwell on that now. Fu Tingchen observed the scene on the screen. A faint smile gracing his lips. This woman is quite clever. With a resounding crash, both vehicles came to a halt. In the passenger seat, Shi Royan lurched forward, startled, and let out a scream. Hiss, the driver. Mengyu drew in a sharp breath. The collision from behind was not overly violent, yet his hand, resting on Shi Royan's thigh, was caught off guard as he lurched forward, twisting it painfully. The crack of bones suggested a fracture. MD, I'll see what blind fool dares to crash into my car, Mengyu exclaimed furiously as he unbuckled his seatbelt and stormed out of the vehicle, unless he bankrupts himself and kneels before me to apologize. I will not be satisfied. The collision of the two vehicles caused a partial traffic jam at the traffic light. Numerous onlookers gathered, drawn by the sight of two luxury cars. How could this happen? Chapter 34. No amount of wealth or power can surpass the Meng family. MD, a slightly plump man seethed with anger. Why did this accident have to occur at this moment? I thought the Fu family's drivers were meticulously chosen. The man wearing a cap observed the increasing crowd and felt his face grow increasingly grim. This is intentional? Intentional? The plump man's expression shifted from anger to seriousness. Are you implying we've been discovered? Most likely, the cap-wearing man replied cautiously. You must contact the boss immediately, inform him of the situation, and request a retreat. The plump man gazed at the distant Maybach, his eyes filled with reluctance. But, just like this? That's 80 million, not like this, or shall we act in public view? The cap-wearing man furrowed his brow, emphasizing his point. We understand the Fu family's power. Every second we delay increases our risk. Understood. The plump man reluctantly picked up his phone. Meanwhile, not far away. Get out here. Mengyu brandished a baseball bat from inside the car, smashing it violently against the Maybach's windshield. You crashed into my car and dare to hide inside like a turtle? The driver observed the four jeeps making a U-turn and understood the situation. Young mistress, Miss Xiao, he gently spoke, unbuckling his seatbelt. You two stay in the car. I'll go take a look. Shi Wan noted the movement of the four vehicles and felt a slight sense of relief. Nodding her approval, "Whatever it costs, I will cover it." The driver nodded, opened the car door, and stepped out. Seeing this, Mengyu finally found an outlet for his anger. "So you finally come down." He took a couple of steps forward, pressing the baseball bat against the driver's head. "If you don't come down, I'll set your car on fire." Shi Wan's brows furrowed. Shi Wan also wore a displeased expression. Who is this person? And why is he so arrogant? Among the crowd of onlookers, someone recognized Mengyu's identity. "Isn't the owner of that white Ferrari the young Master Meng?" "That's right," someone confirmed beside him. "I saw him in a gossip article a couple of days ago with a popular actress. He has quite the catch." Mengyu was infamous for his volatile temper. The owner of the Maybach was likely in for a rough time. Not necessarily. After all, those who can afford a Maybach are either wealthy or powerful figures. But can anyone compare to the Meng family? "Sir, I sincerely apologize. It was my operational error that resulted in the collision with your vehicle." The driver maintained a semblance of politeness, despite the baseball bat pressed against his head. "How much compensation do you require?" "Compensation?" Mengyu scoffed. "You think you can placate me with money? Do you know who I am?" His displeasure was evident. "Just for my arm, I could have your boss bankrupt." "Do you believe me?" "I don't believe you," the driver thought to himself, though his face remained apologetic. "Now, call your boss," Mengyu commanded, nudging the driver with the bat. "Tell him to come here immediately, kneel, and apologize. Otherwise, I will ensure he pays dearly for this." A flicker of mockery crossed the driver's eyes, yet he remained still. "I apologize. My boss is currently occupied. You might as well draft the compensation terms directly." "MD, you don't understand my words, do you?" Mengyu, incensed by the driver's attitude, raised the bat to strike him. Just then, "Stop." Chapter 35, A woman with character is even more alluring. "Stop." The clear and melodious voice carried an inexplicable authority. Mengyu instinctively halted his movement and turned to look. Not only he but also the onlookers turned their attention to the figure emerging from the back seat of the Maybach. With porcelain skin, waist-length chestnut curls, and exquisite features, she wore a simple white shirt that, on her, exuded a lazy yet striking beauty. The setting sun bathed her in light, making her appear as if she had just stepped from the pages of a meticulously curated magazine. Stunning. Indeed, she surpasses the current crop of popular actresses in beauty. "Sometimes beauty is a powerful weapon," one person murmured. "It seems Meng Xiao's fury may be quelled." The others caught the underlying meaning in this remark and chuckled softly. "She is simply too beautiful, more so than any woman I've ever seen." Mengyu gazed at Shi Wan, his eyes filled with astonishment, and an uncontrollable desire blossomed in his heart. He was determined to possess this woman. As the night deepened, Shi Wan was taken aback by Shi Wan's sudden decision to exit the vehicle without uttering a word. Regaining her composure, she promptly followed suit, positioning herself beside Shi Wan. "Be careful," she cautioned, fearful that this arrogant man might resort to violence against Wan. "Young madam," the driver, previously wearing an expression of regret, now shifted his demeanor and stood before Shi Wan. "I can handle the situation here. I kindly ask you to return to the car." "It's nothing," Shi Wan replied, remaining still, her beautiful eyes glinting with coldness as she regarded Mengyu. "Move to the back." "Yes." The driver, unable to defy Shi Wan's command, lowered his head and stepped aside. The crowd's attention was evidently still fixated on the earlier address. "Young madam, this woman is already married at such a young age." A flicker of disappointment flashed in Mengyu's eyes, only to dissipate almost immediately. A woman of such striking beauty was not easily forgotten by him, since she had not been seen at various grand soirees. It indicated that her husband was not a person of significant stature. Thus, there was no need for restraint. Shi Wan, how could it be her? Upon recognizing the woman emerging from the Maybach, Chen Ruoyan's meticulously made-up face contorted with rage. Her parents had made countless calls to this XJR, only for her to evade them, and now here she was, shopping and colliding with her own car. What bad luck! Just as Chen Ruoyan intended to alight from the vehicle, she hesitated, with the Fu family absent. It would be fine for Mengyu to teach Shi Wan a lesson. After all, they were merely negotiating compensation. Shi Wan regarded Mengyu, her breathtaking visage devoid of warmth. "Why did you lay hands on my driver?" Kindness can invite bullying, she thought, her mindset transformed in this new life. Since the other party was being unreasonable, there was no need for amicable discussions. Her gentle voice carried a tone of inquiry. Yet Mengyu remained unfazed. A woman with character ignited a desire to conquer. "Why?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone considerably softer than it had been with the driver, laced with a hint of mockery. "You damaged my car and broke my hand. Just for those two reasons, I could make you disappear from Kyoto without anyone daring to say a word, let alone retaliate." "Yes, that's so." Shi Wan's crimson lips curled into a smile. Yet her beautiful eyes bore an even deeper chill. "Of course." Mengyu approached Shi Wan, his smile widening. "You might want to inquire about who I, Mengyu, truly am." Mengyu, a fleeting memory sparked in Shi Wan's mind. In her previous life, Chen Ruoyan had married Mengyu, the youngest son of the Meng family in Kyoto. Could it be such a coincidence that it was him? What a twist of fate! Observing Shi Wan's silent contemplation, Mengyu assumed she was intimidated, a glimmer of triumph crossing his gaze. "Are you scared?" He stepped closer, a smile on his face, his eyes brimming with menace. "How about this, if you spend one night with me? I'll let you off the hook. What do you say?" Though he spoke thus, his intentions were far from lenient. Only Meng Yu was aware of that. The onlookers, unable to decipher his words, exchanged knowing glances. Some revealing amused smirks, while others felt a pang of concern for Shi Wan. Chen Ruoyan, familiar with Meng Yu's character, understood precisely what he was doing, biting her lip in frustration. To seduce a man in such a situation was utterly shameless. What an audacious woman, Shi Wan fumed, positioning herself protectively in front of Shi Wan. The driver, visibly shaken, wore a grim expression. Young Master Meng, the young madam is not someone you should provoke. Please exercise restraint. His tone had lost all previous gentleness. Not provoke. Meng Yu shot a disdainful glance at the driver before returning his focus to Shi Wan. Today, I must see for myself. His confidence stemmed from the fact that those he could not afford to offend rarely appeared in public. And he had memorized the faces of those who were beyond his reach. Rest assured, Meng Yu gazed at Shi Wan, his desires no longer concealed. As long as you comply, I shall ensure your comfort. At that moment, a sharp slap echoed through the air. The sound reverberated, causing everyone present to collectively gasp in shock. This woman had the audacity to strike the young master of the Meng family? It seemed this incident would not be resolved easily. As murmurs filled the crowd, Meng Yu clutched his face, rage seeping into his features as he glared at Shi Wan. You dare hit me? Throughout his life, no woman had ever dared to strike him, let alone in a public setting. Where could he possibly hide his face? Indeed, Shi Wan chuckled lightly, raising her hand once more to deliver another resounding slap to Meng Yu. Do you believe me now? The onlookers were taken aback by her audacity. Shi Wan looked on in admiration, thinking, Wan is truly remarkable. The heroine of the next novel must be modeled after her. Shi Wan, have you lost your mind? Chen Ruoyan hurried out of the car, rushing to Meng Yu's side. Young master, are you alright? It was indeed Chen Ruoyan. A flicker of understanding crossed Shi Wan's eyes as she regarded Meng Yu with increasing coldness. Anyone associated with the Chen family could potentially be linked to her previous demise. In his fury, Meng Yu paid no heed to Chen Ruoyan and advanced toward Shi Wan. Xjr, he growled, extending his hand to grasp her. Since you have chosen to disregard my generosity, do not blame me for what follows. Once he had his fill of amusement, he intended to cast her into a dismal fate, consigned to the company of unsavory old men who would make her life unbearable. The driver stepped in front of Shi Wan, his eyes regarding Meng Yu as though he were a reckless beast unaware of his impending doom. Shi Wan positioned herself on the opposite side of Shi Wan, prepared to thwart any attempt Meng Yu might make to harm her. Meanwhile, Shi Wan remained composed. Unbeknownst to them, a silver needle was clenched in her hand. Should he dare to touch her, this man would find his hand rendered useless. Yet, before any action could be taken, Meng Yu's wrist was seized by an iron grip. He turned to find himself confronted by a stern-faced man, whose iron-like hand constricted around Meng Yu's wrist as if it could shatter it at any moment. Who the hell are you? Let go of me, Meng Yu hissed in pain, struggling to break free, his temper flaring. If you don't release me, I swear I'll kill you. The man showed no sign of having heard Meng Yu's threats. His expression unyielding. 3 other men, clad similarly, formed a protective barrier around Shi Wan. Young madam, Shi Wan nodded, her expression calmed. It appeared that the danger looming behind her had been entirely dispelled. Onlookers widened their eyes, captivated by the unfolding drama, as if witnessing a scene from a film. Shi Wan, that is the young master of the Meng family. You must command your people to release him. Chen Ruoyan glared at Shi Wan, seething with indignation. Release him? Shi Wan's eyes glimmered with coldness. Chen Ruoyan, by what right do you command me? Chen Ruoyan, Shi Wan furrowed her brow, observing the displeasure etched on Chen Ruoyan's face. Isn't this the cousin who delights in bullying Wan? She certainly had a sharp and caustic demeanor. Chen Ruoyan was taken aback by Shi Wan's blatant disregard for her authority, her pupils constricting in fury. Shi Wan, you ungrateful, this young lady, I would advise you to choose your words carefully. The driver interjected, his expression grave. If you offend the young madam, you shall bear the consequences. Shi Wan ignored Chen Ruoyan and approached the pained Meng Yu. I extend to you one final opportunity. Will you choose to resolve this amicably? With so much transpired that day, she needed to reflect on it all. You dare to offend me and expect to escape unscathed? Gazing at Shi Wan's exquisite face, Meng Yu's eyes brimmed with resentment. In your dreams, his men were on their way, and he was determined to make this woman pay. Just as Shi Wan was about to speak, a cacophony of honking erupted from behind the crowd. Aside from those 2 women, eliminate everyone else. The blaring horns silenced the previously raucous crowd, causing them to instinctively part to make way. 7 or 8 SUVs came to a halt not far away, and as their doors swung open, over 30 burly men wielding iron rods descended from the vehicles. Chen Ruoyan swallowed hard. Were these men of the Meng family or the Fu family? What are you staring at? The young man at the forefront, his face fierce, barked at the onlookers, get back. Though the crowd yearned for excitement, they were wary of being caught in the crossfire and quickly retreated. The young man, noticing Meng Yu's state, was taken aback, and his expression grew even more ferocious. Who are you to dare lay hands on our young master? Release him at once, now, even if they knelt and begged for mercy. It would be futile. Meng Yu, seeing his men arrive, wore a smug and sinister grin. Zhongli surround them. Upon realizing these were the Meng family's men, Chen Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with schadenfreude as she stepped back. Yes, in an instant, the 30-odd muscular men encircled Shi Wan and her companions, their expressions menacing. Shi Wan narrowed her beautiful eyes, yet showed no sign of fear. Shi Wan felt a surge of anxiety. Scanning the area for any means of defense. In comparison to Meng Yu, Shi Wan's safety was of utmost importance. The stern-faced man released Meng Yu's wrist and positioned himself in front of Shi Wan. The two factions faced off, the tension palpable as Meng Yu's expression twisted in fury. Kill the rest without mercy, he said ominously. If you can't, then you all pack your things and leave. Yes, young Master Meng. Over 20 men wielding iron rods charged at the four mercenaries and the driver. Bang, bang. The fierce battle erupted in an instant. The four mercenaries dispatched to protect Shi Wan displayed remarkable skills. The driver selected by the Fu family also possessed some martial prowess. In the initial chaos, they did not find themselves at a disadvantage. Onlookers in the distance stared in astonishment at the scene. Reminiscent of an action film, had they not been watched by the Meng family, they might have even wished to record it. Zhang Li turned to Meng Yu, directing, "Take some men and bring those two women over." Understood. Zhang Li approached Shi Wan, preparing to take action. "Don't touch me." Shi Wan evaded the man's outstretched hand, pulling Shi Wan along as they advanced toward Meng Yu. "We'll go by ourselves." Shi Wan, understanding her friend's nature, knew she would not surrender easily. Her only task was to avoid adding trouble for sure. As she lowered her head, she silently lamented the discomfort of being besieged like a protagonist in a novel. It seemed she needed to treat the characters within the story more kindly. Shi Wan and Xiao Wan's lack of resistance was, of course, precisely what Zhang Li desired. Holding Xiao Wan's hand, Shi Wan slowly approached Meng Yu. Meng Yu regarded them with an expression that suggested he saw his prey finally caught in his grasp, a smile creeping onto his lips. He intended to toy with that woman today. As for the other, though not breathtakingly beautiful, she was still appetizing. Moreover, having both would be far more entertaining. On the other side, the odds were insurmountable, especially since the opposition wielded weapons under the aggressive onslaught of the 20 or so attackers. The mercenaries began to struggle. It should be over soon. A fleeting glimmer crossed Shi Wan's eyes, her delicate, coldly beautiful face devoid of warmth. She stepped closer to Meng Yu. "Aren't you going to take me away? Let's go." Meng Yu felt a surge of conquest at Shi Wan's demeanor, igniting a flame of desire in his eyes. Just moments ago, she had seemed untouchable. Now was she showing fear? Had she begun to seek his embrace? As he spoke, he reached out to encircle her waist. "Enough. As long as you serve me well. What happened earlier?" Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his palm. Meng Yu inhaled sharply, but before he could react, Shi Wan pressed a silver needle, no longer than a finger, against his temple. "If you wish to live, command your men to cease." The unexpected turn left everyone astonished. Zhang Li exchanged glances with the nearby men, attempting to sneak around to stop Shi Wan from behind. "What are you planning?" Xiao Wan picked up an iron rod from the ground, watching Zhang Li and his companions warily. Shi Wan coldly interjected, "If you wish for him to die, feel free to come closer." As she spoke, she pressed the needle inward, crimson droplets of blood immediately surfacing. "Stop, all of you, stand down." Meng Yu, feeling the pain, immediately barked at Zhang Li and the others, then trembled as he addressed Shi Wan. You had better not act impulsively. If you dare to kill me, the Meng family will have you torn to shreds." At that moment, not far away, a man watching the surveillance footage smirked slightly. Chapter 38. The Fu family arrives. Meng Yu, feeling the sharp pain at his temple, was consumed by a blend of fury and fear. Having spent over 20 years in the capital, no one had ever dared to treat him this way. He vowed that this woman would not escape unscathed. Secretly, Meng Yu cast a venomous glance at Zhang Li. Zhang Li understood immediately, discreetly pressing a button on a communication device hidden behind his back. Another group from the Meng family received the signal and rushed to the scene, simultaneously informing Meng Yu's father, the current head of the Meng family, Meng Shenghui, "Order your men to cease immediately." Seeing the driver and others falling into a disadvantage, Shi Wan tightened her grip on the silver needle. "Otherwise, we all die here." Her voice remained sweet, yet the chilling intent to kill was unmistakable. Meng Yu realized with certainty that this woman genuinely intended to kill him. "Stop, all of you, halt immediately." The fierce battle came to a sudden standstill at Meng Yu's command. "Little brat, I have done as you instructed, so you should let me go now." Meng Yu swallowed hard, his urgency evident. "Why the rush?" Shi Wan's red lips parted slightly. "It will be over soon." Madness. Shi Wan has truly lost her mind. Chen watched the unfolding scene, her eyes filled with fear. Meng Yu had come out with her. If anything happened, the Meng family would undoubtedly retaliate against her. Just as she contemplated stepping forward, she noticed commotion in the distance and instinctively withdrew her steps. Her eyes widening. Boom, boom, a sudden rumble drew everyone's attention once more. Over 10 vehicles sped towards them in a formation of absolute encirclement, leading with a limited edition Rolls-Royce. The distant onlookers gasped. What a shocking spectacle today. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Dozens of men clad in black sportswear swiftly exited the vehicles. Though they bore no weapons, their aura radiated a chilling authority. At the forefront was a youthful man in his 20s. Exuding a scholarly demeanor. "Clear the area, and don't forget to check the album." "Understood." Some mercenaries sprang into action, moving towards the gathered crowd. Chen contemplated the situation, panic etched on her face as she followed the dispersing throng. They arrived so quickly? Meng Yu's eyes lit up as he turned to Zhongli, only to find him pale and shaking his head. What? They aren't your men. Could it be that woman's people? Meng Yu froze. Fear mingling with gravity in his expression. Wan, Xiaoan grew increasingly anxious, raising the iron rod defensively in front of Shi Wan. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shi Wan sensed Xiaoan's misunderstanding and softened her tone. And then, these are our people. So they were reinforcements. Xiaoan let out a long breath of relief, lowering the iron rod. The past 20-something years of her life paled in comparison to the excitement of this one day. However, she hoped never to experience such thrills again. Yang Yi, with a cold demeanor, waved his hand. The 10 or so mercenaries behind him quickly advanced to join the fray. The tide of battle, once unfavorable, swiftly turned. Zhongli and his group sensed the shift but had no time to react before being subdued on the ground. Meng Yu's complexion grew even more ashen. What is happening? Who exactly is this woman? Having dominated the capital for so long, it was his first encounter with such a situation. The distant spectators shared his confusion of apologies. Madam, Yang Yi approached Shi Wan, bowing his head solemnly. We have arrived late. As he drew nearer, Meng Yu found Yang Yi familiar but could not place him. The ominous premonition in his heart intensified. The timing is just right. It's not too late, Shi Wan replied, her enchanting eyes involuntarily glancing toward the Rolls-Royce in the distance. Leave the rest to me. Yang Yi understood immediately, taking Meng Yu by the arm. Mr. Fu was waiting for you in the car. Chapter 39. What must be done to make Tingchen love her again? Who asked him? Shi Wan, caught in Yang Yi's perceptive gaze, hurriedly withdrew her own. Wan, go find your husband, Xiaoan urged with a smile. I want to watch a little longer, with such a captivating narrative unfolding. She couldn't bear to miss it. For her friend's elusive husband, she dared not harbor too much curiosity. Rest assured, madam, Yang Yi said gently as he noticed Shi Wan's hesitation, I will ensure this young lady is safely escorted home. Shi Wan had complete faith in Yang Yi's capabilities. Alright, she glanced at her friend, tell me when you get home. Sure, let us hurry. Xiaoan signaled an okay with her hand before turning back to the fighting crowd. Shi Wan sighed helplessly, casting a cold glance at Meng Yu, who appeared pale in Yang Yi's grip. She turned toward the Rolls-Royce. How much had Fu Tingchen witnessed from the earlier incident? Surely he wouldn't think she was too fierce. No, she should probably act a bit more delicate, resolute in her decision. Shi Wan pinched her thigh sharply, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, this was how a normal girl ought to behave. Inside the car, Fu Tingchen observed Shi Wan's actions through the window, a barely perceptible smile forming on his lips. He was curious to see what this woman intended to do. The driver exited the vehicle and opened the door. Shi Wan entered, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Fu Tingchen, feigning a hurt tone that was truly terrifying. Just now, husband, why did you arrive so late? Originally she intended to dispel Fu Tingchen's doubts with this pretense. But upon seeing his face, genuine feelings of grievance welled up and tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. Terrifying. The driver, expressionless, twitched his lips slightly. They had witnessed everything clearly upon their arrival. The madam had taken Meng Yu hostage, stunning the entire scene. It was the Meng family who should be feeling terrified. The same words, yet with entirely different emphases depending on the speaker. Husband, although aware that Shi Wan was feigning. The term still caused Fu Tingchen's eyes to darken, a strange sensation crossing his heart. After a brief silence, he slowly replied, yes, my fault. The driver in the driver's seat was filled with astonishment. When had their Mr. Fu become so agreeable? I forgive you. Shi Wan nodded slightly. However, you must arrive earlier next time. Fu Tingchen gazed at Shi Wan, his eyes unfathomable. Alright, he replied in a husky voice, his emotions inscrutable, despite knowing that Fu Tingchen did not harbor affection for her at present. Shi Wan could not help but feel a flutter in her heart at his words. In her previous life, no matter what she said, Fu Tingchen would always respond with alright. Now, what must she do to rekindle his love for her? After all, the sensation of loving someone unilaterally is truly disheartening. Shi Wan turned her gaze towards Fu Tingchen, wishing he too had experienced rebirth. Fu Tingchen, noticing Shi Wan's intense stare, keenly sensed that she was looking past him at someone else. And his expression grew increasingly somber. What are you looking at? He leaned closer to Shi Wan, his eyes devoid of any mirth. Or rather, who are you watching? He was curious to see what tale this woman was weaving. Of course, I am looking at you, she replied, half seriously, half jokingly, as his handsome face loomed closer, the rich scent of ebony wafting towards her, jolting her back to reality. I always feel like I've seen you long ago. In her previous life, it could indeed be considered a long time ago. Her words were not entirely untrue had she remembered. Fu Tingchen returned to his seat, remaining silent, yet the chill surrounding him dissipated without a sound. Years ago, they had indeed crossed paths. Drive on. Chapter 40. Offending our madam would require 10 Meng families to compensate. On the way back to the Fu family manor, after the events that had just transpired, Shi Wan felt both mentally and physically exhausted. Once she relaxed, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. In her drowsy state, her head rested on the broad shoulder of the man beside her, her gentle breaths brushing against his neck. Fu Tingchen's gaze darkened as he looked down at Shi Wan. Her long, thick eyelashes remained still, and her exquisitely beautiful face was tinged with a faint blush as she slept. exuding an aura of peacefulness. He did not notice that his inscrutable eyes softened slightly at this tranquility. The instinct to withdraw from her presence ceased, for the first time in so many years. Someone had fallen asleep beside him without a hint of apprehension. She had witnessed his episodes before. Why was she not fearful? Could it truly be as she claimed that her profession as a doctor made her unafraid? Fu Tingchen's deep-set eyes flickered, revealing a hint of self-deprecation. Yet, throughout the years, he had encountered numerous doctors. Each of them had looked at him in fear and astonishment during his episodes, except for her. Recalling the pain reflected in her beautiful eyes while in the basement, a mist of unrecognizable emotions clouded Fu Tingchen's gaze. The driver, noticing the commotion in the back seat, eased the speed of the car, driving more smoothly, allowing Shi Wan to drift deeper into sleep. As they approached the Fu estate, she suddenly murmured softly, "Tingchen, in this lifetime, we must be together well and never part again." The words, tender and barely audible, caused Fu Tingchen's pupils to shudder slightly. At the Meng family villa. What? Meng Shanghui furrowed his brow. You haven't located him yet. When he arrived after receiving the news, the place was already deserted, and all relevant surveillance footage had been deleted. The butler nodded gravely. Our people are investigating. I believe they will soon find the whereabouts of the fourth young master. Increase the manpower. We must act swiftly. Meng Shanghui's eyes were filled with urgency. I want to see who dares to openly target my son. Understood, the butler replied as he retreated. Shanghui, Meng Madam's meticulously maintained face glistened with tears. Xiao Yu. Could something have happened to him? Meng Yu was her youngest son and dearly cherished. The knowledge of his disappearance in Kyoto sent her heart into a turmoil of anguish. He will be fine, Meng Shanghui said, his expression impatient, yet he still sought to comfort his wife. In all of Kyoto, there are few who would dare harm Xiao Yu. Do not worry. Upon hearing this, Meng Madam felt slightly reassured. Suddenly she seemed to recall something and sprang up. Wait, wasn't Xiao Yu out with Shen Guanghua's daughter today? I will call to check. Naturally, Meng Madam held disdain for Shen Ruoyan. However, she was well aware of her own son. With a woman of such a family background as Shen Ruoyan, he was merely playing around and would never take it seriously. This was why she felt secure in allowing her son to frolic about. At that moment, in the Shen family, what? Zhang Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her daughter. Yan Yan, are you telling the truth? Shen Ruoyan nodded, her complexion pale. Absolutely, I saw it with my own eyes. While Zhang Rong remained in shock, Shen Guanghua grasped the crux of the matter, his brow furrowing. Why didn't you inform Meng Yu about Shi Wan's identity at that time? Although Meng Yu may be somewhat inept, he is certainly not foolish. If he had known about Shi Wan's background, he would never have dared to act as he did. Shen Ruoyan's expression grew even paler, a flicker of guilt flashing in her eyes. I didn't initially recognize her. By the time I realized, it was too late to stop anything. Meng Yu simply wouldn't listen to me. While she claimed this, Shen Guanghua knew his daughter well enough to understand that she must have had other motives for her actions. You are utterly foolish. Shen Guanghua pointed at Shen Ruoyan, his face ashen. The Meng family is not composed of fools, and Meng Yu is no exception. Regardless of how this matter unfolds, they will undoubtedly place the blame on you. You need to think about how to respond. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Rong and Shen Ruoyan were taken aback. Just then, the phone rang. I in the dim underground chamber of the Fu estate. Let me go. I am Meng Shanghui's son, the fourth young master of the Meng family. Do you have the audacity to kidnap me? If you do not release me immediately, my Meng family will ensure that you pay dearly. Meng Yu glared fiercely at Yang Yi, yet a closer inspection would reveal the terror written across his eyes. What was the Meng family worth? What was Meng Shanghui worth? Yang Yi scoffed coldly. To offend our madam would require 10 Meng families to make amends. Hearing this, Meng Yu's eyes widened in shock and his body involuntarily trembled. What sort of identity did these people possess to speak so boldly? Zhang Li and the others exchanged glances, their lips moving silently. However, their pale faces and cold sweat betrayed their genuine feelings. Regardless of the aspect, the presence of the other party instilled a sense of terrifying pressure. Their instincts told them that today, they had offended someone they could not afford to cross. Meanwhile, in the living room, what audacity the Meng family has. Old Master Fu's expression was grim. How dare they bully my granddaughter-in-law? Do they think there is no one in the Fu family? His aged, deep-set eyes brimmed with sharp anger. Old Yang, give the order immediately. Old Master Fu's words trailed off as he spotted his grandson carrying his granddaughter-in-law. As he walked in, the anger in his eyes instantly transformed into a look of warmth and satisfaction. Uncle Yang observed in surprise, realizing that his son had indeed treated the young mistress differently. Once the couple's figures disappeared up the stairs, Uncle Yang turned to Old Master Fu, smiling gently. Old Master, do we still need to issue any further orders? No need. Old Master Fu replied, lifting the teacup before him and taking a sip. Let this rascal protect his own wife. I, as an old man, will refrain from intervening. Chapter 41, a waste that achieves nothing yet causes ruin. What? Meng Madam's face paled, her fingers gripping the phone growing increasingly white. You say it was someone from the Fu family who took Xiao Yu, the Fu family? Upon hearing these words, Meng Shanghui's eyes hardened, and his expression grew tense. He immediately seized the phone from Meng Madam's hand. Speaking sternly, which Fu family, what transpired this afternoon, speak clearly. As the head of the Meng family, his imposing demeanor caused Chen Ruoyan to tremble even through the phone. She dared not withhold the truth. Detailing everything that had occurred that afternoon, Meng Shanghui quickly grasped the situation, his expression darkening to the point of dripping with rage. Since it was the Fu madam, why did you not inform Xiaoyu at that time? You must understand that this Fu madam is Shen Ruoyan's cousin. It was precisely because of this connection that he was allowed to associate with her. I never expected that when Xiaoyu offended the Fu family, you would feign ignorance. I was knocked unconscious at that time, Chen Ruoyan stammered, trembling as she recounted her rehearsed excuse. By the time I regained consciousness, both parties had already begun to clash, and Meng Xiao would not listen to my words. You better pray that the facts align with your account, otherwise, my Meng family will not let you off. As Shen Ruoyan stuttered her response, Meng Shanghui decisively hung up the phone. Shanghui, Fu Tingchen is a ruthless lunatic. If Xiaoyu has offended him, there will be no good outcome. Meng madam had already collapsed onto the sofa, her face streaked with tears. We must find a way to rescue him as soon as possible. I will go to the Fu residence and seek an apology from Fu Tingchen. Meng Shanghui grabbed a suit jacket, anxiety evident in his eyes. He hoped that Fu Tingchen would show some mercy and merely impose a light punishment on Xiaoyu. I shall accompany you, Madam Meng said as she rose to her feet, suddenly struck by a thought. We must also involve the Shen family. Let their people join us as well, with Shen Guanghua, Lady Fu's uncle, present. Perhaps negotiations will be more favorable. Meng Shanghui nodded coldly in agreement. Very well. At that moment, in City S, a man concealed behind golden-rimmed glasses spoke, his eyes shadowed with menace. What did you say? Not only did we fail, but the people we sent were captured by the Fu family. A chilling aura emanated from him, freezing the very air around. Yes, the middle-aged man bowed his head, too apprehensive to meet the man's gaze. But rest assured, we have dealt with the person in charge of interfacing with them. No matter how Fu Tingchen investigates, he shall not trace it back to us. Is that so? Are you pleased to be driven into a corner by Fu Tingchen? The man with the golden glasses seethed with barely concealed rage. Incompetent fools, more adept at causing trouble than achieving success. Before he could finish his sentence, a pot of scalding tea struck the middle-aged man's forehead. As the porcelain shattered, crimson blood welled from his brow. In pain, the middle-aged man dared not move, standing there trembling. The dimly lit room fell into an oppressive silence. After this incident, the Fu family will undoubtedly intensify their protection of Shi Wan. It will be challenging for us to find an opportunity to act in the near future. The man with the golden glasses finally spoke after a long pause. We must devise another plan. His eyes narrowed as he resumed, turning the Buddhist beads in his hand, a storm brewing within them. Did you just say that those taken by the Fu family are members of the Meng family? Chapter 42, Either accept or perish. In the dim, damp basement of the Fu Manor, a man stood against the light, his handsome features obscured by shadow. You wish for my wife to accompany you for a night? Do you? His voice was thin and frigid, sending chills through Meng Yu. Mr. Fu, I truly did not know she was Lady Fu, Meng Yu exclaimed, shaking his head frantically, his voice trembling. It is my fault for not recognizing such grandeur. His face was a mask of desperation, the arrogance he once displayed long gone. I beg you, please overlook my transgressions. I promise I shall never speak out of turn again. Meng Yu's heart was heavy with regret. To the point of nausea. He had never anticipated that the individual he had offended today was the one he could least afford to cross. Spare you. Fu Tingchen chuckled lightly, though the shadows in his eyes were daunting. Very well, could Fu Tingchen truly be so accommodating? Meng Yu's countenance brightened, bowing repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Fu, thank you. However, Fu Tingchen interrupted him, his voice low and tinged with an unsettling sickness. The condition is that you must defeat me. Defeat you? Meng Yu faltered, unable to believe what he had just heard. He had long been aware of Fu Tingchen's formidable prowess. You have them as well, let them join in, Fu Tingchen remarked dismissively. Glancing at Zhang Li and the others, the slight smirk playing on his lips, his eyes inscrutable. As long as you can defeat me, I shall let you go. What if it were just Fu Tingchen alone? Meng Yu would never dare to agree, but with Zhang Li and his 20 or so henchmen, confidence surged within him. Really, what if you change your mind? Meng Yu, Fu Tingchen's gaze deepened. Either accept or perish. His voice was laced with a chilling intent. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. Very well, I accept this opportunity, Meng Yu said, pressing his lips tightly together before nodding. I hope Mr. Fu will honor his word. With 20 or more individuals attacking simultaneously, even Fu Tingchen, no matter how skilled, was merely flesh and blood. He could not withstand it. Yang Yi's expression remained unchanged, yet a glimmer of derision flickered in his eyes as he regarded Meng Yu. Merely a tool to expend Mr. Fu's energy, foolishly harboring delusions. Fu Tingchen leisurely rolled up his sleeves, loosening his tie. Such a commonplace action, when performed by him, was exceedingly pleasing to the eye. To release them, yes, the 20-odd mercenaries immediately advanced, freeing Meng Yu and the other members of the Meng family. Let the game begin, Fu Tingchen said, his thin lips parting, his tall figure exuding an unspoken grace. Meng Yu exchanged a glance with his comrades. The well-trained group swiftly surrounded Fu Tingchen. Charge! At Meng Yu's command, they surged forward in unison. Yang Yi, along with the mercenaries, retreated towards the door, wary of being caught in the fray, outside the Fu Manor. Meng Shanghui and his wife, alongside Chen Guanghua and his spouse, stood anxiously at the entrance. "Please allow us to enter," Meng Shanghui urged, striving to maintain his composure. "We truly have urgent business with Mr. Fu." Observing his demeanor, Chen Guanghua and his wife exchanged glances, both visibly taken aback. As the head of the Meng family, Meng Shanghui was a well-known figure in the capital. Countless individuals sought to curry favor with him. Yet here he was speaking gently to a mere doorman of the Fu family. It appeared the Fu family's status exceeded their expectations. "Apologies," the mercenary at the door replied impassively, "without Mr. Fu and the old master's consent, no one may enter." Chapter 43. Unable to enter even the Fu family's door, Meng Shanghui's expression darkened. He had anticipated Fu Tingchen would refuse him, perhaps punishing Meng Yu severely or leveraging the incident to extract concessions from the Meng corporation. Yet he had never imagined they would be barred from even entering the Fu family's estate. Having enjoyed a position of prominence for most of his life, he had never been treated in such a manner. However, recalling the formidable presence within the manor, Meng Shanghui clenched his teeth and swallowed the harsh words that threatened to escape. The mercenary maintained his stoic demeanor, revealing no sign of relent. "If we cannot enter, surely they must be allowed in." Madame Meng, frantic with worry, recalled Xin Guanghua and his wife's identities and immediately approached the mercenary. "These are your lady's uncle and aunt. Do you intend to stop them as well?" Xin Guanghua and Zhang Rong were taken aback by Madame Meng's actions, but once they regained their composure, they forced smiles at the mercenary. "I am Xin Guanghua, and this is my wife, Zhang Rong," Xin Guanghua said, striving to maintain an air of normalcy. "We are indeed your lady's uncle and aunt, and we have come to see Mr. Fu regarding matters concerning her." Meng Yu had offended Shi Wan. And Xin Guanghua's words were not entirely unfounded. However, they were uncertain whether the Fu family would grant them any leniency. Zhang Rong nodded vigorously in support. "Uncle and aunt of the lady." The mercenary's gaze deepened as he regarded Xin Guanghua and Zhang Rong for a moment before responding slowly. "Please wait a moment, I will have someone report your presence." As he spoke, he signaled to another mercenary nearby, who nodded and hurried into the manor. Meng Shanghui's expression remained unchanged, though he scrutinized Xin Guanghua and his wife with newfound contemplation. Madame Meng, her face a mask of anxiety, felt a flicker of hope. Soon, the mercenary who had entered reappeared, nodding in affirmation. "Open the door, let them in." Upon hearing this, Xin Guanghua and Zhang Rong discreetly exhaled in relief. Casting a furtive glance at Meng Shanghui and his wife, the matter of Meng Yu's offense against the Fu family also implicated Shen Ruoyan. Should they fail to assist, the Shen family would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thankfully, the Fu family was willing to extend this courtesy, though whether it was at Shi Wan's behest remained uncertain. Meng Shanghui and Madame Meng quickly entered, followed closely by Xin Guanghua and his wife. Led by a servant, they arrived in the grand living room, where only Uncle Yang awaited, a smile gracing his face. The expressions of Meng Shanghui and the others shifted. "Mr. Shen, Mrs. Shen." Uncle Yang greeted Xin Guanghua and his wife with a slight nod, then turned his gaze to Meng Shanghui and his wife, clearly astonished. "What brings you here, Mr. Meng?" "Mrs. Meng, that old fox." Meng Shanghui knew Uncle Yang was feigning ignorance but dared not reveal his awareness. My younger son, lacking discernment, inadvertently offended Lady Fu today, he said, a contrite smile adorning his face, adopting a lowly stance. "We have come to trouble Mr. Shen and his wife to accompany us in apologizing to Mr. Fu and Lady Fu." Xin Guanghua and his wife nodded in agreement with his words. Indeed, is that so?" Uncle Yang feigned enlightenment but soon furrowed his brow. "Unfortunately, Mr. Meng, you have arrived too late. Mr. Fu and Lady Fu have already retired." He smiled gently, adding, "I kindly ask that you return tomorrow." Before he could finish, a sharp voice interrupted. "No," Madame Meng exclaimed, rising from the sofa, her eyes blazing with indignation as she glared at Uncle Yang. "We must see Mr. Fu today." Fu Tingchen was a ruthless man, one who would kill without a second thought. Why tomorrow? Who knew if her son would even be alive? Madame Meng. Uncle Yang paused, the smile fading from his face. "This is the Fu family, not the Meng family, Uncle Yang. We come with genuine remorse and sincerity," Meng Shanghui warned, casting a significant glance at Madame Meng before turning back to Uncle Yang with a smile. "Please assist us in conveying our apologies to Mr. Fu and Lady Fu." "Mr. Meng, I would like to assist you," Uncle Yang replied with a smile, yet his wise eyes betrayed no mirth. "However, I am but a servant and do not dare disturb the masters during their rest." He glanced at Xin Guanghua and his wife. "Allowing you to enter is already a breach of etiquette." The veins on Meng Shanghui's forehead throbbed visibly, yet he understood that Uncle Yang held a position comparable to that of a half-master within the Fu family, and thus he could only suppress the fury boiling within him. "Then we shall wait here until Mr. Fu and Mrs. Fu are willing to meet us, please. The Fu family's tea is still ample enough," Uncle Yang replied in a gentle tone. "I have a multitude of trivial matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he nodded slightly and exited, just a mere butler. A sycophant, Mrs. Meng glared at Uncle Yang's retreating figure, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes tinged with a deep-seated hatred. Meng Shanghui was equally enraged, yet managed to retain a semblance of rationality. "This is the Fu family. Do not speak recklessly. Mrs. Meng bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Were it not for her son, why should she endure such humiliation? The thought of Meng Yu twisted her heart in agony, making it difficult to breathe. Mr. Meng, Mrs. Meng Zhang Rong spoke cautiously. We have already brought you in. We cannot assist further, so we will return and await your good news. As if he were her son, she thought, she had no patience to linger here indefinitely. Dare you leave and see what happens? Mrs. Meng glared at Zhang Rong and her companion, her teeth gritted. My son will be in danger, and that little wretch Shen Ruoyan bears a significant portion of the blame. Her swollen eyes burned with fury. And you all, did you not previously claim that Mrs. Fu had kept you close for many years, that you were her most trusted confidants? You used that excuse to approach the Meng family. And what was the result? She won't even take your calls. The more Mrs. Meng spoke, the angrier she became, her body trembling uncontrollably. If my son is unharmed, that would be one thing, but if something happens, I will not spare you. Meng Shanghui remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dark and hostile expressions of Xin Guanghua and his wife. Zhang Rong sank back onto the sofa, her lips moving silently. Afraid to utter a word, Chen Guanghua's countenance was equally grim. In the dimly lit basement, Fu Tingchen stood in the interplay of light and shadow, his exquisite features almost unreal in their perfection. His expression was obscure and profound, with a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. His clearly defined fingers held a handkerchief, methodically wiping the blood from his knuckles. Before him lay over 20 mangled men. Among them Meng Yu, covered in wounds, their fates uncertain. The thick scent of blood seemed to envelop the entire room in a mist of carnage, resembling a hell on earth. Just then, Yang Yi entered. Mr. Fu, the lady has arrived. Fu Tingchen's wiping motion paused briefly, but he quickly resumed his composure. Let her in. Chapter 44. She is like a ray of light, while he dwells in the shadows. Yang Yi glanced at the bloody scene before him. A flicker of hesitation crossing his face. The last time Mr. Fu had fallen ill, they had no choice but to allow the lady to witness such a scene, but now Mr. Fu was lucid. What is it? Fu Tingchen lifted his gaze, a half-smile playing on his lips. Shall I repeat myself? Meeting those unfathomable eyes, Yang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. No need, I shall fetch the lady right away. He promptly turned and exited. Fu Tingchen continued to clean his fingers, meticulously attending to each spot, as if his hands had touched something foul. His dark, narrowed eyes glinted with an inscrutable chill. What expression would this woman wear upon seeing him both lucid and unhinged? Would the dream she wished to share with him transform into a nightmare? A cold self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of Fu Tingchen's lips. Mr. Fu, at Yang Yi's call, Shi Wan entered. She was clad in a flowing white nightgown. Her fair skin and delicate features bathed in soft light, creating a stark contrast to the bloody scene within. She resembled an angel lost in hell. Fu Tingchen regarded Shi Wan, his pupils darkening. Though they stood close, he felt an insurmountable chasm between their worlds. She was a ray of light, while he remained ensnared in shadows. His initial curiosity faded, replaced by an indescribable emotion swirling within him. Just as he considered asking Yang Yi to escort her away, Shi Wan approached him directly, her voice soft. It's getting late. We should return to rest. She had intended to suggest they return for her treatment. But with Meng's family in peril, she feared that would be overheard and changed her words. The gentle, unafraid tone of her voice stirred something within Fu Tingchen. Are you afraid? His voice was deep and gravelly. Emotions inscrutable. Though Yang Yi kept his head bowed, he felt the palpable tension in the air. Madam, please be cautious with your words. Fu Tingchen's tone remained mostly unchanged, yet Shi Wan grasped the underlying meaning. His inquiry was not about her fear of the gruesome scene, but rather whether she feared him, the ruthless man before her. Not at all, Shi Wan replied, casting a brief glance at the bloodied Meng Yu and then redirecting her gaze to Fu Tingchen. A tender smile gracing her lips. You are avenging me, for which I am grateful. Why would I be afraid? She had witnessed every side of him, since he would never harm her. What was there to fear? Such truths eluded her in her past life, yet now she comprehended them fully. As for the Meng family, they had brought this upon themselves. In this new life, she had no desire to play the saint. Fu Tingchen raised an eyebrow, studying Shi Wan as if attempting to unravel her true thoughts, yet, within her pure gaze, he found nothing but himself. It's getting late, she reiterated when she noticed he stood motionless. And she took his hand, leading him outside. Let us return. The violent impulses coursing through Fu Tingchen's veins were easily provoked. If they lingered, she feared he might succumb to another episode. Her soft, slender hand felt slightly cool. Yet it brought Fu Tingchen an unfamiliar warmth. Observing Shi Wan's delicate figure, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Shi Wan, you were the one who first enticed me. Chapter 45. Is this an invitation? Fu mannered eye in the living room. Mrs. Meng gazed at Meng Shanghui, her earlier anxiety having morphed into despair. It's already past midnight. It seems Fu Tingchen is resolute in denying us any favor from the Meng family. What shall we do? Xin Guanghua and Zhang Rong exchanged glances with Meng Shanghui, their bodies aching, utterly unwilling to remain in this waiting limbo. Meng Shanghui's hands, hanging at his sides, clenched and unclenched in agitation. After a few moments, he finally spoke. Let us return. Mrs. Meng was taken aback, her bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief. What about Xiaoyu? What can we do? Meng Shanghui's eyes narrowed, his voice low yet laced with barely restrained anger. Are we to forcibly storm the Fu residence and take Xiaoyu? Mrs. Meng's eyes grew even redder, but, no buts, Meng Shanghui snapped, losing patience. He rose decisively from the sofa. Tomorrow, we shall visit the Jiang family and ask old Master Jiang to intervene. His mother was old Master Jiang's cousin. Though he had intended to save this tenuous connection for a critical moment, he now saw no other option. It was widely known in the capital that old Master Jiang and old Master Fu shared a deep friendship. With Jiang's intervention, the Fu family would surely grant them some consideration. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Meng could only nod in agreement. The two of them disregarded Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong as they exited Fu Manor. Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong exchanged complex glances before following suit. As night deepened, the world fell silent, watching Fu Tingchen, who had finally succumbed to sleep. Shi Wan let out a breath of relief. A glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes, she had added several calming acupoints during the treatment, hoping to ensure he rested well. Clearly, the method had proven effective. Shi Wan moved delicately, retrieving a sterilized cotton swab from the medical kit and tending to the wounds on his hands. Her movements were tender and meticulous, imbued with a sense of compassion, as if she feared disturbing Fu Tingchen from his slumber. Fu Tingchen's lips, hidden in the shadows, pressed together, yet he did not awaken. After tending to his injuries, Shi Wan quietly returned to the sofa and drifted off to sleep. Knowing her grandfather understood his grandson's temperament, he had already instructed Uncle Yang to prepare a room for her. However, she had no desire to leave. The familiar surroundings often plunged her into the nightmares of her past life. It was only beside Fu Tingchen that she felt at ease, unbeknownst to her. The man she thought was deeply asleep rose once more, sitting beside the sofa and observing her for a long time before gently lifting her into bed, just as he was about to leave as he had the previous night. Her arms tightened around his waist, her soft lips murmuring, "Fu Tingchen, please don't go, don't leave me." The gentle plea held a hint of desperation. Was this intentional? Was it an invitation? Fu Tingchen paused, his gaze deepening as he studied Shi Wan's eyes, confirming that she was indeed in a deep sleep. The darkness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a complex, helpless smile. After a moment's hesitation, he allowed himself to lie down beside her. Yielding to her gentle pull, sensing his familiar presence, Shi Wan, still in slumber, instinctively clung to him like an octopus, her delicate face nuzzling against his chest as she sought a comfortable position. Fu Tingchen's narrowed eyes widened momentarily. The woman's exquisite curves and her sweet, refreshing scent caused the clarity in his mind to unravel at an unprecedented speed. Chapter 46, In the Face of Adversity, Retreat is the Best Strategy. The following noon, what did you say? Old Master Fu gazed in astonishment at Uncle Yang, his typically composed countenance now marred by disbelief. Tianchen has yet to rise? His grandson possesses numerous flaws, one of which is an extreme sense of discipline. His words were certainly not mere bragging. From childhood to adulthood, apart from the occasional illness, Tianchen would rise at a fixed hour, engage in exercise at a designated time, and depart for the company punctually. He resembled a robot programmed with precision, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Today, this robot has overslept, truly a rarity. Indeed, Uncle Yang nodded with a smile. The young master and mistress are still resting. Quite so, quite so. It seems this lad has finally had a revelation. Leaning back in his chair, old Master Fu's serious expression bore an uncommon delight. It appears that the day I hold my great-grandson is not far off. He increasingly regretted not marrying his granddaughter-in-law sooner. With joy illuminating his features, he grasped his tea, yet a thought struck him, prompting him to speak with a smile. Direct the staff that they are not to be disturbed until they awaken and are ready for their meal. Certainly, Uncle Yang replied with a smile. At that moment, within the room, Shi Wan's long, thick eyelashes fluttered, struggling to open her eyes. "What time is it?" she murmured weakly before reaching for her phone, just as she had done before. In her drowsy state, she furrowed her brow, sensing that the bed's texture felt somewhat amiss today. Fu Tianchen instantly opened his eyes, his handsome face transforming into one of suppressed anger. He grasped the woman's wandering hands. His voice low and deliberate. "What are you doing?" His magnetic tone carried an unspoken restraint. Last night, this woman had entwined herself around him like an octopus, leaving him disoriented and nearly sleepless. To his surprise, the moment she opened her eyes, she began to fidget restlessly once more, albeit unconsciously. Fu Tianchen? The remnants of sleep vanished from Shi Wan in an instant as she met the man's dark gaze. In that moment, her mind went blank, and her words became a jumble. What do you mean by we? Fu Tianchen's voice deepened further. What do you wish to convey? Goodness, she was truly not intentional. Surely Fu Tianchen would not believe she meant to act in this manner. Fu Tianchen, whether you believe it or not, I genuinely did not mean it. In a moment of desperation, Shi Wan felt tears welling up. I truly did not intend to. I apologize. I'll go freshen up now. As she spoke, she hastily rose and dashed toward the bathroom. What was that saying? The best strategy is to withdraw. Fu Tianchen watched her frantic retreating figure, his gaze growing darker. Jiang family, old Master Jiang. Meng Shanghui looked at the casually dressed elder as if he were the only lifeline in a storm. I implore you, given the friendship between our families, to assist my nephew. Their relationship was not particularly close. Yet he felt compelled to seek help. Indeed, old Jiang. Mrs. Meng wiped her tears. Her face, which had previously shown few wrinkles, appeared significantly haggard after just one night. We truly have no other recourse. Please lend us your aid. If it were not for desperation, we would not dare disturb you. Meng Shanghui lowered his posture even further. I earnestly request that you intervene on our behalf. It is not that I do not wish to help. Old Master Jiang set down the teapot, sighing, his aged eyes reflecting helplessness. That young man from the Fu family is no ordinary person. His temperament is rather peculiar, and my words may not bear weight. Is this a refusal? Mrs. Meng's complexion grew even paler. Everyone in Kyoto knows the deep bond you share with old Master Fu. A glint of coldness flickered in Meng Shanghui's eyes as he lowered his stance further. If you are willing to intervene, President Fu will certainly regard you favorably. As he spoke, he retrieved a contract from his briefcase and presented it to old Master Jiang with both hands. This is a small token from my nephew. I hope you will not look down upon it. Shanghui, return home. Old Master Jiang shook his head, bowing his head to sip his tea. I cannot assist with this matter. Although there is some familial connection with the Meng family, it does not warrant wasting my goodwill with a friend. Meng Shanghui was taken aback by old Master Jiang's complete lack of favor. His expression stiffened. Mrs. Meng clutched her clothing tightly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Jiang Qingtong bit her lip, rising from her seat to approach old Master Jiang, affectionately wrapping her arms around his grandfather. I consider Meng you a friend. Since Uncle Meng has come to ask for help, please assist them. Her words reignited hope in the despondent Meng Shanghui couple, who looked at Jiang Qingtong with eager anticipation. Jiang Qingtong, however, paid them no mind. Not only did she dismiss Meng Yu, but she also held the entire Meng family in contempt. What irked her was that Tingchen not only refrained from blaming that woman for causing trouble upon entering the Fu household, but he also supported her. Old Master Jiang furrowed his brow and cast a glance at Jiang Qingtong. Others may be unaware, but he was acutely aware. His granddaughter held herself in high esteem and would never befriend the uneducated son of the Meng family. Meeting old Master Jiang's gaze, Jiang Qingtong felt a twinge of guilt. She shook his arm, pleading sweetly, grandfather, I beg you. Old Master Jiang had always favored Jiang Qingtong, with his granddaughter making such a request in front of the Meng couple. He could hardly refuse her face, thus, he furrowed his brow and set down his cup, speaking in a deep voice, since Qingtong has implored me so, I shall accompany you to the Fu residence. Though whether that rascal Tianchen will show this old man any respect remains uncertain. It was already a rare occurrence for old Master Jiang to make this trip. The Meng couple dared not express any further objections. Their faces filled with gratitude as they nodded repeatedly. The group set off toward the Fu estate. Within the room, the man gazed at the glaring red stains on the sheets, his handsome face clouded with gloom. Shi Wan felt utterly embarrassed, lowering her head. Yes, I am truly sorry. She had braced herself for heroic sacrifice, only to have her monthly visitor unexpectedly arrive. Her cautious apology seemed to dissipate the undercurrent of anger radiating from Fu Tianchen, rendering it as ineffective as striking cotton. After a moment, he parted his thin lips. Go freshen up. Shi Wan nodded like a quail and hurriedly made her way to the bathroom, her demeanor suggesting she was fleeing. Fu Tianchen, with an inscrutable expression, exited the room and took a cold shower in the guest bathroom, contemplating the earlier events. A hint of a helpless smile tugged at his lips. As he descended the stairs, Yang Yi approached him. Chapter 48, a qualitative leap in the relationship between President Fu and his wife. President Fu, Yang Yi greeted him, his expression grave. The individuals trailing the mistress belonged to an overseas assassination organization, hired for a hefty sum. Not much is known about them. His brow furrowed. The contact they were dealing with has also vanished from existence. Clearly this is a meticulously planned scheme. Continue to observe, waiting for an opportunity. Fu Tianchen's dark eyes narrowed, brimming with intrigue and amusement. The deeper the concealment, the more captivating the prey. Understood. Yang Yi nodded and continued. The Meng couple has gone to the Jiang family, and after Miss Jiang's persuasion, old Master Jiang has agreed to assist. They have already set off. Fu Tianchen's handsome face revealed no change in expression, though the chill in his gaze deepened. Suddenly, a gentle and sweet voice broke through the air. Would you like to join us for a meal? Shi Wan approached, clad in a black short dress. The simple cut accentuated her alluring figure, her long affair legs drawing attention. Fu Tianchen's eyes narrowed slightly. The provocative scene from earlier resurfaced in his mind, and the suppressed heat within him began to stir once more. His gaze darkened, shrouded in depth. The profound and focused look in his eyes reminded Shi Wan of the earlier encounter in the bedroom. A faint blush crept across her fair and delicate face, and her palms grew inexplicably warm. Tsk, are they exchanging glances? In just one night, has the relationship between President Fu and his wife experienced a qualitative leap? Yang Yi felt a twinge of bitterness, choosing to pretend he saw nothing and lowered his head. Fu Tianchen's thin lips parted slightly. Let us go. Shi Wan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Striving to shake off her thoughts as she walked over to Fu Tianchen's side, the two made their way toward the dining room. The man stood tall and straight, while the woman appeared slender and graceful. From any angle, they appeared perfectly matched. Observing this, several servants nearby exchanged glances and discreetly gathered together. The young master and mistress truly look well suited, indeed, a match of beauty and wealth. I have worked here at the Fu residence for nearly 8 years. And this is the first time I have seen the young master rise so late. The mistress's charm is indeed formidable. It seems even someone like the young master cannot escape the allure of beauty. Perhaps it won't be long before we welcome a young master here. Regardless, I am going to be a fan of the young master and mistress's pairing. Yang Yi cast a casual glance at the group. The chatter ceased abruptly, and the servants quickly dispersed to their tasks. In the dining room, upon seeing Tingchen and Shi Wan enter together, old Master Fu's face radiated joy. Are you hungry? He set down his newspaper, looking at Shi Wan with affection. A grandfather has urged them to hasten their preparations, and it will be ready shortly. Observing the expression on old Master Fu's face, Tingchen raised an eyebrow. Surmising what was on his mind, thank you, grandfather, said Shi Wan, feeling quite apologetic for keeping an elder like old Master Fu waiting. She felt a wave of remorse wash over her, especially since she had stayed up late the previous night and vowed not to repeat such tardiness. It's quite alright, no need to fret, old Master Fu chuckled, his smile deepening at the mention of her late night. Newlyweds often find themselves in such situations. I understand. As he spoke, he cast an encouraging glance at his grandson. I had the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup for you, in hopes of soon holding a great-grandson. Shi Wan's face flushed upon grasping the implication behind old Master Fu's words, and she instinctively looked at Tingchen. Tingchen, it is time for the old man to return to the ancestral home. Chapter 49. Without your permission, no one can take Mengyu Fu family manor, although it was midsummer. The pavilion in the backyard remained refreshingly cool and pleasant. The laughter of the elder and the young flowed seamlessly, creating a particularly lively and warm atmosphere. The dietary regimen I devised for you is ready. Comprising a 2-month supply, Shi Wan said softly, gazing at old Master Fu. Every 2 months, I will help you switch it out, ensuring you won't grow weary of it. She wrinkled her nose playfully, her smile charming and endearing. As long as you adhere to the recipes I provided, you will surely enjoy robust health and longevity. In her past life, she had caused Tingchen to take his own life, leading to old Master Fu losing his most beloved and closest grandson. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow at the thought of the heartache an elderly gentleman nearing 70 would endure. Good health and longevity were her most sincere wishes for old Master Fu. Ha ha, splendid, old Master Fu beamed with satisfaction, then feigned anger as he shot a glare at his grandson. This granddaughter-in-law, Shi Wan, is far more considerate than that certain someone who cannot utter a kind word. The aforementioned individual glanced at old Master Fu with a hint of helplessness in his gaze. That's not true, grandfather. Shi Wan smiled at old Master Fu after glancing at Tingchen. Tingchen is particularly concerned about your health. This dietary plan was devised after much discussion between us, and it includes many of your favorite foods that Tingchen informed me of. Is that so? Old Master Fu raised an eyebrow, looking at his grandson. He found it hard to believe that this rascal had such thoughtful intentions. Of course it is. Shi Wan nodded vigorously. You will see for yourself shortly. Tingchen cast a sidelong glance at Shi Wan, whose delicate neck was slightly arched, her exquisite profile radiating obedience and seriousness. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a confirmation of sincerity and earnest deception. Uncle Yan watched the scene unfold with amusement. In the days since the young mistress's arrival, the Fu household had become much more lively. Just then, a stern-faced mercenary entered. Old master, young mistress, he said, lowering his head. The old master Jiang and Miss Jiang, along with Mr. Meng and his wife, have arrived. Please have them wait in the parlor. Old Master Fu's smile faded considerably. Tingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared Mr. Meng was indeed Mengyu's father. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes lowered, a chill visible in their depths. Jiang Qingtong and her grandfather have unexpectedly gotten involved as well. Shi Wan, old Master Fu said kindly, looking at Shi Wan, you should rest here. Grandfather and Tingchen will go see what they desire. Understanding old Master Fu's intention, Shi Wan nodded obediently. Alright. Old Master Fu rose first, heading towards the front hall, with Uncle Yang following closely behind. You are the head matriarch of the Fu family, Tingchen said, stopping beside Shi Wan. Without your permission, no one can take Mengyu. Though his voice was cool and detached, Shi Wan could discern the warmth beneath. Was this meant to convey the Fu family's stance to her? A radiant smile blossomed on her face, her dimples brimming with sweetness. Very well, I understand. The woman's smile was akin to the brilliant and warm sun of winter, shining into Tingchen's heart. A ripple passed through him, causing his heartbeat to momentarily stutter. This sensation was entirely foreign to Tingchen. As Shi Wan noticed Tingchen gazing deeply at her, she was about to speak, but he had already turned and made his way towards the front hall. At that moment, Shi Wan's phone began to ring. Chapter 50. Ignorance is no excuse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shi Wan's phone persisted in its ringing. The name Shen Ruoyan flashed repeatedly until it ceased. Next, the landline of the Shen family rang, followed by Shen Guanghwa's mobile number. The corners of Shi Wan's mouth turned upward as she leisurely finished feeding the fish before slowly answering the call. Shi Wan. Zhang Ron's frantic voice came through the line. Now that you've climbed into the Fu family, you won't even answer our calls, I tell you, fool. Shi Wan hung up the phone expressionlessly, continuing to feed the fish. The phone remained beside her, still ringing persistently. Half an hour later, she finally answered it again. This time, it was Xin Guanghua on the other end. Shi Wan, it's your uncle. His voice feigned warmth, but the displeasure was unmistakable. Why did you abruptly hang up just now? Accidentally pressed the button, Shi Wan replied, her delicate face adorned with a faint smile, though her eyes were icy. Her uncle had called regarding the dowry, no doubt. Dowry? The sweet and gentle tone caught Xin Guanghua off guard. He had been preoccupied with leveraging the Fu family's reputation for connections and was overwhelmed with matters concerning the Meng family, completely forgetting about this issue. If you have it ready, please hand it over as soon as possible. Shi Wan continued, noticing Xin Guanghua's silence, her gaze growing colder, yet her voice becoming increasingly gentle. Shi Wan, Xin Guanghua finally reacted, his mind racing. The Fu family is wealthy and powerful. They wouldn't even glance at such a small asset. Why not let your uncle manage it for you? This way, you wouldn't have to waste money buying back that shabby courtyard in the hospital. I'm afraid that won't do. Shi Wan maintained her gentle tone, yet her refusal was resolute. Uncle Yang has already informed Grandfather Fu about the dowry, and today Grandfather Fu mentioned he would help me prepare personnel to manage the hospital. He is just waiting for me to take over. Damn it. Xin Guanghua's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with fury. Shi Wan's mention of old Master Fu left him trapped in a dilemma. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he could not avoid spending a substantial sum. Listening to the heavy breaths coming from the other end of the line, Shi Wan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Understood. Your uncle will receive it promptly. Xin Guanghua adjusted his breathing, his tone softening. There is also one more matter. Your uncle would like to ask for your assistance. Speak, uncle. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Already aware of the matter at hand. If I can manage it, I certainly won't refuse. I heard that the fourth young master of the Meng family inadvertently offended you on the street. Xin Guanghua cut to the chase. He wasn't aware of your identity. As the saying goes, ignorance is no excuse. Besides, the Xin and Meng families have a good relationship. For your uncle's sake, let him go. Ignorance is no excuse. Shi Wan chuckled lightly. Uncle Meng, you may be unaware, but my cousin certainly is. Her soft voice carried an unmistakable tone of mockery. When she saw Meng troubling me, she showed no inclination to intervene. When Meng summoned dozens of subordinates to seize me, she did nothing to stop it. If we were to delve into this matter, the primary responsibility lies not with Meng but with my cousin. Shi Wan. Xin Guanghua snapped angrily. Your cousin fainted at that time. Don't speak nonsense. Whether it's nonsense or not, I have evidence that is clearer than what you possess. Uncle, you. Xin Guanghua was momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Wan, you have always been sensible. Why have you become so sharp-tongued after marrying into the Fu family? Is that so? Shi Wan raised an eyebrow. Then, I shall inquire with Grandfather Fu and Tingchen shortly. Xin Guanghua was both astonished and furious, and in a fit of rage, he hung up the phone. Chapter 51. A visit to apologize. In the spacious living room, Old Master Fu and Old Master Jiang sat in the main seats. Sipping tea, their conversation flowed with tales from their youth, yet beneath the laughter, the atmosphere remained tense. Meng Shanghui and his wife listened to the banter of the two elders, their eyes frequently darting towards the entrance. Feeling increasingly uneasy, also sharing their anxiousness, was Jiang Qingtong, who vividly recalled the humiliation she had suffered at Fu Tingchen's hands, after loving him day in and day out for so many years. She found it nearly impossible to give up. What must she do to win Fu Tingchen's heart? Amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling in everyone's minds, Fu Tingchen entered. His handsome face was marked by indifference, his demeanor exuding a noble and austere aura. As he approached, an overwhelming presence of authority enveloped the room. Meng Shanghui and his wife instinctively rose from their seats. Mr. Fu, Mr. Fu? Meng Shanghui recognized Fu Tingchen. But it was the first time for Mrs. Meng, who gazed at him in astonishment. The man's appearance was a stark contrast to what she had imagined. Old Master Jiang set down his cup, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had initially thought that even if there was no exceptionally talented grandson, at least a remarkable granddaughter-in-law would suffice. He never anticipated that the Fu family would suddenly present a marriage contract. A step too late. Jiang Qingtong sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Tingchen. Were it not for an opportunity such as today, I would not know when I might see him again. Grandfather, Old Master Jiang. After offering a slight nod to the two venerable gentlemen, Fu Tingchen elegantly crossed his long legs and seated himself at the head of the table. His entire demeanor exuded an air of noble gravitas, and his elongated eyes possessed an overwhelming intensity. Tingchen. Old Master Jiang was the first to break the silence with a smile. Where is your newlywed wife? Why haven't you brought her out for this old man to see? This inquiry was partly a pretext to delve into the main topic, but also stemmed from genuine curiosity. He wished to behold the woman that the Fu family had betrothed years ago. My wife was startled yesterday and is feeling somewhat unwell, Fu Tingchen responded coolly, his tone betraying no discernible emotion. Both Meng Shanghui and his wife felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines. My wife? Jiang Qingtong found the remark painfully grating. her lowered gaze brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction. That term, as uttered by Tingchen, ought to have described her instead. Old Jian, you have no idea. Old Master Fu set down his teacup with a sigh. My granddaughter-in-law was frightened, and it seems to have deeply affected this rascal, who spent the better part of the day tending to her, neglecting even his business. Is that so? Old Master Jian looked at Fu Tingchen in astonishment. I never would have guessed you had such a side to you. Fu Tingchen cast a fleeting glance at his grandfather, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. It was evident that he acknowledged the sentiment. The faces of Meng Shanghui and his wife turned even paler. The seemingly aloof Fu Tingchen placed such importance on that woman. He had cared for her for an entire day, even skipping work? On what grounds? They had only known each other for a few days. Jiang Qingtong clenched her hands tightly at her sides, her nails digging into her palms as she struggled to maintain her composure. When Shi Wan feels better, I will arrange for them to pay a visit to the Jiang family. Old Master Fu offered, refilling Old Master Jiang's teacup. Do not forget to prepare a welcoming gift. Certainly, I shall await that eagerly. Old Master Jiang chuckled, his gaze laden with meaning as he glanced at Meng Shanghui. Meng Shanghui immediately understood, his expression turning apologetic as he rose from his seat. President Fu. Chapter 52, a mere 50 million can assuage the fright my wife endured. Indeed, Fu Tingchen's thin lips curved slightly, his narrow eyes inscrutable. That he had not noticed that Meng was also present. He would not novelly believe that Fu Tingchen had only just observed him. Meng Shanghui's expression stiffened momentarily but quickly returned to normal. My son is blind to the consequences of his actions and inadvertently offended Madame Fu, he said, rising to offer Fu Tingchen a teacup, his posture humble to the point of obsequiousness. I apologize on his behalf, and I beseech President Fu to show mercy and spare him under normal circumstances. Meng Shanghui would never bow in presentee to someone of comparable age to his son, yet, facing Fu Tingchen, the heir of the Fu family, which held sway over half of the nation's economy, everything became far more palatable. Fu Tingchen leaned back against the chair, his long legs crossed, his distinctly knuckled hands reached out, but instead of accepting the teacup, he lit a cigar. The pale smoke wafted gently upwards, slowly dispersing, revealing the man as casually handsome visage to all present. The atmosphere grew tense. Old Master Fu and Old Master Jiang continued to sip their tea, their faces adorned with faint smiles, as if they were oblivious to the unfolding scene. Jiang Qingtong, however, fixed her gaze upon Fu Tingchen, her mind awash with unspoken thoughts. A fleeting look of discomfort flitted across Meng Shanghui's eyes, yet he dared not relax his grip on the teacup nor straighten his posture. Observing this, Madame Meng furrowed her brow and spoke anxiously. President Fu, our Meng family has come sincerely to apologize. What do you mean by this? Upon hearing those words, Jiang Qingtong's brows knitted together first, her eyes glinting with displeasure as she regarded Madame Meng. What kind of attitude was this? One might think they had come to accuse them rather than to offer an apology. She had brought her grandfather here not for the Meng family's benefit. Madame Meng, still under the impression that Jiang Qingtong was on her side, was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze instinctively shifted towards Fu Tingchen. Upon meeting those profound dark eyes, it felt as though a mountain had been placed upon her, rendering her breathless. President Fu, I did not mean it that way. What a fool! The moment Madame Meng had begun to speak, Meng Shanghui's heart had skipped a beat, and now he could not help but cast a warning glare at her. I sincerely apologize, President Fu. My wife is merely overly concerned for Xiaoyu. Please do not hold it against her. Fu Tingchen coldly averted his gaze, accepting the teacup from Meng Shanghui's hands. Please take a seat, Mr. Meng. Yes, as the teacup was accepted, Meng Shanghui felt a surge of relief and sat back down on the sofa. Thank you, President Fu. He promptly presented several sheets of paper bearing the seal of the Meng group to Fu Tingchen. This is a small token of our Meng family's sincerity, intended to ease Madame Fu's distress. I hope you will graciously accept it. Though termed a small gesture, it amounted to a staggering 50 million. A pang of regret flashed through Madame Meng's heart, yet, thinking of the price of saving her son's life, she could only endure and feign indifference. Mr. Meng must believe, Fu Tingchen mused, his eyes scanning the figure on the contract, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. A mere 50 million can assuage the fright my wife endured. His long fingers picked up the contract, bringing the cigar to its edge. If word of this were to circulate, would not those capable of producing 50 million in capital be emboldened to bully her? In an instant, the contract was reduced to ashes before the eyes of the observers. Of course, along with it, so too was the Meng family's dignity. Chapter 53, those who offend the matriarch of the Fu family must pay a heavy price. What does Mr. Meng believe? Fu Tingchen reclined against the back of his chair, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Meng Shanghui. A mere 50 million? Madame Meng's eyes twitched, her heart torn between sorrow and anger. Beside her, Meng Shanghui silently gritted his teeth. Truly, Fu Tingchen was formidable. Beneath his flawless exterior lay a mind brimming with cunning and guile. Well done, you rascal, Old Master Fu murmured, sipping his tea with an approving glint in his eye. Those who dare offend the matriarch of the Fu family must pay a heavy price. Regardless of who they may be, just a woman who had arrived through an unknown marriage contract, and yet she warranted such protection and backing. Jiang Qingtong's gaze upon Fu Tingchen felt as though a boulder had lodged itself in her chest. suffocating her. I will visit the restroom. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Old Master Jiang watched his granddaughter's retreating figure, a flicker of helplessness crossing his features. In this world, he could provide for her in many ways. But matters of the heart were different. For all these years, he had perceived clearly that Tingchen held no romantic inclinations towards Qingtong, had it not been for the sudden emergence of a girl. They might have ended up married, yet happiness would have remained elusive. President Fu Meng Shanghui began, but his pleading gaze involuntarily turned towards Old Master Jiang. Tingchen is correct, Old Master Jiang spoke gently. Shanghui, if you are earnest in your apology, this token of sincerity is insufficient. As he spoke, he took a sip of tea. I have heard that the girl is studying medicine. How about we transfer the Ruiji Hospital, which falls under the Meng family, to her, Ruiji Hospital? Madame Meng's pupils dilated, her hands clenching tightly in her lap. This was a high-end private hospital owned by the Meng family valued at several billion. With substantial profits, Meng Shanghui felt a pang of regret as well, yet, he was acutely aware that he was now in a position from which there was no retreat. Should he refuse, he would not only fail to secure Meng Yu's safety but would also incur the wrath of both the Fu and Jiang families. A smile forced itself onto Meng Shanghui's face. Old Master Jiang is correct, our Meng family is willing to offer Ruiji Hospital, and I beseech President Fu to show mercy and spare my blind son. Old Master Jiang turned his gaze towards Fu Tingchen, while Old Master Fu remained entirely detached from the proceedings. Fu Tingchen discarded his cigar into the teacup previously presented by Meng Shanghui. Lifting his gaze to meet him, his handsome features betrayed no emotion, yet the depth of meaning in his eyes was chilling. Meng Shanghui felt a wave of dread wash over him, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Did this esteemed ancestor still find his demands lacking? Just as he prepared to implore Old Master Jiang for assistance, a crisp voice cut through the tension. Uncle Yang, bring her over. Yes, young master. Uncle Yang nodded. Upon witnessing this, Meng Shanghui and his wife finally exhaled in relief. On the other side, Zhang Qingtong had not returned to the living room but had instead turned towards the backyard to catch her breath. To her surprise, she spotted a figure seated by the lake, the chestnut hair cascading down her back and her elegantly straight, fair legs swayed lazily. Although her face was obscured, an aura of delicate beauty emanated from her. Zhang Qingtong's expression darkened, the vexation within her intensifying. After a few seconds she approached. Monsieur seems quite at ease, Monsieur. The woman's tone was laced with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Shi Wan did not need to turn, as she could already envision the expression of the person behind her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of frost, however, when she turned to face Zhang Qingtong. Her demeanor shifted to one of pure amiable charm. Miss Jiang, what brings you here? Chapter 54, Walking the Path of a Green Tea, leaving no path for the green tea to walk. How could you possibly be here? Zhang Qingtong's eyes were filled with displeasure. Was she speaking to her in the tone of a hostess? Monsieur had only just married into the Fu family for a few days and was still unaware of the underlying tensions. She gazed at Shi Wan's delicate and beautiful countenance, suppressing the anger that simmered within, and smiled. I have grown up alongside Tingchen since childhood and have visited the Fu estate countless times. I am thoroughly familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. There is no place I cannot go. Her words were laced with profound implications. I did not mean it that way. Shi Wan thought to herself with a cold sneer, though her expression remained unchanged. However, considering how Tingchen treated Miss Jiang last time, I feared she might be upset and never return to the Fu family. It seems I was mistaken. A slight smile tugged at her red lips. Monsieur's psychological resilience was far greater than she had anticipated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingtong clenched her fists, and the word she had deliberately tried to forget echoed in her mind. If Miss Jiang dares to cling to me again, I am capable of doing things 100 or 1,000 times worse. To utter such words in front of my wife. Does the Jiang family have no sense of propriety, integrity, or shame? Her expression visibly darkened at an alarming rate. Shi Wan, do you dare to mock me? Mock? Shi Wan tilted her head, her eyes sparkling innocently. It appeared that Miss Jiang was also aware of how laughable she was. Naturally, she would not tolerate someone who coveted her husband and harbored hostility towards her. Allowing it once would lead to countless repetitions. She had to honor her second chance at life. Her soft voice, however, struck Zhang Qingtong like a resounding slap to the face. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Zhang Qingtong had been the center of admiration throughout her life, never having encountered anyone who dared to disregard her authority. Apart from Fu Tingchen, let alone being mocked to her face like Shi Wan was doing now. Shi Wan, you are nothing but a country girl from the outskirts. Grandfather Fu and Tingchen only granted you the title of Mrs. Fu. Out of respect for the marriage contract, Zhang Qingtong stepped forward, her face ablaze with anger, her gaze sharp as a blade. Do you really believe that by climbing onto the Fu family tree, you can transform into a phoenix? Her voice dripped with undisguised sarcasm and pride. Let me tell you, a wild hen will always remain a wild hen. A wild hen. Shi Wan's pupils darkened as she slowly rose, her enchanting gaze fixed on the furious Zhang Qingtong. If I am a wild hen, then Miss Jiang is surely even less than that. She lowered her voice, yet the smile at the corners of her lips deepened. After all, the man and status you covet are things I have effortlessly acquired. Her words were nothing short of a dagger to the heart. You little vixen, you. Jiang Qingtong pointed at Shi Wan. Her beautiful and exquisite face contorting into a mask of rage. Shi Wan regarded Jiang Qingtong with a calm demeanor, her bright eyes seemingly unfathomable, driven to the brink of madness. Jiang Qingtong noticed the expansive artificial lake behind Shi Wan. Just as she prepared to push her into the water, she caught sight of several figures approaching from a distance, a malicious glint flashing in her eyes. She stepped closer to Shi Wan, feigning camaraderie, and grasped her hand. Shi Wan, just wait. As her words hung in the air, she prepared to act as though Shi Wan had pushed her into the lake. Shi Wan had been closely observing Jiang Qingtong's movements, and from the expression in her eyes, she discerned her intentions. Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Accompanying the panicked voice of the woman was a tremendous splash, seeing Jiang Qingtong's stunned expression on the shore. A cold smirk flitted across Shi Wan's terrified eyes. It was only by walking the path of a green tea girl that one could leave a green tea girl with no escape. Chapter 55, This debt will be settled with Miss Jiang later. Jiang Qingtong stared at Shi Wan, who was struggling in the lake, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and fury. This woman actually knew what I was planning? She anticipated my move. Help, I can't swim. Shi Wan flailed her arms in the water, her handsome face edged with fear. Grandpa, save me. Xiao Wan. Old Master Fu's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly approached the lakeside. Old Yang quickly called for help. If not for his physical limitations, he would have leaped into the lake himself to rescue her. Yes, Uncle Yang turned and hurried off. Hearing Old Master Fu's voice, Jiang Qingtong's pupils constricted in panic, and she quickly reacted. She rushed to Old Master Jiang's side, grasping his arm with an anxious expression. Grandpa, I didn't push her. This woman jumped in by herself. Old Master Jiang glanced at Shi Wan, who was struggling in the lake, and then at his granddaughter, his usually gentle demeanor darkening ominously. Be quiet. From their perspective, it appeared as though his granddaughter had pushed the girl and the truth of the matter was no longer important. Jiang Qingtong paled at her grandfather's low reprimand. Noticing the figures approaching rapidly, she stiffened and hurriedly called out, Tingchen, you mustn't believe this woman. She jumped in by herself. I didn't touch her. Step aside. Fu Tingchen's gaze turned icy as it swept over Jiang Qingtong, his eyes harboring an inscrutable chill. This debt will be settled with Miss Jiang later. The murderous intent in the man's eyes left Jiang Qingtong feeling suffocated. Splash! Fu Tingchen discarded his jacket, casting it aside before diving into the lake. Moments later, he swam to Shi Wan's side. Husband. Shi Wan's tear-filled eyes met Fu Tingchen's, her face a picture of grievance. Her pitiable appearance was heart-wrenching. A surge of inexplicable emotion coursed through Fu Tingchen's heart. Don't be afraid. He wrapped one arm around her waist and began swimming toward the shore. Hold on tight. His deep, husky voice resonated in Shi Wan's ear, providing an unexplainable sense of security. Shi Wan bit her lip and clung to the man's neck. From that moment on, she resolved to forget that she could swim. The two soon reached the shore. Xiao Wan. Old Master Fu anxiously surveyed Shi Wan, concern etched across his features. Are you alright? Did you hit anything? Beneath this artificial lake lie many sharp rocks. I'm fine. Grandpa. I wasn't hurt. Shi Wan nestled in Fu Tingchen's embrace, guilt washing over her as she looked at the concerned elder. Please don't worry. Though she spoke reassuringly, her body trembled uncontrollably. It was not an attempt to elicit sympathy but rather a result of the cold. Despite it being midsummer, being drenched and exposed to the wind was far from pleasant. Grandpa, I'll take her back to the room. Fu Tingchen retrieved his discarded jacket, wrapping it around Shi Wan as he carried her indoors. Tingchen, Jiang Qingtong interjected, her face filled with resentment as she stepped in front of Fu Tingchen, glaring fiercely at Shi Wan. You must hear my explanation. In response to Jiang Qingtong, Shi Wan buried her face deeper into Fu Tingchen's embrace, feigning terror, yet only she knew that she was more afraid of revealing the smirk that threatened to surface. Noting the action of the person in his arms, Fu Tingchen's pupils darkened as he regarded Jiang Qingtong, his lips parting slightly. Chapter 56, No business for Fu Tingchen, but personal matters for my husband. Fu Tingchen's lips parted, his words laced with an air of cold severity. Old Master Jiang's eyes flickered with displeasure. However, given that it seemed his granddaughter was indeed at fault, he refrained from speaking out. Old Master Fu remained silent, the depths of his aged eyes inscrutable, yet sometimes silence spoke volumes. Tingchen. Jiang Qingtong stood frozen in place, terrified by Fu Tingchen's frigid demeanor, her eyes filled with defiance. She truly fell into the lake by herself. It has nothing to do with me. Fu Tingchen ignored her, continuing to carry Shi Wan into the house. Jiang Qingtong blocked their path once more, her eyes reddening as she dared not meet the icy depths of Fu Tingchen's gaze, instead glaring fiercely at Shi Wan in his arms. Shi Wan, you must clarify this matter. Fu Tingchen's gaze bore down on Jiang Qingtong, his eyes dark and foreboding. Clearly it was a sign that his patience had worn thin. Old Master Fu pursed his lips, his aged eyes revealing a blend of emotions. Old Master Jiang looked at his granddaughter, feeling helpless and exasperated. Just as he was about to speak, a weak and gentle voice emerged. Husband, Jiang Qingtong is not entirely wrong. Shi Wan lifted her head from Fu Tingchen's embrace, her voice frail. I fell in by myself. She did not push me. It was better not to say anything at all, but by saying this, It not only seemed like a cover-up but also implied that Jiang Qingtong was bullying her. Old Master Jiang's eyes flickered with sharpness as he regarded Shi Wan. Realizing something, Shi Wan buried her face once more into Fu Tingchen's embrace. Her eyes filled with coldness. If she had been unguarded, it would have been Jiang Qingtong who had fallen into the lake. Unlike Jiang Qingtong, she had no powerful Jiang family or Old Master Jiang backing her. Although Old Master Fu cherished her, witnessing such a scene, and with Old Master Jiang present, he could only let her apologize to Jiang Qingtong and let the matter pass. She would never apologize to Jiang Qingtong. Husband, Fu Tingchen looked down at the person in his arms, his handsome features inscrutable. No business for Fu Tingchen, but personal matters for my husband? Did you hear that, Tingchen? Jiang Qingtong, neglecting Shi Wan, focused solely on Fu Tingchen. I admit it was my fault. I fell in by myself. It has nothing to do with me, you must believe me. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a low reprimand. Qingtong, be quiet. Jiang Qingtong turned. Her face filled with grievance as she looked at the speaker. Old Master Jiang, grandfather. After casting a warning glance at his granddaughter, Old Master Jiang turned his gaze toward Fu Tingchen, his expression softening considerably. Tingchen, please take this girl to change her clothes. We wouldn't want her to catch a chill. We will be waiting for you both in the living room. Fu Tingchen did not meet Old Master Jiang's eyes. Instead, he carried Shi Wan into the room. Jiang Qingtong watched the tall figure of the man as he embraced Shi Wan, biting her lip tightly as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Brother Fu, Old Master Jiang said apologetically, glancing at Fu Lao, Qingtong has grown up under your watch. She has always been a bit reckless. It must have been a moment of carelessness that caused her to push that girl. He shot Jiang Qingtong a look. Aren't you going to apologize to your grandfather Fu? At this point, Jiang Qingtong felt stifled, yet she found herself at a loss for words. She lowered her head. Just as she was about to speak, however, Fu Lao's voice rang out before she could. Chapter 57. The Fu family never fears trouble. Old Jiang, you are being too formal, Fu Lao said with a gentle smile towards Jiang Qingtong. I know very well what kind of child Qingtong is. It is quite common for young people to have a little fun and end up with minor mishaps. Did grandfather Fu mean he wasn't blaming her? Jiang Qingtong felt a wave of relief wash over her, a flicker of pride flashing in her eyes. It seemed that Shi Wan would have to swallow her pride this time. Let us see if she dares to compete with me again. However, Old Master Jiang, knowing his friend well, sensed that Fu Lao's words were not finished yet, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, however, little Wan has fallen into the water and was frightened, Fu Lao said with narrowed eyes. Looking at Jiang Qingtong with a smile, Qingtong, you must sincerely apologize to her later. His demeanor remained warm and kind. This child is innocent and kind-hearted. She won't hold it against you, and you both should continue to interact as before. Though his words were gentle, the underlying message was unmistakable. What? Grandfather Fu wants her to apologize to Shi Wan? Jiang Qingtong clenched her fists, her expression darkening as she looked at Old Master Jiang in desperation. A shadow flickered in the depths of Old Master Jiang's eyes. It seemed that Brother Fu was determined to protect that girl. Your grandfather Fu is right, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he smiled at his granddaughter. You must apologize. It's a lesson to remember so that you won't act so recklessly next time. With even her own grandfather saying this, Jiang Qingtong realized that there was no room for reversing this situation. Her face contorted with grievance as she bit her lip. At that moment, in the corridor at Tingchen, Shi Wan wrapped her arms around Fu Tingchen's neck, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at him. Will this incident cause any trouble for the Fu family? Fu Tingchen lowered his head, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his narrow dark eyes reflecting a depth that Shi Wan could not comprehend. Isn't it a bit late to be asking that now? Did Fu Tingchen see through her? The man's clear voice startled Shi Wan. If that were the case, would he think she was too scheming? Shi Wan pursed her lips, trying to decipher the true emotions behind his gaze, but Fu Tingchen had already averted his eyes. Don't worry, the Fu family has never feared trouble. The Meng family villa. Mengyu lay on the bed, his face swollen and eyes tightly shut, enveloped in bandages, resembling a mummy from a film. Shanghui, Mrs. Meng, just awakened from her coma, looked at her son with red-rimmed eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. The doctor just said that little Yu has sustained injuries and may never be able to carry on the family line. Meng Shanghui pressed his lips tightly together, saying nothing. However, his dark expression spoke volumes. Our little Yu is only in his 20s, not yet married or having children. Mrs. Meng's face was streaked with tears, her well-maintained features twisting in anguish. This Fu Tingchen is being too much. Shanghui, we cannot let this go. What good would it do to not let it go? Meng Shanghui's expression was grim. Can we just capture Fu Tingchen and retaliate? He looked at his son, whose face had been utterly marred. His gaze intense, the anger within him simmering. Against a family as powerful as the Fu family, what could the Meng family do but swallow their resentment? Mrs. Meng knew that Meng Shanghui spoke the truth. Her entire being crumbling as she collapsed beside Mengyu, weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly she seemed to remember something, her expression turning sharp and fearsome. Chapter 58. I will never let her go. Shen Ruoyan. Mrs. Meng ground her teeth. Her eyes filled with a malevolence that sent chills down one's spine. Little Yu offended the Fu family, and Shen Ruoyan bears significant responsibility for that. Her hands clenched at her sides. the muscles in her face beginning to contort with rage. I will never let her go. It was impossible to deal with the Fu family. Could the insignificant Chen family be any different? Meng Shanghui nodded at Meng Yu, his eyes darkened with coldness and malice. On the other side, at Chen family villa, Shen Ruoyan, who was discussing something with Shen Guanghua and his wife, suddenly shivered. Yen, noticing her daughter's unusual behavior. Zhang Rong looked worried. What's wrong? Shen Guanghua also looked up. It's nothing, Shen Ruoyan said, picking up a nearby cushion to shield herself, trying to ignore the ominous feeling in her heart. Perhaps the air conditioning is set too low. Zhang Rong felt relieved after adjusting the temperature. If I had known years ago, I would never have let that wretched girl into our Shen family, she said angrily, her tone righteous. Not only did we gain nothing, but we also got dragged down by her. If Shi Wan had heard this, she would surely have scoffed. After her grandfather went missing, Shen Guanghua, under the guise of being her guardian, transferred the substantial insurance money that her parents received after their accident from her grandfather's name, claiming it was for her upbringing, but in reality, it all went to the Shen family. Since graduating high school, she had earned every penny herself, however, because her grandfather had never disclosed the insurance amount. She had no way to reclaim it from the Shen family. What good would it do to speak of these matters now? They should focus on the Meng family instead, Shen Guanghua said with a furrowed brow. Concern etched across his face. I heard that Meng Yu is seriously injured, and the doctors have changed several times. As he spoke, his expression grew more solemn. Tomorrow let us take some gifts and visit the Meng family to gauge their attitude. Shen Ruoyan bit her red lip, her face filled with reluctance, yet since it was her mess she dared not voice her objections to Fu family manner in the vast room, given that she had fallen into cold water during her menstrual period. Shi Wan dared not relax. She spent a full half hour under the hot water before emerging, yet, even so, her lower abdomen still ached faintly. The doctor could not escape the pain of menstruation either. With a sigh, Shi Wan dressed and dried her hair before stepping out of the bathroom. Fu Tingchen had already finished his shower, dressed in a white shirt and black pants, seated on the sofa. His handsome features appeared even more refined. Before him lay a laptop, his long fair fingers occasionally tapping on the keyboard. No matter the angle, he resembled a meticulously crafted magazine cover. Shi Wan couldn't help but smile wryly. With such a perfect man before her, all she could think about was fleeing. Her former self truly lacked discernment. Noticing Shi Wan's gaze, Fu Tingchen lifted his eyes. What met his gaze were the woman's delicate, fair legs vanishing beneath the hem of her white short skirt. Seeing her striking eyes fixed on him as if she were a predator eyeing its prey, Shi Wan felt an inexplicable tension. Fu Tingchen, grandfather, and the others are waiting for us in the living room. We should go down. Noticing her manner of address, a subtle smile played on Fu Tingchen's lips. Let us go. Chapter 59. You should call me Mrs. Fu. In the living room, Old Master Fu and Old Master Jiang were chatting casually, the atmosphere harmonious. By contrast, Jiang Qingtong had been keeping her head down, silent. At grandfather, hearing the voice, everyone looked up. The man was tall and upright. The woman was slender and graceful. Coupled with their equally outstanding appearances and matching outfits, they appeared remarkably well suited from any angle. Jiang Qingtong's face darkened further as she watched the two standing together, feeling as if her heart were being tightly squeezed by an unseen hand, making it difficult to breathe. Shi Wan sensed Jiang Qingtong's gaze, her expression unchanged. Calmly, she extended her hand to take Fu Tingchen's. Evidently claiming her territory, the delicate hand, as soft as if it had no bones, caused Fu Tingchen to pause momentarily, raising an eyebrow. Fearing that Fu Tingchen might not cooperate, Shi Wan tightened her grip and continued leading him downstairs. To others, they appeared sweet and intimate. Damn it, Jiang Qingtong seethed, her jealousy and resentment glaringly evident. Shaowan. Old Master Fu looked at Shi Wan, concern etched on his face. Are you alright? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? I am fine, grandfather. Shi Wan smiled and shook her head, her delicate and exquisite face full of obedience. I'm a doctor myself. You needn't worry. Good. Old Master Fu nodded, signaling to Old Master Jiang. This is my lifelong friend. You may address him as Grandfather Jiang. Hello, Grandfather Jiang. Shi Wan greeted dutifully, smiling gracefully at Old Master Jiang. I was too ungracious by the lakeside earlier. I hope Grandfather Jiang won't hold it against me. In but a brief utterance, the conversation was deftly redirected to the lakeside. Lord Fu lowered his gaze to sip his tea, a subtle satisfaction shimmering in his eyes. The matriarch of the Fu family ought not to be a fragile and easily bullied figure. On Fu Tingchen's striking visage, an air of indifference prevailed, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet his hand casually caressed the soft, delicate fingers of the woman beside him. Of course not, chuckled Old Master Jiang, his countenance warm as he smiled at Shi Wan, before turning his attention back to Qingtong. Qingtong, do apologize to Miss Shi at once. If you continue to be so careless, even I shall refrain from intervening. Careless, the smile on Shi Wan's face remained, yet a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes, under the oppressive gaze of her grandfather Jiang and the scrutiny of Lord Fu and others. Jiang Qingtong reluctantly stood to face Shi Wan and Miss Shi. I am truly sorry. Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. Is Miss Jiang afraid we might overhear? Fu Tingchen's voice, deep and laced with mockery, was directed at Jiang Qingtong without so much as a glance. The atmosphere in the living room seemed to freeze momentarily. Jiang Qingtong looked at Fu Tingchen with tear-filled eyes. Her expression a portrait of indescribable distress. Tsk. The corners of Shi Wan's lips curled ever so slightly. Alas, the man beside her was not one to indulge in tenderness, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Qingtong, old Master Zhang's brow furrowed in exasperation, his eyes sharpening as he regarded his granddaughter. Zhang Qingtong felt a shiver run down her spine. Despite her profound reluctance, she spoke again. I apologize, Miss Shit was my carelessness, and I sincerely express my regret. Each word seemed to be forced from her clenched teeth. No worries, I trust Miss Zhang did not act with malice, just be more cautious next time. Shi Wan replied, her demeanor sweet and gentle as she regarded the visibly flustered Zhang Qingtong. However, I am now married to Tingchen, so Miss Zhang should refer to me as Madame Fu. Madame Fu? The words that had lingered in her thoughts for so long were uttered by Shi Wan with casual ease, a reminder to herself. Zhang Qingtong gritted her teeth in frustration. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, she moved her lips, yet, mindful of the two elderly gentlemen in Fu Tingchen's presence, she suppressed her emotions. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Shi Wan, who met her gaze with a warm, gracious smile, though a hint of subtle mockery danced in her eyes. Brother Fu, old Master Jiang, sensing his granddaughter's escalating distress, set down his teacup and smiled at Lord Fu. We have imposed on you long enough. It is time for Qingtong and me to take our leave. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Fu Tingchen and Shi Wan, his expression gentle and benevolent. Tingchen, Shi Wan, grandfather Jiang awaits you at the Jiang residence. Fu Tingchen inclined his head slightly, his handsome face still shrouded in indifference. Very well, grandfather Jiang, Shi Wan replied softly, her demeanor obedient. Tingchen and I shall visit you as soon as possible. Lord Fu initiated a few polite exchanges. And before long Fu Tingchen and Shi Wan escorted old Master Jiang and Zhang Qingtong to their vehicle. As the car departed from the Fu estate, Zhang Qingtong's expression remained somber. Her gaze fixated on the two figures in the rearview mirror. Old Master Jiang closed his eyes, resting against the back of the seat, the gentle smile on his face having vanished. Do you truly favor that insufferable boy? Indeed, Zhang Qingtong retracted her gaze, her eyes reddening with grievance as she looked at her grandfather. I have liked him for so many years, surely you are aware of this. Not only was her grandfather aware, but the entire capital was also privy to it. Thus, when news of Fu Tingchen's marriage broke, she became the subject of many a conversation. Old Master Jiang sighed inwardly. He certainly knew of his granddaughter's affections for Fu Tingchen. Yet he was equally aware that the insufferable boy held no regard for her. He had hoped to allow the two to cultivate some feelings before broaching the topic of marriage with the Fu family. But now the sudden engagement had thwarted his plans. It was too late for any further discussions. Tingchen was already wed. You must refrain from being so reckless in the future, lest you diminish your own worth. At his words, Zhang Qingtong mistakenly believed her grandfather was reproaching her for the incident by the lake. I did not push that woman into the lake, she fell in deliberately to frame me, she exclaimed, urgently grasping old Master Zhang's arm. Grandfather, if others do not believe me, you must. I certainly believe you, old Master Jiang replied, keeping his eyes closed, yet his tone had darkened. However, given that this transpired at the Fu residence and was witnessed by Lord Fu and Tingchen, the truth is of little consequence now. Zhang Qingtong bit her lip, knowing her grandfather spoke the truth. This was part of her initial scheme, only complicated by Shi Wan's premature execution of it. Qingtong, I have warned you before. Old Master Jiang opened his eyes, his gaze heavy on Zhang Qingtong. I in any endeavor either do not engage, or if you do, ensure you do not attract unwarranted attention. His eyes narrowed slightly. Moreover, to have attempted to deceive and ended up in such a predicament serves as a lesson for you. Yes, grandfather. Zhang Qingtong lowered her head, her mind racing with thoughts. Her grandfather was correct. This time she had acted too impulsively, and next time, Shi Wan would undoubtedly not enjoy such fortune. If she dared to touch what belonged to Zhang Qingtong, she would be forced to return it with both hands and pay a grievous price. Meanwhile, as she watched the car carrying old Master Jiang and Zhang Qingtong vanish from sight, Shi Wan gradually withdrew her gaze. She understood that Zhang Qingtong would not let the matter rest. But what of it? Having been reborn, she would ensure that no one could take what rightfully belonged to her. Let us go inside. Shi Wan gathered her emotions and prepared to release Fu Tingchen's hand. Is this the end of your utility? Fu Tingchen observed his empty palm, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing the light-footed woman ahead, his inscrutable gaze forbidding anyone from delving too deeply. In the suburbs, within a lavish standalone villa? What? Fu Qiming's brows knitted tightly, his handsome, refined face etched with displeasure. Father and Tingchen expect Qingtong to apologize in front of old Master Jiang. Indeed, when he replied, serving Fu Qiming a bowl of soup, her expression serene and gentle. I was concerned that Tingchen might neglect family matters due to his focus on work, but it seems we have misjudged him. To disregard old Master Zhang's face merely for a woman? Even if the old man were to be lenient, how could Tingchen, who has always prioritized interests, act so recklessly? Fu Qiming, preoccupied with his thoughts, did not catch Wen Yi's words, his lips pressed tightly, his expression darkening. They had only recently entered the Fu household, yet already trouble was brewing. When he understood Fu Qiming referred to Shi Wan, a hint of a covert smile flickering in her eyes. It is unfortunate. I had always believed the position of the Fu family matriarch would belong to Qing Tong. The child has grown under our watch, possesses admirable qualities, and hails from a good family, she sighed. Gazing at her husband as she continued. If Tingchen were to marry her, the Fu and Jiang families would unite, leading to greater prosperity. Wen Yi's words struck a chord deep within Fu Qiming. He lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. The Jiang family, founded on underground influence, once rivaled the Fu family in its prime several decades ago. However, after Old Master Zheng's retirement, the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Weizhou, Qing Tong's father, had seen the family decline. Now they were far behind the Fu family, yet the old adage rings true: a dead camel is larger than a horse. The Jiang family still held significant presence and influence in the capital and throughout Huaxia. As the sole heir, everything belonging to the Jiang family would eventually fall to Jiang Qingtong. His desire for Tingchen to marry Jiang Qingtong predominantly stemmed from this fact. Now, however, this unexpected orphan, Shi Wan, had thrown a wrench into his plans. The more he pondered, the more vexed Fu Qiming became. Observing his husband's expression, when he recognized his thoughts, understanding dawning in her eyes, Tingchen is already married. And given his regard for Shi Wan, a union with Qing Tong is evidently impossible. She gently squeezed Fu Qiming's hand. But remember, Fu family does not consist solely of Fu Tingchen. We also have our son, Tingchen. This statement was the crux of her elaborate lead-up. Tingchen? Fu Qiming froze, astonished. Indeed, when Yi maintained her gaze on Fu Qiming, a smile gracing her lips. In terms of age, Tingchen and Qingtong would actually be a more fitting match. Her well-maintained face exuded warmth, concealing the scheming depths of her eyes. It is just a pity that Tingchen has been abroad all this time, without the opportunity to engage with Qingtong now. However, we can certainly explore that possibility, can we not? A flicker of contemplation crossed Fu Qiming's brow. Jiang Qingtong harbored affections for Fu Tingchen, thus he had never considered pairing his younger son with her. However, upon further reflection, it did not seem entirely implausible. Both Tingchen and Tingchen were his sons, sharing a resemblance, and in terms of temperament, Tingchen surpassed Tingchen considerably. More importantly, Tingchen was more obedient to him. If he were to become involved with Jiang Qingtong, wouldn't the resources of the Jiang family ultimately belong to him? A profound contemplation clouded Fu Qiming's gaze. When he recognized her husband was intrigued, promptly rising to stand behind him, her familiar hands kneading his shoulders. After all these years together, I have always considered your interests. This matter is no different. Her voice grew ever softer. If you are unwilling, simply dismiss my words. Fu Qiming was quite taken with Wen Yi's gentle demeanor. Extending his hand to grasp the one she had placed on his shoulder, this notion was indeed commendable. It merited consideration. As he narrowed his eyes slightly, in a few days, at his father's birthday banquet, he would introduce Tingchen to Qingtong, and the ensuing developments would depend on them. A smile graced Wen Yi's exquisite face. Her son would undoubtedly be far superior to the cold and unapproachable Fu Tingchen. Chapter 61. Your waste is something the Fu family can support. The Fu estate was yet again entangled with the Meng and Jiang families. After much ado, the old man felt a tinge of fatigue. Following dinner, he offered a few words of concern to Shi Wan before retreating to his room for rest. As for matters concerning the Meng family, they were naturally to be addressed by Fu Tingchen. Ruiji Hospital. Shi Wan contemplated the contract before her beautiful eyes glimmering with intrigue. The Meng family's compensation. As a physician, she had heard of Ruiji Hospital. It was a high-end private institution equipped with numerous sophisticated foreign instruments. Fu Tingchen's demeanor remained indifferent, yet he noticed the spark of excitement in the woman's eyes. Do you like it? The inquiry, though posed as a question, carried an undertone of certainty. Of course, I like it. As a doctor, the Meng family's compensation was indeed appropriate. Just as Shi Wan prepared to nod in agreement, she suddenly desired to tease the man before her. What if I don't like it? Then we shall return Meng Yu and keep him confined until the Meng family presents you with a compensation that pleases you. His voice was cool, as if he were discussing the simplest of matters. However, Shi Wan understood that Fu Tingchen was serious. He never spoke insincerely, or rather, he never deigned to utter falsehoods. I'm merely jesting, Shi Wan said, looking at Fu Tingchen, her lovely face radiating sincerity. Nevertheless, thank you for having my back. Whether it concerns the Meng family or the Jiang family, you stand unwaveringly by my side. That is more than enough. Fu Tingchen tossed his white shirt aside casually and turned his gaze towards Shi Wan's waist. No need for thanks, he replied. As he thought of her delicate form, a shadow of inscrutable depth crossed his dark pupils, and a subtle smirk graced his lips. Your waist is something the Fu family can support. Shi Wan exclaimed, what? Though it seemed a serious topic, the way it rolled off the man's tongue, low and husky, imbued it with an unspoken allure. You should lie down on the bed, she said, fearing the flush on her face would be perceived. She promptly lowered her head to organize her silver needles. I shall begin now. Fu Tingchen, with his long legs, sauntered to the bed and lay down. Get comfortable. Let us commence. His seemingly loaded words momentarily halted Shi Wan's movements. Yet, gazing upon the man's aloof and ethereal countenance, she felt she might be overthinking. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she approached the bed to administer the acupuncture. Over the past few days, Her technique had become increasingly adept, her movements swifter. At the Meng family villa, Meng Shanghui emerged from his study, weariness evident in his demeanor. Just as he was about to rest, a hurried figure strode in. "Sir, there's a phone call for you. At this late hour." Meng Shanghui's brow furrowed. "Who is calling?" "It's a call from City S, stating it's regarding the fourth young master in the Fu family," the butler replied. Shaking his head, the caller did not disclose their identity. Meng Shanghui's frown deepened. Family scandals must not be aired. I had swiftly suppressed news of Meng Yu's situation, aside from a few influential families in Kyoto. No one else is privy to it. He pondered this and decided to change his course of action. Bring the call through. I would like to discern who was on the other end and their intentions. Understood, the butler nodded and exited. Before long, the call was connected. A low, slightly altered voice emanated from the other end. Mr. Meng Shanghui was certain he had never heard this voice before, and a cloud of suspicion swirled in his mind. "Who are you?" "My identity is of little consequence," the man on the line replied, his tone deepening with an undercurrent of amusement. "What matters is that I can assist Mr. Meng in dealing with the Fu family and avenging young Master Meng Yu." Deal with the Fu family, avenge Meng Yu. The dark thoughts within Meng Shanghui were effortlessly articulated by the caller. A tremor coursed through him. He tightened his grip on the phone, his fingertips turning pale. "I do not comprehend your ramblings. Do you not?" The man's voice was laced with a nonchalant chuckle. "Surely Mr. Meng cannot be unaware that Fu Tingchen has rendered Meng Yu incapable of performing as a man?" Meng Shanghui's pupils constricted. Few knew the true circumstances surrounding Meng Yu. "Who is this person?" "Do not be alarmed. I am a friend, not a foe." The man seemed to see through Meng Shanghui's apprehension. Softening his tone, "I merely wish to ensure the well-being of young Master Meng." After a prolonged silence, Meng Shanghui spoke gravely once more. "What is it that you wish to achieve? What are your intentions?" He refrained from inquiring about the caller's identity, focusing instead on their motives. The man on the other end toyed with a string of prayer beads, a faint smile playing on his lips. It was evident that Meng Shanghui was contemplating cooperation. At this moment, within the Fu estate, the time had come to remove the needles. Shi Wan deliberately softened her movements, fearing she might disturb the man beside her, who was breathing evilly. Just as she finished tidying the needles, she heard the deep, magnetic voice, "You should sleep on the bed tonight." Shi Wan paused, poised to respond, but Fu Tingchen had already spoken again. "If you don't sleep now, you will find yourself climbing back up here in the middle of the night." "What?" Upon grasping Fu Tingchen's implication, Shi Wan was momentarily taken aback. Was it true that she had previously climbed into bed by herself at night? She had presumed that Fu Tingchen, feeling pity for her, had lifted her onto the bed. Otherwise, Fu Tingchen glanced at her, his narrow, dark eyes carrying a hint of playful depth. "You are a doctor. Are you not aware that you exhibit signs of severe somnambulism?" Chapter 62, Sharing a Bed. Somnambulism. Shi Wan's eyes widened, disbelief etched across her lovely features. That cannot be true. She had never heard anyone claim she had such a condition. Fu Tingchen regarded her intently. "If you do not have somnambulism, why do you climb onto my bed every night after I have fallen asleep?" As he spoke, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, their depths shrouded in inscrutable emotion. Well, Shi Wan recalled that Fu Tingchen was indeed deep in slumber when she found herself beside him, her brow furrowing. Could it be that her thoughts during the day carried over into her dreams? Or was it merely the familiarity of the environment, leading her to believe she had returned to a previous life, prompting such subconscious actions? Shi Wan bit her lip. Regardless of the scenario, she could not divulge the truth. "You are not entirely wrong," she said, raising her gaze to Fu Tingchen, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. "It is indeed possible that I have somnambulism. However, as you know, actions during sleepwalking are uncontrollable indeed." Fu Tingchen's lips curved in an almost imperceptible smile. His voice low. "Go wash up and rest." Resting was one thing. She need not dwell on their past intimacy. After all, they had been quite candid with one another that very afternoon. Besides, her menstrual cycle was still ongoing, so nothing would transpire. What was there to be shy about? With that thought in mind, Shi Wan strode resolutely towards the bathroom. Observing her slender silhouette, Fu Tingchen's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. Half an hour later, Shi Wan emerged clad in the black spaghetti-strap nightgown prepared by the maid. Her neck was delicate, her collarbone exquisite, her originally fair skin glowed under the black fabric. Resembling flawless porcelain, she lifted her beautiful eyes, glancing nervously at the man on the bed, only to find Fu Tingchen with his eyes closed, breathing lightly, appearing to be asleep. Shi Wan bit her lip. Uncertain whether to feel relieved or disappointed, after extinguishing the lights, she gently lay down beside Fu Tingchen. Bathed in the dim light of the bedside lamp, she gazed intently at him, his aloof brows, his high nose, his thin lips. The man's indifferent demeanor felt both distant and cold. Shi Wan sighed inwardly yet soon found herself smiling. Nevertheless, being able to start anew was already wonderful. The rest could unfold in due time. It seemed she often found herself lost in thought while gazing at him. Fu Tingchen sensed Shi Wan's gaze upon him but had no intention of opening his eyes. Moments later, he became acutely aware of the woman cautiously inching closer. Her breathing deliberately softened, the sweet, crisp fragrance enveloped him. Fu Tingchen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. It was curious. his body seemed unable to resist this woman's scent, feeling inexplicably familiar and relaxing upon her approach. Where he once harbored doubts, he could now ascertain the truth. But why was that? Shi Wan's sleep was usually undisturbed, her nostrils filled with comforting aromas. Before long, she fell into a drowsy slumber. Time slipped by. And suddenly Tingchen's narrow, dark eyes slowly opened, observing the defenseless Shi Wan curled beside him, resembling a small cat. His gaze deepened involuntarily, the sweet fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, prompting him to slowly close his eyes once more. Unwittingly drifting into slumber, however, the once serene night was abruptly illuminated by a flash of lightning, the thunder rumbled ominously, and the rain fell in torrents, enveloping the entire capital city. Having scarcely fallen asleep, Tingchen's brow furrowed deeply, a sheen of cold sweat glistening on his handsome face. Chapter 63, Midnight Nightmare. 20 years ago, at the Fu family villa. On a stormy night, with thunder rumbling and rain pouring down in sheets, a 7-year-old boy huddled tightly in his bed, gazing at the window washed by the rain, his lips pressed firmly together. The memory of being kidnapped on a stormy night had left him with an inexplicable shadow of fear regarding such weather. With each clap of thunder, his small fists clenched a little tighter, his innocent eyes reflecting a faint glimmer of terror. In the past, his mother would always be there to comfort him during such storms. But now she was afflicted with a severe case of depression, isolating herself in her room, requiring coaxing even for food and drink, leaving him to fend for himself. As for his father, he had not returned in quite some time. His mother had mentioned that he had another family outside. Faced with such a night, the boy could only lie awake, waiting for dawn before he could sleep. With this thought, he buried his head deeper into the covers. But this time, the door creaked open from the outside. Tingchen, don't be afraid, a pale-faced woman with a gentle demeanor entered. Mommy is here with you. In the soothing cadence of her voice, the boy's anxious smile led him into a peaceful slumber. In the haze of sleep, he heard her whisper softly, Tingchen, I'm sorry, your father no longer wants me, and I can't hold on any longer. I'm so sorry. The scene shifted abruptly. Oh no. Madam has committed suicide by cutting her wrist. Quick, call a doctor. The lady was already breathless, the room was filled with the acrid scent of blood, everything around him seemed to fade into a mere backdrop. Tingchen stared at the woman who had just moments ago lulled him to sleep, now lying serenely on the bed, her wrist a gruesome mess, the wound deep enough to expose bone. The pristine white sheets were stained crimson, a sight that pierced Tingchen's eyes with unbearable pain. His world instantly narrowed to the image of his mother lying in a pool of blood. No, don't leave me, Tingchen cried out. Tingchen. Shi Wan was jolted awake by the commotion, startled to see him frowning and drenched in cold sweat. Wake up, please wake up. She knew he was trapped in a nightmarish dream and needed to be roused urgently. Tingchen did not open his eyes, yet his brow furrowed deeper. Meanwhile, old Master Fu sat up in bed, his heart heavy with worry for his grandson as he gazed out at the stormy night. He hoped Tingchen was safe. Yang Yi made several phone calls, mobilizing the necessary personnel. The frequency of Mr. Fu's episodes during stormy nights was alarmingly high. They had to be thoroughly prepared. In the room, Shi Wan watched Tingchen's anguished expression and leaned down to kiss him. It had worked in the past. It should work now. The stinging scent of blood was suddenly replaced by the sweet fragrance of her tears. And the red haze before her began to fade. Tingchen abruptly opened his eyes, his deep, narrow pupils locking onto the woman before him. The darkness in his gaze was denser than the night outside. Filled with a chilling ferocity. You're finally awake, Shi Wan sighed in relief. You scared me to death. Tingchen remained silent. Shi Wan's brow creased with concern as she sensed something was amiss. Although the man before her had opened his eyes, the turbulent hostility in his gaze remained, making him appear as if he could erupt at any moment, just as she was about to speak. He pulled her closer. Tingchen, aside from calling his name, Shi Wan was at a loss for words to get some rest. After uttering this, Tingchen descended from the bed. And you? Shi Wan grasped his arm. Her eyes filled with urgency and worry. Where are you going? She didn't wish for Tingchen to retreat to that dark place. Each time he resorted to violence to combat his illness, it only exacerbated his condition. Tingchen, seeing through her thoughts, smirked slightly. Don't worry, I'm just going to take a shower. Upon hearing this, Shi Wan immediately released her grip. Go ahead, I'll rest first. As she spoke, she hurriedly lay back down, covering her face with the blanket. A deeper smile spread across Tingchen's lips as he stepped out. The night passed without incident. The following day, Shi Wan emerged from her room. After Tingchen had gone to shower the previous night, he had not returned. She had waited until she fell asleep, only to awaken just moments ago, uncertain of where he had gone later in the night or if anything had transpired. As she pondered these questions, her steps remained swift. However, before she could reach the staircase, she suddenly overheard a few hushed voices discussing the previous night. Last night, there was not a single sound from the young master's room. I wasted an entire night worrying for nothing. Tell me about it. We all felt the same. It seems the young lady's medical skills are indeed remarkable. After just a few days, she has managed to stabilize the young master's condition. I doubt it was merely her medical skills. Did you not see the injury on the young master's lips? I did. Could it be that the young lady bit him? She appears delicate. But who knew she was so fierce? Shi Wan gasped at the revelation. Indeed, in a moment of desperation, she had bitten Fu Tingchen's lip. Was it really that apparent? In the living room, Fu Tingchen sat on the sofa, his exceptionally handsome face maintaining its usual indifference. It was as if nothing had happened the previous night. You handled the arrangements for the birthday banquet, old Master Fu remarked, glancing at the brownish wound on his grandson's lip with a faint smile. But this time, the focus of the celebration should be on Shi Wan. He sipped his tea and continued, at that time, I will formally introduce Shi Wan as the matriarch of the Fu family to everyone. Fu Tingchen replied before lifting his gaze toward the figure descending the stairs. Shi Wan happened to look up as well. The man's appearance was as striking as ever, but the scar on his lip was glaringly obvious. She hesitated for a moment, her heart racing at the thought of what grandfather and Uncle Yang might think of her. An impulse to turn back surged within her, yet old Master Fu had already followed his grandson's gaze and spotted Shi Wan, his smile growing warmer and more benevolent. You're awake. Come here, dear. The fact that Tingchen did not have an episode last night is largely thanks to you, my dear granddaughter-in-law. The more I look at you, the more I believe he made the right choice. Shi Wan, unable to escape, reluctantly approached and sat beside old Master Fu. At the Meng family's villa, Uncle Meng, Auntie Shen Ruoyan faced Meng Shanghui and his wife, her exquisitely made-up face filled with remorse. I am truly sorry for what happened with Meng Yu. She pinched her hands behind her back, digging her nails into her skin, her eyes glistening with tears. I didn't realize the other party was Shi Wan, nor did I know she and the Fu family would be so ruthless. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Chen Guanghua and Zhang Rong stood beside her, wearing forced smiles. The three had prepared themselves to face the Meng family's wrath before arriving to apologize, yet the reaction of Meng Shanghui and his wife completely surpassed their expectations. Ruoyan, Meng's wife, clenched her fists at her sides, her heart seething with anger, wishing she could strike Shen Ruoyan down, but her face still wore a facade of kindness. Auntie understands. This matter is not your fault, she sighed softly, her voice low. If anyone is to blame, it is our Meng family for lacking the influence. The influence she referred to was, of course, the Fu family. Meng Shanghui remained silent, his expression grim, yet he offered no hostility. Shen Ruoyan lifted her head, a flicker of joy flashing in her eyes. They're so accommodating. I thought I would at least have to face some scolding. Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. The Meng couple had not been this congenial during the crisis. Could it be that Meng Yu was not in serious trouble? Meng Zong, Shen Guanghua inquired, worry etched on his face. How is young Master Meng Yu? He sighed out. We spent the entire night worrying and thought we'd come to check on him. Zhang Rong nodded in agreement. Yes, we were concerned about him. Meng Shanghui appeared weary, his voice hoarse. You can see for yourselves. As he spoke, he led Shen Guanghua and the others to Meng Yu's room. Upon seeing Meng Yu, bandaged like a mummy, the three of them were taken aback. So serious? If that were the case, how could the Meng family easily let them off the hook? Shen Ruoyan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Will Meng Yu become a vegetable? If that were the case, all her previous efforts would have been in vain. Fu family members were aware of the situation. These were merely superficial injuries. After a brief exchange of glances, Meng Shanghui and his wife spoke with a heavy tone. After a month or two of rest, he will recover. Hearing this, Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong finally exhaled in relief. Ruoyan, Meng's wife, grasped Shen Ruoyan's hand, speaking softly. When Meng Yu wakes up, he mentioned that you two are dating? Dating? Shen Ruoyan was taken aback. Meng Yu was notoriously known as a philanderer, having had countless rumored flings, yet none were confirmed. It was precisely for this reason that she had intended to keep him at a distance while seeking to secure her position as his legitimate girlfriend. Who would have thought that Meng Yu would tell his mother they were already dating? Shen Guanghua frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Meanwhile, Zhang Rong's eyes lit up. She knew her daughter was far from being in a relationship with Meng Yu. But since Meng Yu had claimed they were, it would be a good opportunity to latch onto the Meng family. Indeed, after casting a glance at Shen Ruoyan, Zhang Rong nodded repeatedly at Madame Meng. It was true that Ruoyan was indeed in a relationship with young Master Meng. A fleeting shadow of coldness crossed Madame Meng's eyes, but it vanished in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. She nodded gently, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Meng Yu, followed by a sigh. No wonder this child urged me not to blame Ruoyan. Was it Meng Yu who instructed this? As those words left her lips, a flicker of understanding passed through the eyes of Shen Guanghua and the others, accompanied by a sense of relief. No wonder the Meng family had such an attitude. Ruoyan, since you are in a relationship, we of the Meng family shall not regard you as an outsider. Madame Meng took Shen Ruoyan by the hand, seating her beside Meng Yu's bed, turning to regard her with warmth. During this time, do come to the Meng residence to care for Xiao Yu. She sighed. The more he sees you, the better his spirits will be, and his wounds will heal more swiftly. To allow Ruoyan to frequently visit the Meng household to tend to Meng Yu? Wouldn't that essentially acknowledge her position? A glimmer of brightness shone in the eyes of Shen Guanghua and Zhang Rong. Shen Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded. Rest assured, I will come often to care for Meng Yu. It is my duty. Madame Meng nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Yu has good taste. You are a sensible child. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shen Guanghua and the others finally took their leave, happy, watching their retreating figures. Madame Meng's amiable expression shifted to one of somberness. The matters that will bring you joy are yet to come. Meng Shanghui's expression was equally grim, a profound gloom shadowing his demeanor. He recalled the man's scheme from the previous night. Chapter 66, a unique title in the Fu family manor. Tingchen, Grandpa Fu looked at Fu Tingchen this afternoon, cancel all company matters and take Shi Wan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He had originally arranged for someone to directly assist them in obtaining their marriage certificate. But it now appeared that the two children were getting along quite well. Such a ceremonious affair as a marriage certificate should be personally procured by them for it to hold greater significance. The Civil Affairs Bureau. Shi Wan momentarily froze, turning to Fu Tingchen. In her previous life, she had never been to the Civil Affairs Bureau nor seen a marriage certificate, leading her to completely overlook this aspect. Yes, Fu Tingchen replied, his narrowed eyes casting a fleeting glance at Shi Wan. Let us go now. There are still numerous important matters to address at the company, and I do not wish to squander the entire afternoon. Just as Grandpa Fu was about to nod, Shi Wan's voice rang out, not now. As her words echoed, two pairs of eyes landed on her, one filled with confusion, the other with scrutiny. Did she not wish to go? Fu Tingchen's brow furrowed slightly, his cold, dark eyes inscrutable. What is it, Shi Wan? Grandpa Fu inquired gently. Is your body still unwell, or are you not prepared? If she wasn't ready, he would not. No, Grandpa, I am prepared, Shi Wan said. Lowering her head as she met Fu Tingchen's deep-set eyes. It is just that obtaining the marriage certificate is a significant matter. I need to return to my room to prepare. She did not want to go to get the marriage certificate looking plain and dressed casually. A girl takes important matters with utmost seriousness. Fu Tingchen toyed with the cup in his hand, the slight frown on his brow easing unbeknownst to him. Ha ha, go ahead. Grandpa Fu quickly grasped the situation and chuckled. Take as long as you need. Grandpa will have Tingchen behave himself and wait here. Grandpa, I do not want him to wait here, Shi Wan said, her smile lighting up her eyes. I want him to accompany me back to my room to prepare. Fu Tingchen looked particularly striking in black attire, but today, she wished for him to don a color that was less stern. And together to prepare. Fu Tingchen paused momentarily, raising his gaze to Shi Wan. All right, Grandpa Fu turned to his grandson, smiling. Tingchen, you must accompany Shi Wan back to her room without question. Under Grandpa Fu's insistence and Shi Wan's hopeful gaze, Fu Tingchen rose from the sofa. The two entered the room together. Fu Tingchen, Shi Wan did not hastily change her clothes but instead looked eagerly at the man behind her. Today, I will help you choose an outfit for the marriage certificate photo, shall I? Fu Tingchen, ever since he had heard this woman call him husband in Tingchen, he felt an inexplicable discomfort when addressed in such a manner. Before he could respond, Shi Wan stepped forward, raising a finger and gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Fu Tingchen, just this once, please. Her voice was soft and sweet, almost melodic. Tingchen was a name reserved for outsiders, and Fu Tingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. You ought to find a different title. A different title? Shi Wan recalled how Zhang Qingtong and others called him that, instinctively feeling a twinge of resistance. Husband, the mere thought caused her cheeks to flush. She certainly could not bring herself to call him that at all times. Especially since Fu Tingchen might not appreciate it either. Noticing Shi Wan's furrowed brow and her silence, Fu Tingchen's expression darkened. It's such a hardship. Very well. Fu Tingchen's lips parted, preparing to speak. Aiken, Shi Wan suddenly exclaimed. Her eyes sparkling. From now on, may I call you Aiken? This title would be uniquely hers. Aiken, the simple two-syllable name, uttered in Shi Wan's soft, sweet voice, was undeniably pleasing, like a feather brushing gently against one's heart. Fu Tingchen's expression remained unchanged, yet the corners of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Aiken, Shi Wan's eyes narrowed slightly. May I help you select an outfit? You are my wife, Fu Tingchen replied warmly. Such trivial matters need not be discussed with me, wife. Sweet laughter danced in Shi Wan's eyes. Upon opening Fu Tingchen's wardrobe, however, her smile faded. The entire wardrobe held no colors other than black, white, and gray, far too monotonous. Suddenly recalling the clothes she had previously chosen for Fu Tingchen while shopping, her eyes brightened. I've got it. Moments later, a blue shirt lay before Fu Tingchen. Aiken, wear this one. Observing the garment that did not belong in his wardrobe. Fu Tingchen raised an eyebrow. Did you buy this? Yes, Shi Wan replied, unfolding another piece of clothing of the same color scheme, a long dress, to show Fu Tingchen. The salesperson mentioned it was a couple's outfit. So I took it together. I hesitated to give it to you, fearing you might not like it. She looked at Fu Tingchen, her eyes filled with inquiry. Today, shall we wear this? It feels more like a newlywed couple. Couple's outfit. A smile crept onto Fu Tingchen's lips, warmth flickering in his eyes. All right, Shi Wan sighed in relief and entered the bathroom with the clothes. Chapter 67, Unwise Friendships in Kyoto, within a skyscraper situated in the city's prime location. In the top-floor office, Jincheng, He Yen extinguished the cigarette he had just lit, narrowing his eyes as he regarded the person across from him. Has your health improved recently? His long, enchanting peach blossom eyes exuded a sense of depth and affection for anyone they rested upon. With a sharp nose and full, rosy lips, his face possessed a beauty that was almost surreal, radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity while devoid of any effeminacy. Few men could be described as beautiful. Yet this man was beyond mere beauty. Opposite him sat Wen Jincheng, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, his features strikingly defined, his smile and the scholarly charm that enveloped him imparted a gentle and refined demeanor. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice a hint of pallor in his complexion. It's the old ailment acting up, nothing serious. Wen Jincheng suppressed a cough in his throat, taking a sip of the tea before him and smiling. What about Tingchen? I heard he was arranged a wife by Grandpa Fu. Indeed, He Yan replied with a teasing smile, his face becoming even more captivating. He is 6 years younger than Tingchen, and yet he has a little wife. He continued with a hint of regret, I had thought that with Tingchen's aloof nature, he would find some way to sabotage this unexpected engagement, yet he accepted it so readily. What a waste of my expectations. Tell me, when Jincheng chuckled, his aura becoming even more gentle, what do you think Tingchen would do if he heard you say that? He would cause trouble for you. He Yan sat up straight. When Jincheng narrowed his charming eyes, feigning a threatening demeanor. If Tingchen were to hear you say that, our brotherhood would be in jeopardy. When Jincheng merely smiled, evidently unperturbed by his friend's threat. By the way. He Yan took a sip of his coffee, his eyes glimmering with amusement. It has been a while since we last saw Tingchen. Let us invite him out for a gathering. When Jincheng lowered his gaze. Taking another sip of tea, I see your desire to gather with Tingchen is merely a facade. Your true intention is to see his little wife. I heard that Tingchen, for the sake of this little wife, not only rendered the Meng family's youngest son incapacitated but also publicly made Zhang Qingtong apologize to her in front of Jian Lao. He Yan reclined against the sofa, his eyes sparkling with interest. Aren't you curious about what sort of person can garner such protection from Tingchen? Curious, yes. When Jincheng set down his cup, smiling, you can make the call. He Yan, every time he was made to take the lead. It truly was an imprudent choice of friends. Though he thought this, He Yan still nodded in resignation. Fu family manner. Shi Wan, dressed in a blue long dress, her smooth chestnut-colored curls cascading down her back. On her exquisite, fair visage a delicate touch of makeup was applied. What was once a charmingly beautiful face became ever more captivating. Chen, do I look good? Shi Wan gazed at Fu Tingchen with eager anticipation. Indeed, you look splendid. Fu Tingchen's expression was warm, yet a shadow flickered in his eyes. She would look beautiful in anything. In fact, she looked even more stunning when she wore nothing at all. Unaware of the subtle shift in Fu Tingchen's gaze, Shi Wan smiled and said, you too, this outfit suits you perfectly. Her words were sincere. Fu Tingchen donned a blue shirt in a similar hue, paired with sleek black trousers. The originally sharp aura and imposing presence were softened by the gentle colors, accentuating his defined features and striking handsomeness. Although his handsome face remained aloof, warmth glimmered in his eyes. Let us go. Wait a moment. Shi Wan grasped Fu Tingchen's arm. There is something else to do. Fu Tingchen halted, turning to regard her hand holding onto his, yet Shi Wan remained oblivious to this detail. Please, have a seat. She took Fu Tingchen's hand and settled onto a nearby sofa. I will help you conceal the scar on your lip. Ah, so that is it. Fu Tingchen's narrowed eyes glimmered with amusement. Why cover it? It's quite evident that I bit you. The scar on the marriage certificate would inevitably remind one of last night's events. It is nothing. Shi Wan mused internally, her cheeks flushing. For the wedding photos, we must strive for perfection. As she spoke, she retrieved concealer, leaning closer to examine the scar on Fu Tingchen's face, before she could make a move. She was suddenly pulled into his embrace by a powerful arm. Chapter 68. This phone call comes at the most inopportune time. Shi Wan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, letting out a startled exclamation. Fu Tingchen drew her onto his lap, his arm encircling her slender waist. This is perfect. He leaned in slightly, approaching Shi Wan. No need to conceal it. His deep, magnetic voice, infused with the aroma of ebony and sandalwood, quickened Shi Wan's heartbeat. No need to conceal it, then, she stammered, her gaze caught in his eyes, which seemed to hold a hint of laughter. She felt a sudden urge to rise and escape his embrace. Let us go. Yet, his arm tightened around her, unyielding as iron. A smirk played at the corner of Fu Tingchen's lips, his interest intensifying. No rush. He exerted a gentle pressure, pulling Shi Wan closer, her delicate face nearly brushed against his lips. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. How infuriating. If he wished to kiss her, could he not simply do so without this teasing? Realizing Fu Tingchen was toying with her, Shi Wan bit her lip, resolved to take the initiative. With determination, she wrapped her arms around Fu Tingchen's neck and boldly pressed her lips against his, the kiss tinged with a hint of shyness and exploration. Despite their numerous kisses in past lives and this one, it had always been Fu Tingchen leading. The sudden sweetness startled Fu Tingchen momentarily. His dark pupils deepened, resembling an unfathomable whirlpool. The next instant, he grasped the back of Shi Wan's head, deepening the kiss. As their breaths mingled, the temperature between them rose. His possessive kiss trailed from her lips down to her chin, her collarbone, and then to her ear. Wan, his voice, husky and laden with desire, enveloped her ear. Shi Wan felt a tingling sensation coursing through her limbs, reaching her very nerves. As his lips approached, she instinctively turned her head away. Chen Not the ears. Her sweet, soft voice lacked any semblance of threat, instead sounding almost playful, awakening the man's primal instincts. Sensitive, Wan. Fu Tingchen's dark eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing within. You are my wife. There is nothing off limits. His voice, rich and magnetic, seemed to have been meticulously crafted through myriad emotions. Just as he leaned closer, the shrill ring of a phone abruptly shattered the moment. The heady atmosphere dissipated almost instantly. Shi Wan, as if seeing a savior, gazed at Fu Tingchen with wide, glistening eyes. Chen, the phone is ringing. Fu Tingchen regarded her with an expression that suggested he was immersed in a whirlpool of unshakable intensity. I heard it. This phone call comes at the most inopportune time, he remarked. The phone continued to ring insistently. Noticing Fu Tingchen's reluctance to answer, Shi Wan gently pushed his chest, her voice soft. It might be urgent. You should take it. Fu Tingchen's gaze fell upon the name flashing on the screen. His narrowed eyes betrayed a hint of irritation. He acquiesced, pressing the answer button. Tingchen, a cheerful voice greeted from the other end. Yet, the chill in Fu Tingchen's eyes remained, his voice low. What is it? Chapter 69, Marriage Changes Everything. TSK. He chuckled at the coldness in his friend's tone. I hope I'm not interrupting your good fortune. Fu Tingchen's gaze dropped to Shi Wan, gently pinching her rosy earlobe. Just as well. He exclaimed. So it's true. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a great discovery. When Tingchen raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring what was causing such a reaction. He shot him a we'll discuss it later. Look. Is everything alright? Fu Tingchen's voice remained low, his emotions inscrutable. Hang up. Wait, He interjected urgently. Blocking Fu Tingchen. Tingchen is feeling much better. He wants us to gather at Kaiti tomorrow night. When Tingchen set his cup down, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yen. And of course, we must celebrate your marriage. Yen continued with a playful glint in his eyes. Don't forget to bring your little wife along. Little wife, Fu Tingchen mused, the frost in his gaze thawing slightly. He did not respond but instead turned to Shi Wan. Friends are gathering. Do you wish to attend? Me. Shi Wan was taken aback. She knew that the only individuals Fu Tingchen referred to as friends were Yen and Wen Tingchen, both exceptionally accomplished men. However, in her past life, she had failed to recognize her feelings and had avoided Fu Tingchen and those around him. Thus, she had only encountered these two men in unavoidable situations, remaining unfamiliar with them. Fu Tingchen's dark eyes narrowed slightly. We need to seek permission to attend a gathering. Yan's teasing tone deepened. Indeed, marriage changes everything. His words implied that if she didn't go, he wouldn't either. Those two simple words brought a smile to Shi Wan's face, her lips parting slightly. Alright. With her affirmation, Fu Tingchen shifted his gaze back to his phone, quietly inquiring, what time? 8 o'clock. Fu Tingchen decisively hung up the call. Fearing that he might continue his antics, Shi Wan quickly took his hand, standing up. We've delayed long enough. Let us head downstairs. Following her lead, Fu Tingchen rose, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he admired her retreating figure. His cold eyes revealing an inscrutable softness, the two descended together. Hearing their footsteps, old Master Fu looked up with a smile at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Are you ready? Clad in matching outfits, both exuded an exceptional charm. From any angle, they appeared perfectly matched, as though they were destined to stand by each other's side. I'm ready, Grandpa. Just as old Master Fu was about to speak, he noticed Shi Wan's slightly swollen lips and rosy complexion. Casting a knowing glance at Fu Tingchen, this rascal. He cleared his throat twice, chuckling. Be back early. The sleek black Rolls-Royce glided smoothly from the Fu family estate. Meanwhile, at the Meng household, Meng Shanghui received news of Fu Tingchen in Shi Wan's itinerary. His expression darkening. Meng Zone, should we proceed as that person suggested? The butler gazed at Meng Shanghui with concern. Not yet. Let us wait and observe. Meng Shanghui shook his head, his deep-set eyes clouded with shadows. The Fu family's power was too formidable. Any action must be executed flawlessly. Chapter 70. Do you still think this is a dream? Inside the car, Shi Wan gazed at their marriage certificate, her fingers tracing the surface. Observing the two figures nestled together, she felt an unsettling sense of unreality, fearing that everything before her was merely a fleeting dream before consciousness faded into darkness. Noticing the weighty atmosphere surrounding her, Fu Tingchen inquired softly, is there something wrong with the photo? He had heard that men and women often had differing aesthetic sensibilities. What he found pleasing might not resonate with her. Shi Wan shook her head. Remaining silent. Fu Tingchen narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. If you're dissatisfied, we can retake it. Yang Yi, who had overheard, pursed his lips, a smile breaking through. President Fu was remarkably patient with his wife. However, he continued, glancing at Fu Tingchen's lip scar, his smile deepening. If only I had known, I wouldn't have worried all night. Just then, Fu Tingchen's piercing gaze turned towards him. Yang Yi. He suppressed the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, feigning nonchalance as he raised the partition between the front and back seats. No need for a retake. I am quite satisfied. Suddenly Shi Wan lifted her head, intertwining her fingers with Fu Tingchen's and placing his hand on her arm. But Chen, could you pinch me? Her words always exceeded his expectations. Fu Tingchen stroked the delicate, snow-white skin beneath his touch, raising an eyebrow slightly. What's the reason? Shi Wan blinked her beautiful eyes. Unable to conjure an excuse, ultimately deciding to speak the truth, I always feel as though everything before me is a dream that I could awaken from at any moment. A dream. Fu Tingchen's lips curled into a smirk as he wrapped his arm around Shi Wan's waist. There are more ways to discern if this is a dream. Before Shi Wan could react, he cupped her face and kissed her. The crisp scent of masculinity enveloped Shi Wan in the intoxicating atmosphere. Time slipped away second by second. Shi Wan found herself breathless from Fu Tingchen's kiss, frowning in protest. Only then did he release her. His gaze steadied. A hint of mist clouded Shi Wan's beautiful eyes. Chen's kiss, much like himself, possessed an irresistible intensity. So, do you still think this is a dream? Fu Tingchen extended his long fair fingers to tuck a strand of hair behind Shi Wan's ear. His narrow ink-black eyes shimmering with dark light. Though reluctant, he could not deny that her breath and scent left him craving more. It felt as if it was always meant to be this way. As if she was always meant to be the one. Shi Wan shook her head, resting her face against Fu Tingchen's shoulder. I am certain this is real. The sensation of his breath and the rhythm of his heartbeat were more tangible than ever. How wonderful! The Rolls-Royce came to a smooth halt in front of the Fu Group's headquarters. I have a meeting to attend, Fu Tingchen said softly, running his fingers through Shi Wan's hair. Let Yang Yi take you home, alright? Just as Shi Wan was about to nod, she suddenly changed her mind. Chen, can't I accompany you to the office? Having been reborn twice, she had yet to visit Fu Group and see Fu Tingchen at work. Accompany him to the office. Fu Tingchen's movements momentarily stilled. Shi Wan, keenly aware, felt her beautiful eyes dim slightly, yet her tone remained unchanged. I was just joking. Let Yang Yi take me home. I was worried you might be bored. Fu Tingchen replied, embracing Shi Wan as he opened the car door. Since you're not concerned, it's all the better. As he spoke, he lifted Shi Wan out of the car. Click. The hidden observer immediately pressed the shutter of their camera upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 71. Not everyone can be the assistant to the CEO. Inside Fu Group, upon seeing Fu Tingchen, the receptionist promptly set aside her tasks to greet him. Noticing Shi Wan beside him, her eyes widened in astonishment. Brimming with curiosity, who is this woman? She is dressed in matching attire with the CEO and has been personally brought to the company by him. With such looks and presence, she must be some rising star. Right, the receptionist, driven by her inquisitive nature, stepped forward to call the elevator for Fu Tingchen, only to be halted by Yang Yi. You may return to your duties. I will handle this. The receptionist could only stand there, watching as Yang Yi respectfully escorted the two into the CEO's private elevator. Once their figures disappeared, she eagerly picked up her phone to share the news with her colleagues. The spread of gossip is always swift. Soon many within Fu Group were aware of the news, their curiosity reaching a fever pitch. In the CEO's office, Shi Wan sat on the sofa, quietly surveying her surroundings. Aside from black, white, and gray, there were no other colors. The overall decor was stark and minimalist, mirroring the aura Fu Tingchen exuded. As Shi Wan observed the office, Fu Tingchen sat in a leather chair, watching her with a contemplative gaze, deep in thought. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Yang Yi's voice came from outside. CEO, clearly, the meeting time had arrived. Fu Tingchen glanced at his watch, then turned to Shi Wan with a gentle tone. The ending time is uncertain. If you find it boring, feel free to ask Yang Yi to take you back. Shi Wan's eyes curved into a smile as she nodded obediently. Alright. Fu Tingchen gazed at her bright smile, a peculiar softness blossoming within him, though it was quickly suppressed. However, the warmth in his eyes was unmistakable. In the conference room, leaders from various branches and department heads from headquarters sat rigidly in their seats, their expressions tense as they faced the handsome man at the head of the table. The atmosphere was solemn and fraught with anxiety. Tingchen, who had been called upon, stood before the projector, trembling as he presented the department's performance data over the past few months. In his opinion, Fu Tingchen's pressure was even more formidable than that of the late patriarch, instilling a sense of relentless tension. Finally, as he concluded his report, Tingchen breathed a sigh of relief, ready to step down when the man at the head spoke suddenly. Yang Yi, oh no, he had checked it a dozen times, yet still found errors. Tingchen's heart sank, and he halted in his tracks. Others turned to look, the atmosphere in the office shifting from tense to stern. Under the scrutiny of all present, Fu Tingchen began to speak slowly. Purchase some desserts and fruits, and turn on the movie room. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. What desserts? What movie? Were they hearing things? What was the CEO saying? It seemed Fu Tingchen was concerned about his wife's boredom. Though the statement was abrupt, Yang Yi understood immediately and nodded slightly. As he spoke, he stepped back. The others exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, not everyone could serve as the CEO's assistant. Fu Tingchen lifted his gaze to the crowd. The meeting continues. In a suburban villa. What? The man, bearing a slight resemblance to Fu Tingchen, furrowed his brow. Zheng Qingtong, Chapter 72. He wants to seize everything that belongs to Fu Tingchen. Indeed, when he regarded Fu Tingchuan, her exquisite features adorned with her customary gentle smile, that old man from the Fu family is biased. He refuses to hand over the family business to your father. Were you? Her eyes narrowed slightly. To stand on equal footing with Fu Tingchen, we must devise other strategies. Fu Tingchuan pursed his lips, his lowered eyelids veiling depths of contemplation. In grandfather's eyes, there is indeed only Fu Tingchen. This was a fact. Whether he chose to acknowledge it or not, the Zhang family wielded considerable power, yet Zhang Qingtong was the sole heir. Wen Yi's lips curled into a smirk, ambition gleaming in her eyes. As long as you can be with her, the Zhang family will belong to you. Fu Tingchen was tempted by Wen Yi's words but harbored lingering doubts. However, Zhang Qingtong had harbored feelings for Fu Tingchen since childhood. He furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, how can I make her change her mind and willingly be with me? You needn't worry about this, mother will arrange it, Wen Yi replied with a smile. Some strategies are always effective, regardless of timing. Alright, Fu Tingchen said, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, his handsome features darkening. He wants to take everything belonging to Fu Tingchen, even those who are merely infatuated with him. In the movie room of the CEO's office at Fu Group, Madam, Yang Yi addressed Shi Wan gently. These desserts and fruits were specially procured for you by the CEO. As he spoke, 5 or 6 bodyguards entered, carrying an array of desserts and fruits. Their serious expressions and robust physiques created a stark contrast with the vividly colored dainty pastries. Shi Wan pressed her lips together, a smile dancing in her eyes. The bodyguards had not anticipated that their sudden assignment would involve locating the finest desserts in the capital and procuring them at the fastest speed possible. Thank you for your trouble. Shi Wan nodded slightly to Yang Yi, smiling. Madam is too polite, Yang Yi replied with a smile. This was all arranged by the CEO to ensure you are not bored. As a competent assistant, one must always be ready to enhance their boss's presence. However, to be honest, he was surprised at how well the CEO remembered Shi Wan's fondness for movies and desserts. Upon hearing this, Shi Wan's smile deepened. Is there a movie you would like to watch? I can play it for you right now. Not yet. Shi Wan looked at Yang Yi and spoke softly. I need your help with something. Yang Yi's expression remained composed. Madam, please feel free to instruct me on anything you require. Shi Wan nodded, getting straight to the point. Help me find a reliable person. I need him to do something for me. With countless individuals from the Fu family keeping watch and those seeking to harm her lurking in the shadows, she could not trust anyone else. Understood, please wait a moment. Yang Yi nodded without hesitation and then took out his phone. Zheng Hao, come to the CEO's office. Zheng Hao. Shi Wan furrowed her brow slightly, feeling the name was familiar. 5 minutes later, a young man with a buzz cut, a handsome face, and a sturdy physique entered. Madam, Yang Yi said softly, I will take my leave now. As for what Madam wanted Zheng Hao to do, he felt no curiosity whatsoever. Madam, Zheng Hao nodded. Upon seeing his face, Shi Wan immediately understood. This man had shielded Chen during a critical moment in the past, and it was she who had performed the last-ditch effort to save him. Unfortunately, the wound had been too severe, and he had bled excessively. Ultimately, he could not be saved and perished. The memory of that scene flashed through her mind, and a shadow crossed Shi Wan's beautiful eyes. Madame Zheng Hao's expression turned solemn. What is it that you desire? Do not feel compelled to maintain such a serious demeanor. The tasks I require of you are quite simple. Shi Wan, regaining her composure, retrieved a card and a piece of paper bearing an address from her bag. Procure the hospital and the courtyard in the suburbs corresponding to this address. Her voice grew somber. Furthermore, sell it at a marked-up price to the Chen family. She intends to exact a hefty price from Shen Guanghua. As for other matters, they may be addressed in due course. Indeed, Zheng Hao accepted the card and paper from Shi Wan, nodding in acknowledgement. Rest assured, madam. Chapter 73, she seeks to ruin Shi Wan's reputation. If given a second chance, I would cherish you profoundly. Last night, in an effort to placate Fu Tingchen, I struggled to find rest. As the film reached this poignant line, Shi Wan drifted into a deep slumber. It was at that moment that Fu Tingchen entered. Casting a glance at the screen, he pressed the pause button and approached Shi Wan. The carpet muffled his footsteps. Shi Wan lay on the chair, lost in a tranquil sleep, the film's imagery casting a gentle glow upon her delicate features. Her cascading, waterfall-like hair flowed freely behind her, and her thick lashes fluttered with each gentle breath. Her exquisite features exuded an aura of serene tranquility. Everything seemed to embody a sense of peaceful timelessness. This woman, within his domain, appeared utterly defenseless. Fu Tingchen's expression softened, the chill in his gaze dissipating, and his imposing aura noticeably subdued. He reached out to caress her luscious crimson lips, his voice low. Wan. In her slumber, Shi Wan sensed someone bringing food to her lips, and instinctively she opened her mouth and took a bite. The dull pain at her fingertips caused Fu Tingchen to pause momentarily. Shi Wan chewed the food and, still asleep, furrowed her brows, murmuring, "It lacks flavor. It's unappetizing." As she spoke, she turned her head to continue sleeping. A tender smile graced Fu Tingchen's lips as he unfastened his suit jacket and draped it over Shi Wan. He then gently gathered her into his arms and walked outside, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped her. Shi Wan did not even open her eyes but nestled closer into Fu Tingchen's embrace, surrendering to sleep once more. This instinctive display of dependence softened the sharpness of Fu Tingchen's features. Upon seeing Fu Tingchen emerged, Yang Yi spoke. Fu, however, upon noticing the woman cradled in his arms, he quickly fell silent and pressed the elevator button for the two. Simultaneously, he announced in the company group chat that the meeting scheduled for half an hour later was cancelled. The employees in the foyer were left astonished, their mouths agape, as they witnessed their president carrying a woman who said their CEO was indifferent to women, cold and unfeeling. Such claims were utterly unfounded. The woman in Fu's embrace must have saved the universe in a past life. Regrettably, Fu's attire concealed her appearance. Meanwhile, in an elegantly decorated coffee shop, Jiang Qingtong held her phone, her finely shaped brows furrowing tightly. What if Fu Tingchen brought a woman to the company, and he carried her out? Opposite her, a sweet-looking woman in a white mini-skirt appeared utterly astonished. Did Qingtong actually place spies at Fu Tingchen's company? What kind of woman is she? Jiang Qingtong's voice was grave as she inquired over the phone. Do you know her identity? All I know is that she is exceptionally beautiful. President Fu has kept her at a distance. And no one knows who she is, came the apologetic response from the woman on the other end. However, they were wearing matching outfits. Matching outfits? Could it be Shi Wan? A pang of bitterness surged within Jiang Qingtong. Her exquisite face shadowed with discontent. This woman truly had no shame, having just married into the Fu family. She was already eager to assert her claim at the Fu group. Understood. Jiang Qingtong suppressed her simmering anger. You've done well. Continue to monitor her. After ending the call, she leaned back against the sofa, an oppressive aura surrounding her, as though she were a balloon on the verge of bursting. The woman in the white mini-skirt cautiously inquired. Qingtong, what is wrong? Jiang Qingtong took a sip of her coffee, remaining silent, yet the depths of her beautiful eyes were filled with shadows of discontent and unwillingness. When Jinran observed her friend's demeanor and sighed inwardly, realizing that any words of comfort would be futile, and thus she remained silent. This is unacceptable, Jiang Qingtong suddenly exclaimed, setting her coffee down and turning to Jinran, I cannot accept this, you must assist me. Assist you? When Jinran's face was a portrait of surprise. How can I help you? In a few days it will be old Master Fu's 70th birthday, Jiang Qingtong stated, her eyes narrowing as her voice lowered. At that time, simply follow my instructions. She intended to publicly disgrace Shi Wan before everyone, when Jinran's lips moved, but she found herself at a loss for how to refuse, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. I knew you would come through for me. Jiang Qingtong linked her arm with Jinran's, smiling. Coffee is dull. Let us go to the club for drinks. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are intoxicated. The two women drove a Ferrari towards an upscale club in Kyoto, unaware that several inconspicuous vehicles trailed them at a distance. Chapter 74. The accounts from 5 years ago will be settled one by one. At the Chen family villa, the butler entered with a phone in hand. Sir, we received a response from the hospital. They are willing to sell. However, he swallowed hard under Shen Guanghua's piercing gaze. The price is 3 times higher than what we sold it for previously. 3 times? Zhang Ron's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice sharp. Is this a robbery? Shen Guanghua's expression darkened considerably, his demeanor grim. Did they provide a reason for such a price increase? They stated that a buyer is willing to pay a high price. Hence the spike, the butler reported. What is your decision? Shall we proceed with the purchase? Shen Guanghua pressed his lips together. Before he could respond, Zhang Rong interjected, her plump face displaying anger. We cannot buy it. We must not become fools in this situation. What do you know? Shen Guanghua's voice was cold and deep. In a few days, it will be old Master Fu's birthday banquet, and we must seize this opportunity to socialize with individuals we cannot normally access. A flicker of ambition flashed in his eyes. We cannot allow this petty sum to embarrass us before Shi Wan. That wretched girl is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. He couldn't ascertain whether she would use this situation to humiliate the Shen family in front of the Fu family. If so, it would truly be a loss. Furthermore, once the dowry issue was resolved, they would shift from being the unreasonable party to the justified one. Regardless of Shi Wan's acknowledgement, the Shen family's nurturing of her could never be erased. If she were to completely disregard humanity and refuse to assist the Shen family, they could leverage this point against her. However, Zhang Rong lacked Shen Guanghua's depth of thought. The mere contemplation of spending several times the amount on Shi Wan made her feel immense pain. No buts. Shen Guanghua's voice was low, tinged with impatience. If Royan has caught the attention of the Meng family, you must consider our reputation as well as hers. His gaze was intense. If the Meng family discovers that we have not returned Shi Wan's dowry, what will they think of Royan? Upon hearing her daughter's name, Zhang Rong's tightly furrowed brows relaxed. Indeed, she waved her hand, signaling the butler to leave, then turned to Shen Guanghua. What is the status with Royan? Do not worry. Shen Guanghua settled into the sofa, lighting a cigarette. The paparazzi we hired are professional and reliable. They will capture every moment of Royan entering and exiting the Meng family, waiting for the opportune moment to expose it. The Meng family was a prestigious clan, a rare opportunity for the Shen family. They must devise every possible means to cling to this towering tree. INS City, a man in a wheelchair gazed at a photograph in his hand. A cold, sardonic smile curling his lips. It was rather unexpected that Fu Tingchen would place such significance on a woman. He toyed with the prayer beads, his fingers betraying a sickly pallor. If that is the case, then she cannot be allowed to remain. Though his face bore a smile, the eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses gleamed with a venomous intensity, exuding a chilling ruthlessness. What news from the Meng family? They have instructed to observe, with no further actions taken, reported a man with a scarred brow, his voice low. Meng Shanghui is far more cautious than we anticipated. This is not caution, it is cowardice. The man remarked with a mocking smile, the frost in his eyes deepening. It seems we must lend him a hand. The scarred brow man lowered his head, awaiting instructions. Meng Shanghui has a son and 2 daughters. The man mused, gazing at the prayer beads in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. During this time, do not allow them to live too comfortably. Direct all traces towards the Fu family. We must ensure that the Meng family becomes a weapon against Fu Tingchen. Understood? The scarred brow man instantly grasped the command, a fleeting chill flickering in his eyes. I will take care of it immediately. As he spoke, he turned and exited. The man removed his gold-rimmed glasses and gently closed his eyes. His long, pale fingers rested on his numb legs, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Fu Tingchen, it has been 5 years. A chilling aura pervaded the air, rendering the entire room frozen in place. The accounts from 5 years ago shall be meticulously settled, one by one. Chapter 75. With your pig-like demeanor, how dare you? The night in Kyoto was half illuminated by neon lights, while the other half was ensconced in boundless shadows, creating a dim and obscure atmosphere. Outside the bar, a tipsy Jiang Qingtong, her alluring eyes clouded by inebriation, supported the unsteady Wen Jin ran as they emerged. The driver from the Wen family awaited at the entrance and immediately approached upon seeing them. Miss, the driver took Wen Jin ran from Jiang Qingtong's grasp and assisted him into the car. Turning to the clearly intoxicated Jiang Qingtong, he respectfully offered, Miss Jiang, allow me to take you home. No need, Jiang Qingtong replied, her irritation evident. I've already called for my driver. Understood. The driver, eager to return when Jin ran home to report, refrained from further comment. Then I shall take Miss back first. As the Wen family's vehicle departed, Jiang Qingtong, numbed by alcohol, found herself yearning for Fu Tingchen. She immediately seized her phone and dialed the number she had longed to call but had hesitated to do so. She wished to inquire what it was about her that paled in comparison to Shi Wan. Why did he treat her this way? There were countless words she wished to share with him. However, Fu Tingchen offered her no such opportunity. The moment the first ring echoed, the call was abruptly terminated. Fu Tingchen, you are utterly excessive. Jiang Qingtong, feeling deeply wronged, hurled her phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. She turned back toward the bar, intent on continuing her drinking. Just then, a hefty bald man, with a nefarious grin, blocked her path. Hey beautiful, feeling down, he inquired. Care for a drink with your big brother? Several men flanked him, encroaching on her space. Drink with me. Jiang Qingtong narrowed her intoxicated eyes, gazing at the man's blurred figure, her crimson lips curling into a sardonic smile, her disdain unmasked. With your pig-like appearance, how dare you? Her mood sour, she stumbled, attempting to sidestep the bald man, who once more stepped in her way, his leering expression morphing into anger. How dare you insult me? And what if I did? Jiang Qingtong raised an eyebrow, her flushed face displaying scorn and disdain. Do you know who I am? Offending me means your entire family won't see the light of day. Her brow furrowed. Get lost now. The bald man scowled, his anger intensifying. I actually like your fiery temperament. Brothers, take her away. As he spoke, 2 men seized Jiang Qingtong's arms, dragging her toward a nearby jeep. Let go of me. The dull ache in her arms jolted Jiang Qingtong back to reality, her eyes widening with panic as she struggled fiercely. I am Jiang Qingtong, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. You had better let go now, or I swear I will kill you. Eldest daughter of the Jiang family? The bald man paused, then burst into mocking laughter. If you are the Jiang family's eldest daughter, then I am Fu Tingchen, the heir of the Fu family. He pinched Jiang Qingtong's cheek and forced a small pill into her mouth. This woman is quite intoxicated. Hurry and take her away for some enjoyment. Jiang Qingtong's eyes widened in horror as she prepared to spit it out. However, the pill dissolved upon contact with moisture, vanishing instantly in her mouth. Her already foggy mind became even more disoriented, almost unable to stand. Before Jiang Qingtong could utter another word, her mouth was covered, and she was dragged toward the vehicle. Whoa, she shook her head desperately, terror etched across her face. Just as Jiang Qingtong was about to be pulled into the car, a male voice rang out, Stop. Chapter 76, Without you by my side, I cannot sleep. Jiang Qingtong's consciousness blurred further, her body feeling as though it was engulfed in flames. She squinted through her hazy vision toward the newcomer, clad in a black suit with a handsome visage. Jiang Qingtong instinctively recognized the familiar brow and, with a flicker of hope in her eyes, thought it was Fu Tingchen. Whoa, Tingchen, save me. Who the hell are you? The bald man approached menacingly, eyeing the young man before him. I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. This affair, I shall certainly intervene, Fu Tingchen declared, waving his hand, and several of his men advanced to seize the bald man. The others swiftly released Jiang Qingtong and surged forward. As the two sides clashed, Fu Tingchen approached Jiang Qingtong, his gaze probing. Are you alright, Tingchen? I feel terrible, Jiang Qingtong mumbled, her consciousness fading, the fiery sensation within her growing unbearable. Her face reddening further, hearing Jiang Qingtong call out a name, a hint of mockery flickered in Fu Tingchen's eyes. Tingchen, please take me away. I feel so awful. Noticing Fu Tingchen make no move, Jiang Qingtong leaned against him, her whole being seeking his support. Fu Tingchen helped her into his vehicle. Miss, please calm down, he said, glancing at the in-car recording device, a shadow of a smile playing on his lips, though his words remained steady. Where do you live? I will take you home. I do not wish to go home. I feel terrible. Please help me. Completely losing her senses, Jiang Qingtong nestled against the man, pressing her lips to his familiar features. A glimmer of triumph sparkled in Fu Tingchuan's eyes as he tapped the back of the seat. The driver, understanding the cue, started the engine, heading toward a nearby five-star hotel. At that moment in the Fu family's estate. In the study. Mr. Fu, Yang Yi nodded, reporting the information he had just received. Young Master Fu has taken Miss Jiang to the Hyatt Hotel. Fu Tingchen exhaled a cloud of smoke, his narrow eyes dark and dangerous, reflecting a chilling intensity. When Yi's ambitions are growing bolder, Yang Yi nodded, refraining from interjecting. Shall we notify the Jiang family? When Yi and Fu Tingchuan desired nothing more than to let the Jiang family know. Fu Tingchen gazed out the window, his lips parting slightly. Continue to observe and see what they intend to do. Understood. Yang Yi lowered his head, showing no surprise. Fu Tingchen has always been ruthless toward those he does not care for. Have we traced the tail that has been following us? A chilling aura lingered in Fu Tingchen's inscrutable gaze. We have identified them, Yang Yi replied, his brow furrowed, his tone somber. They are from the Meng family. Mr. Fu has already shown considerable leniency toward Meng Yu. The Meng family is truly courting disaster. Meng Shanghui. Fu Tingchen inhaled a puff of smoke, his brow arching, his handsome face shadowed with indignation and coldness. He lacks the courage. Find out who stands behind him. Yes, Yang Yi's expression hardened as he promptly acknowledged. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Chen, are you in there? Shi Wan's anxious voice drifted from outside. Upon waking, she found it was already midnight, and Fu Tingchen was not by her side. Having not received a needle today, she genuinely feared he might fall ill. Fu Tingchen stubbed out his cigarette in his cup. Lifting his gaze to Yang Yi, open the door. Yang Yi nodded and quickly moved to open it. Shi Wan, still clad in her light blue dress from the afternoon, her long hair slightly disheveled, exuded a lazy, carefree vibe. Mr. Fu, madam, I shall take my leave. Yang Yi discreetly excused himself. Chen, upon seeing Fu Tingchen indeed in the study, Shi Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile gracing her face. Fu Tingchen observed her radiant smile, the chill in his eyes gradually dissipating. Not sleeping, not sleeping. Shi Wan shook her head. I cannot sleep well without you by my side. Her words rang true, without Chen beside her. She always felt restless. Waking to find him gone intensified her anxiety, fearing he might fall ill. Her unreserved dependence touched the softest part of Fu Tingchen's heart. A faint smile graced his lips, and the sharpness in his eyes softened slightly. I was just handling some matters. Now I shall accompany you back to rest. As he rose, Fu Tingchen noticed Shi Wan's delicate, bare feet, his expression darkening. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Only then did Shi Wan realize, glancing downward, still groggy from waking, she had rushed to find Fu Tingchen without shoes. I was too anxious to find you, Shi Wan admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. I forgot. Before Fu Tingchen could respond, she took a few steps closer and wrapped her arms around him. Fu Tingchen, gazing at her delicate features, did not hesitate to embrace her. Unbeknownst to him, the reproach in his eyes had transformed into tender indulgence. Just as Fu Tingchen was about to return to the room, the person in his arms suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and softly spoke. Wait, Chen. Chapter 77, as the saying goes, in vino veritas. Chen. Shi Wan nestled against Fu Tingchen, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at him, her lips adorned with two charming dimples that radiated sweetness. Fu Tingchen halted, looking down at her. I'm hungry, Shi Wan said, her voice slow as she met his penetrating gaze. Carry me downstairs. I'll whip up something simple. Will you join me for a meal? Fu Tingchen, disinterested in culinary delights, felt no appetite at that moment, yet, upon seeing her glistening eyes filled with anticipation, he did not hesitate. All right. As the evening deepened, Shi Wan's crimson lips curled into a subtle smile, and she chose to remain silent, pressing her cheek once more against Fu Tingchen's sturdy chest. Listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Fu Tingchen's thin lips lifted slightly, and as he carried Shi Wan down, the few servants stationed downstairs exchanged knowing glances, seemingly awestruck by the master's indulgence towards his new wife. After all, they were newlyweds. The master's stamina was indeed impressive, considering the late hour. I have grown weary of expressing my envy for this couple. Seated on the sofa, Fu Tingchen held Shi Wan gently, retrieving her shoes. The servants, who were engaged in silent communication, immediately straightened their postures and tensed their nerves. One of them hurried to the entrance, fetching a brand new pair of house slippers and placing them before Shi Wan. Just as she reached out to take them, a pair of well-defined hands preemptively picked up the shoes, assisting her in putting them on with practiced ease, as though it were a familiar routine. The servants, initially taken aback, quickly masked their astonishment. Fu Tingchen's lowered gaze squinted slightly, pondering why this seemingly novel act felt so innate. Hadn't this always been meant to be? In her previous life, Shi Wan frequently enjoyed such attentions and had never perceived anything amiss. Just sit here and wait for me, it won't take long, she said, rising from Fu Tingchen's embrace and striding toward the kitchen. A servant immediately followed suit, offering assistance. Madam, allow me to help you. No need, Shi Wan decisively declined. I wish to prepare a meal for Chen myself. You all may take your rest. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Mr. Fu acquiesced, and the servants withdrew. The refrigerator was stocked with an abundance of ingredients. During her university years, Shi Wan had juggled work and study, managing her own meals, and over the years, her culinary skills had flourished remarkably. She swiftly gathered the necessary ingredients from the fridge and began to cook, filling the kitchen with tantalizing aromas. Fu Tingchen stood at the doorway, intently observing the flurry of activity before him, his gaze as deep and dark as an unfathomable abyss. In his mind, an alternate scene emerged, a gentle, beautiful woman cooking in the kitchen, while a handsome man with glasses played with a little boy nearby. Each time a dish was completed, the father and son would eagerly vie to be the first to taste the culinary creations. The tableau was heartwarmingly idyllic, yet, in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. The woman hurled a plate to the ground in a fit of fury, her once gentle beauty marred by a fierce scowl. The handsome man, equally enraged, shattered everything within reach. Of the atmosphere crackled with tension, and a little boy stood to the side, observing coldly. Shi Wan's nimble hands worked quickly. Within half an hour, she had prepared 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 2 bowls of pasta. Turning around, she was taken aback by the somber expression on Fu Tingchen's face, as though he had built an invisible wall around himself. She promptly set down her utensils and hurried to him. "Ah Chen, what's wrong?" Upon hearing her voice, Fu Tingchen was jolted from his reverie. Before him were eyes that sparkled like clear water, devoid of any emotion other than concern and tenderness. His dark, ink-like gaze flickered momentarily, suppressing the chill that resided within. Indeed, she was not who she once was, and he was not who he had been. Such a scene would never repeat itself. Fu Tingchen's expression returned to normal as he took a couple of steps forward, lifting the plate. "It's nothing, let us eat." Shi Wan lowered her gaze, acutely aware of how little she truly understood about Fu Tingchen in her past life, often failing to grasp the profound emotions reflected in his eyes. Yet, the more one tries to suppress a wound, the more likely it is to fester and take root. She was determined to share his burdens and ensure he would not endure the same hardships as before. She needed to devise a way to coax the truth from him. A thought struck her. Right, alcohol, as the saying goes, in vino veritas. Although she was uncertain of Fu Tingchen's tolerance for liquor, she was confident in her own. With resolution, Shi Wan smiled and ventured out. "Help me fetch 2 bottles of red wine from the cellar." "Wine?" Fu Tingchen raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. Chapter 78. Shi Wan gets drunk. "I want a drink," Shi Wan declared, settling herself opposite Fu Tingchen, her exquisite features adorned with a gentle smile. "Come share a drink with me." Fu Tingchen narrowed his eyes, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. "Can you drink during your period?" "Of course I can," Shi Wan hastily affirmed, fearing he might refuse. "I'm a doctor, you can trust me." Fu Tingchen's lips curled into a smile, though he remained silent. The servant soon returned with 2 bottles of red wine, uncorked them, and placed them before the couple. Before retreating, Shi Wan poured a glass for Fu Tingchen and another for herself. Chen, she lifted her glass, her voice soft and melodic. "Let us celebrate my arrival by your side." Fu Tingchen's long, dark eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the radiant woman before him, his voice low and gravelly. "Is my presence truly something to celebrate?" "Of course it is." As she recalled the moment her soul was consumed by flames, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "You have no idea how grateful I am. Grateful for the chance at rebirth, grateful for another opportunity." This was the first time Fu Tingchen had heard such words. He gazed at Shi Wan's earnest expression, his heart turbulent, though his handsome visage revealed no trace of it. He raised his glass, clinking it against hers, before downing the contents in one gulp. Shi Wan followed suit. Savoring the sweet, mild flavor of the wine, which she found delightful, she deliberately ignored the slight dizziness that began to creep in. Once more, she poured herself a drink and lifted her glass. Chen, "We will be together forever," she declared, her sparkling eyes fixed on Fu Tingchen. "Right, together forever." Fu Tingchen caressed his glass, responding softly. After finishing the second glass, Shi Wan poured a third, just as she was about to lift it. Fu Tingchen's long, pale hand pressed down gently on hers. "First, have something to eat." "It's all right." Shi Wan's fair cheeks were already tinged with a rosy hue, yet she remained oblivious to it. "This wine is sweet. It is not intoxicating at all." Fu Tingchen pursed his lips, a glimmer of exasperation flashing in his eyes. "This wine is from 1980. It has quite a kick." "This is the last glass." "All right," Shi Wan replied, her flushed face revealing a hint of conflict. "If it's the last one, then I shall make a wish." Moments later, her lips curled into a smile, her dimples appearing as she clinked her glass against Fu Tingchen's. "Drink up, make a wish with wine." Fu Tingchen reclined against the back of his chair, a hint of playful laughter dancing in his eyes. "What is your wish?" At that moment, he had already made up his mind. Whatever she desired, he would do everything in his power to fulfill it, but saying a wish out loud makes it invalid. Shi Wan chuckled softly before downing her drink in one go. Fu Tingchen's gaze deepened as he finished his own glass. Shi Wan shook her head, her complexion now fully flushed, yet, in her sparkling eyes, it seemed like the universe shimmered within. "Chen, taste the dishes I made for you. I know you didn't have dinner, so I prepared this especially for you." In her tipsy state, Shi Wan had completely forgotten her earlier excuses. It was, after all, done with him and mine. Fu Tingchen was inexplicably moved. "All right." He picked up his chopsticks and quietly began to sample the dishes before him. The flavors were exquisite, surpassing most of the meals he had ever tasted. Fu Tingchen raised his eyes, poised to speak, Only to find the woman before him gazing at him with tears streaming down her face, furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Without a word, Shi Wan stood unsteadily, made her way to Tingchen, took his hand, and settled herself onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Tingchen complied without hesitation. Chen, I have a secret to share with you. Little did Shi Wan anticipate that the person to reveal profound truths under the influence of alcohol would turn out to be herself. Suburban Villa Madam, the man spoke in a hushed tone. Now it's done. How should we deal with those individuals? Chapter 80, Act Again, Consequences to Bear. Eliminate them. When he continued to slice the fruit with a steady hand, her voice as gentle as ever. We must ensure that the Jiang family has no leverage against us. As she spoke, she meticulously arranged the fruit on a plate, her profile exuding an air of grace. Understood, the man replied. Should we hint to the Jiang family about the master's side? No need. When he shook her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. And now is not the time. Jiang Qingtong is no fool, and neither is the Jiang family. The matter of capturing Jiang Qingtong has only just begun. The man nodded, preparing to leave when the sound of a car engine rumbled outside. When he lifted her gaze to the man, her soft voice laced with an icy undertone. Do not let the master find out. Fu Qiming was inherently cautious and would never approve of such reckless actions. However, for the sake of her son's future, she could no longer afford to hesitate. Understood. The man turned and exited. When he then approached the door to greet Fu Qiming, her face adorned with a warm smile, seeing his wife waiting at the door, Fu Qiming felt a warmth within. Didn't I tell you not to wait up? You should rest early. He had never regretted marrying Wen Yi throughout the years. With a gentle smile, Wen Yi accepted the coat from Fu Qiming, replying softly, after all these years I've grown accustomed to it. Fu Qiming wrapped his arms around Wen Yi's waist, his face beaming with joy as he relished the tenderness of the moment. By the way, whereas Tingchen, Wen Yi's smile faltered momentarily but quickly returned to normal. He went out to drink with friends. Fu Qiming's expression turned to one of surprise. He has only returned for a few days, and he has already made friends. At his age, he should be left to his own devices. Wen Yi smiled softly and brought the fruit from the table over. I've cut some fruit for you. Have a little and take a break. Thus, the topic of Fu Tingchen was gently brushed aside. Fu family manner. Shi Wan sat in Fu Tingchen's embrace, her arms encircling his neck. Chen, her enchanting eyes, tinted with a haze of intoxication, fixated intently on the man's unfathomable gaze. Do you want to know my secret? Her voice, slightly raised, carried a hint of playful mischief. Fu Tingchen wrapped one arm around Shi Wan's waist and delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A subtle smile graced his lips, his handsome face reflecting an inexplicable tenderness. The inebriated version of her was far more amusing than usual. Shi Wan felt quite pleased with Fu Tingchen's engagement. Her beautiful eyes narrowed playfully, reminiscent of a little fox. Then you must beg me. I promise I will tell you. The aroma of red wine wafted between their lips, creating an enchanting atmosphere. Be good. Fu Tingchen's narrowed eyes glinted as he caressed Shi Wan's cheek, a trace of danger flickering in his gaze. That one do. Let us change the request. The word beg was something he had never uttered, nor would he utter it to anyone. A man cannot refuse. Shi Wan teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Fu Tingchen's lips curled into a smirk, his tone grave. In a few days, you will know whether I can or cannot. Forget it, I shall tell you. Shi Wan, her mind swirling with dizziness, seemed oblivious to the rising tension. The secret is that she leaned in, her red lips brushing against Fu Tingchen's ear, enunciating each word clearly. I have already fallen for you, or perhaps I have loved you for a long time. Her sweet, soft voice held an unprecedented seriousness. In that moment, Shi Wan seemed to regard Fu Tingchen before her as someone from a past life. Love him, a long time ago. Sensing that Shi Wan appeared to be gazing through him at someone else, Fu Tingchen's expression instantly darkened. Shi Wan, who am I? He lifted her chin, his demeanor grave and intense. Who do you love? As he gazed into Shi Wan's misty, enchanting eyes, Fu Tingchen fervently hoped not to hear another man's name escape her lips. She had best not have mistaken herself for someone else's substitute. Otherwise, Fu Tingchen's eyes deepened as his hand slowly drifted from her chin to her neck, gently caressing. Do you no longer recognize yourself? Shi Wan, undeterred by his grip on her chin, reached to stroke Fu Tingchen's cheek. Her laughter light and airy. You are Fu Tingchen, my Chen. Fu Tingchen's eyes trembled slightly. He could not deny that the love she spoke of touched him deeply. Before he could react, Shi Wan leaned in closer. Fu Tingchen hesitated for but a moment before taking the lead. The temperature in the room soared rapidly, emboldened by her intoxication. Shi Wan became increasingly audacious. Time seemed to blur, and after an indeterminate duration, Fu Tingchen gently bit Shi Wan's lips, his voice low and husky as he warned, if you keep moving around, you shall bear the consequences.